I've seriously got to figure that out. I think it's just like, I'm starting to think I need, like, maybe my Wave XLR is broken. I mean, it wouldn't explain why the camera wasn't on. That was a bit weird. But yeah, something's going on. Anyway, I think we are all good now. Right, so really cool start to the day. We're going to kick it off with Numadan versus B, folks. This is our third place match. That'll be the way we'll begin. And then we should have 1 or 2 series at least scheduled today, if not more. If we don't have enough series to roll on through, don't worry, guys. We are going to be able to fill the time with plenty of pub games. And also, on top of that, by the way, the exclamation mark Give King Watching is back. The key was not collected, so it is up for grabs today. I will definitely remember to do it today. Does PCS deliver to the US? I believe so. If you go to the website and check, I think they do. I'm not sure 100%, but I think they do have delivery there. I don't know if they have like an extra cost because it's like they are a European country. I know they deliver all across Europe at least, bare minimum. But definitely double check the website for that. But we've got a fun one. B versus Numadan. With the way that Numadan played this week, I think this is going to be a tight one. On top of that, by the way, we are working with Gigabyte again this week. So you are going to see Gigabyte pop up in chat. And when it does, you need to, you know how this works. You know the drill. You click that link because you're going to want to check out the latest and greatest they've got on offer because they've got another deal coming in. It is the bundle of games again, and the Alters is in there, which for anyone who actually has been paying attention to the Twitch side outside of Age of Empires 4 will know that that was actually a pretty impressive game. So if you go across here and check this out, it'll give you the information. There's a bunch of eligible products. The primary focus here is around the X870s, which is the motherboards for your AMD processors, as well as the AMD GPUs, the 9070 XT in particular, I highly recommend. You can see actually which one's going to qualify you through to get everything. So the more reasonable models like the 9070s, etc., you're going to get all games included. That includes the upcoming Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, which I believe releases in about 2 weeks, actually a week now. Pretty excited for that. I never played all the way through, but I remember talking to my friend about it. There's so many interesting gimmicks to that game that makes it phenomenal, like the fact that you could, to beat the old man sniper, you could turn off your PlayStation, turn it back on, change the date to like, I think it was a week later, and then get back on the game, and he would have died of old age. I love details like that, dude. Hideo Kojima is a genius. But yeah, really cool games in here. The Robocop one even looks kind of cool. It's kind of giving me Deus Ex vibes when I look at it. But if you want to get these, you want to take advantage of this, exclamation mark Gigabyte to go across and check it out. Definitely recommend taking advantage of this. We basically, our primary PC is powered by Gigabyte heavily. The laptop, if I don't know if it's Gigabyte specific. I think it's just the standard ones because they're not aftermarket. But if they were, I would have went with Gigabyte anyway because I trust in those guys. I explicitly use them for as many parts as I possibly can. So be sure to check them out. They are sponsoring this week. Remember, clicking those links helps out immensely. It's an awareness campaign just as much as a purchase. So just clicking on that link and being aware of the incredible lineup that they have helps get the word out and helps us as well. So thank you everyone that does that. All right, guys. So outside that, we have got a draft to get ready for. So game number 1, looking at this draft, I wonder, like, we're going to get Knights Templar here from Numu, or is he inspired by the Order of the Dragon pick that we were seeing used really well in week number 2 by Anatand? Because I got to say, like, the more that I see it, the more I'm convinced Order of the Dragon actually just might be it. It might be the pick, the go-to pick. One sec, did the music stop? Oh yeah, it stopped. Okay, so loading up the game now. We'll get ready for game number 1. $8 flat fee plus handling charge if using Royal Mail to ship parcels. About this, okay. I mean, that's not too bad. For like a PC, that's actually not too bad, right? Or a laptop or whatever you need. Wait, you didn't make it into the KPMM this week? We're pull one out for Veteran Wolf. We'll be having a look at the new bracket shortly, but first of all, we definitely need to hop into this B versus Numadan set. So, let me go ahead and open up game number 1. Oh, the tower. Okay. That's unfortunate. I mean, the tariff problem is going to exist anywhere, right? I think even if you're buying PCs in the US, I don't know if they paused it again. I know of a lot of different component companies, they were like, their prices were rocketing like crazy. It's a really unfortunate time to be American. Look at that, guys. It finally happened. After years, you guys, like, you know, being very proud and singing it very loud. The time has arrived when it's a little bit sad to be American. Seriously, I'm not even like I'm not even trying to be cruel. It's that I've talked to brands about this. For the first time ever, a lot of these brands are shifting the majority of their marketing budget away from the US, right? Like Trump's America idea of like everyone will just come around to these tariffs or whatever. I don't think it's working the way intended when you've got major companies. I'm talking major companies that spend millions and millions saying, for the first time ever, we are going to be spending more outside of the US, right? So yeah, kind of a crazy time. Okay, guys. So let's get ready for game number 1 anyway. In fact, I'm going to immediately crack a Red Bull. I need my drinky poos. Should we go for one of these grapefruit and blossoms? I don't know if I'd say they're that grapefruity. Not sure what the blossom is. Tariffs have hit so hard that... Where is yours? Get off your ass. Tariffs have hit so hard that they even increased subs from $5 to $6, didn't they? Jesus. Trump's getting a piece of everything. All right. Anyway. Nice. Wait, is this the first Knights Templar pick on this map? It might be. Week number 2 of our $20,000 esports circuit delivered quite the surprise. Not necessarily the outcome of Wham and Antan in the finals, but look at that. Numadan was able to almost slay one of our former champions here in this weekly format. He now faces off against B in a third place match, a best of 5, to decide who will be on the podium and who will be in the dirt. Opening up, B has gone for a powerful pick, a regular pick. It is going to be the Mongols, but on the other side of this, I am most intrigued by this. Numadan has picked Knights Templar. What an interesting pick on this map. This is Front Range, remember, folks. The map that's going to be used in the upcoming qualifiers in the main event for the American land for Age of Empires 4. It's an interesting map as well. We've actually had quite a lot of excitement on this. In fact, we even got a late game where both sides looked like they were in competition for the first time ever. That required us to go all the way into the finals with Wham versus Anatan. But now we get Knights Templar versus Mongols. Knights Templar are a civ that, if there's water, they'll happily spam spears, but there isn't here. So B should, in theory, have an opportunity to aggressively open, but he declined to take it. And honestly, I can't say I blame him. If you go spearman here, the number one thing that Knights Templar want to do is play into archers. So you're just inviting the terror. Do love this, though. We're going to get ball play coming in, which has not been mirrored by Numadan. This is a really big edge to start the game off for B. The boar is always the value play in. Wait. B? Oh, no. What? B? No. Did he misclick instead of the scout? No, there's no way. There's no reason to go up here. They've been rallied onto a tree line in the far north. He just killed a boar to walk all the... And even the sheep. What is this key binding? All right, this is catastrophic. And is that all of his villagers? Guys, that's like all of his villagers, right? Yeah, that's every single villager. And wait, have we got desync? I think we have desync. Why do we have desync? Alright, bear with me a sec, guys. I'm going to restart this game. I'm wondering if Avli updated the map. The only reason that should have happened is if there was an update. What the hell? Alright, I'll try loading it from Numadan's profile just to be safe. That sometimes happens when maps get updated because they'll have the same ID tag, but something underneath would have fundamentally changed. It's the only way that would make sense. Oh, by the way, guys. My mouth, my words, they're in sync, right? I just want to check, because yesterday, we were really desynced on video and audio. Recon was the only person to mention to me, and no one mentioned on stream, which surprised me. Just making sure we're good. All right. So how far were we in? Let's see if it happens again. All right, run it back. We reloaded the game from a different perspective. We're going to see if this happens again. If it does... I don't think we can watch game one. I don't think it's going to be possible to watch game one, folks. This is like watching Farmman gameplay right now. This is... The best part is they chop the tree and then leave. So it looks like we have a big desync on the replay. So we're not going to be able to watch game one. That's really annoying. I think I'm checking with Avali if he updated front range, because that would be the reason why this would happen. Okay, they're back to the ball now. The village, this is definitely desynced. Just look at it. Yeah, no, this didn't happen. All right, that's a really sucky start to the third place match. Apologies about that, guys. What the hell? I don't know what would have caused that, other than like the map being updated. Let's move on to game number 2. So outcome of that game, despite garrisoning 3 villages and not building his houses, Numadan was able to get a win, and I am really annoyed that we are not able to show that, because Knights Templar making their first appearance makes that pretty cool. And I'm a bit disappointed we weren't able to show that. So my apologies. I wish there was something I could do about that, but it's legitimately... It's game side. There's no way to get a replay that would fix it. Yeah, we're seeing some... So the whole idea, like with desync, what would have probably happened here, and I'm checking with Avali just in case. If Avali, for example, updated the map in some way, what that would then do is that would have altered the way the map technically is and exists. Which means what you have to keep in mind is when you run these replays, you're simulating the game again. So it's going to take the map and then it's going to run everything on the map. But the idea, the way you get desync is when things don't add up. So if something is different in some way than what it's meant to be, coded on the map, then everything can unravel as you saw there. Is that also why we can't rewind, jump to your replays? Exactly. Because it's simulating. It's not keeping a record. It's not keeping a record of the recording of the game or whatever. It's keeping a record of the motions in the game. And then it's playing them out. And it doesn't have a rewind feature. But let's get into game 2. So next up, we've got Frisian Marsh. It's going to be Order of the Dragon versus Ottomans. I swear to God, if this is desynced as well, I'm going to rip my hair out. It shouldn't be, because Frisian should not have been updated in any way. I'd be shocked if Frisian has been updated. The weird part to me is if this map did get updated, if he did update front range, it's a really weird time to do it, with the qualifiers being tomorrow that utilize that map. So, yeah, a bit shocked by that. Anyway, let's get into it. Oh, need to start recording, don't I? If there's one player that you can trust to deliver entertainment and pure aggro of Ottomans, it has to be B. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for our third place match decider. We've got 3D Clans B going up against Numadan, and Numadan is already leading in this series. That's right, B trekking behind. Numu has had quite the impressive week. He was almost able to beat Wham, one of the scariest players we have in Midweek Muster, taking him all the way 3-2. And now he takes the lead early against a formidable and regular force here in the Midweek Musters, our $20,000 esports circuit. Ottomans is really cool to watch, though. I really enjoy seeing B on this Civ just because of the way that he's relentless in his aggression. You know, this is the type of guy that we've watched dive people for 10 minutes straight when they're in Castle H. Order of the Dragon on the other side is an interesting one. We've been seeing them hit pretty well, actually. Anatan in particular has been making this Civ work phenomenally well in week number 2 of the Midweek Muster. It's kind of got me rethinking a lot. Like, I actually think the standout player so far with KPMM from a how you approach things perspective has been Anatan. Definitely Wham has been stoic in his performance, not to take anything away there. But in terms of, I wasn't really thinking about this Civ in that way. Anno has been the one achieving that, in particular with the Dragon Boys. Well, Numadan's going to be dragging them out onto the map. Look at that. Straight away for the dot play. Has been mirrored by B. And notice the way that Numadan done this. Yeah, he was a little bit paranoid that he might get rushed Dark Age. So he went for a deeper dock to try and avoid that, I think. Cool idea. Not sure it would have really paid off entirely. Would have been kind of tricky as well if you got forced into a Dark Age rush from both sides. Because I think Order the Dragon kind of struggles with this. Mainly because you can't have like an outpost rush follow-up play, right? Like it's almost impossible to do. But you know what's not impossible to do? Click that link. You see it popping up, guys. Remember, we're going to be working with Gigabyte again for the next few days. So if you want to see more of them on the channel, because them sponsoring means we can do more and more content, be sure to click the links when they pop up. And the interesting thing is B's Spearman count is going to pop up. I wasn't expecting this. He goes into the dot play, and then as soon as he sees Order the Dragon are doing it, he looks to aggro. Yeah, so if he can... If he can actually pull a long kind of Dark Age here and get towards the Imams, he can actually beat the Order the Dragon Spears. But I don't think Numadan's going to get baited by that. Like for him, WinCon should be getting into Feudal Age, and then you get maybe your hands on a few Men-at-Arms. It's tricky because I don't think you want to play too hard into melee here as Order the Dragon. Mainly because not just the healer boys we talked about for Ottomans, the other thing you have to be worried about is that they have the meta, which gives them +2 melee armor. Makes it very difficult to win out in Feudal if you're not utilizing range units for Dragon. How can you support the channel on YouTube? Watch all the videos all the way through. If you click on a video, make sure you watch all the way through. It supports immensely because that means that on YouTube's algorithm side, it says, oh, the people watching this actually like this. We'll recommend it to more people. Outside that, there is also the Super Viewer, I believe it's called, or Super Chatter, which is kind of like the equivalent of subscribing on Twitch. And I think we have got a few emotes loaded up that you'll be able to get access to. Yeah. Then also on the YouTube side, always check the description if we have sponsors in there. We usually have the PC Specialist links up, and this time we got the Gigabyte link up. So clicking those also helps the channel. Now, with that little awareness out of the way, we can start to get to the nitty-gritty of it. He has got some catching up to do on attack timing. His spears are starting to arrive, but it doesn't feel good enough. No, like this is the weakness. He went Doc, triple fishing bow, and tried to do spears as well. You see how big of a negative impact there is, and that's why it looks like instead he's going to be going for an outpost rush. Okay, so this is interesting, actually. If he gets it past the third wave mark, this is secure, right? It takes a minute. That's 40 seconds. No, he needs to be past the halfway, right? Oh my god, if Numu, he goes for a demo. I was about to say, if he goes for a galley straight up, he just gets the kill. Or rather denies the outpost. Instead, he's going to go for a demo plate. Now, I don't think that the villager is close enough to get killed by this. But the tower most definitely is. Detonation comes in. No cancel by B. Just loses the full 100 wood. Yeah, really clutch choice there by Numu. And now he's going to be following up into the galley. Interesting. I think he actually could have genuinely got away with the galley straight away. Because the problem there for B is he wasn't half complete on the outpost, and Numu only needs 25 seconds. But I think his risk there is he probably was a little bit shy in the wood, so it would have been maybe 2 seconds difference between completion and a potential kill point. And the problem there is that the galleys are RNG, guys. They don't always reliably hit what you're aiming for. No, they kind of just take a punt in the wind. So Doc is on fire, though. B's done a good job of splitting this up. I mean, this is my concern. We did mention this is probably going to happen when we delay the galley. And now you're just stuck with a galley plus fishing boats here. But the good news is, because you've got that galley, you will be able to redock this as long as you can get here. Right? If you get intercepted before, it's going to be problematic. But that's why we're seeing Numadan going to archers. And remember what he said here, guys. You don't want to be leaning hard onto melee units. It enables Ottomans in a lot of ways. You're going to need them, but you're also going to need an archer composition. Now, the reason he's going to need melee is because Ottomans are inherently going to go Sipahi now. You're building archers, which is always a reason, but you're building very expensive archers, while your opponent has very expensive but very good, like Cav. Interesting that we're seeing the Sultani trade network here, but considering that B has got the ponds, it does make a lot of sense. The thing you have to remember is this is the type of map where you can get pinned in the corner. Having this trade network can be the difference between affording your blacksmith techs and being starved out entirely. Which are going to be important because those Gilded Archers aren't only machine guns, they also have the base damage of a longbow. Yeah, they hit pretty hard. And Numu, he is going to be following up stables. Now, that is interesting. I thought he'd be going Spearman here, just to contest the likely Sipahi. But in fairness, Gilded Horsemen are just as impressive as Sipahi. I mean, they have to be for the price you pay. First Archer is going to arrive. B has gone for the Imam. Was he expecting the Archers? It's possible he knew it was going to be Archers and still went Imams. Like, it's not unheard of at the moment for people to go Imams against ranged. It sounds really weird, but it's just you have to adjust the way you play with them. You're not really aggressing into your opponent. You're holding back much further. Gilded Archer is going to be able to get one kill here. Baiting a lot of attention, by the way. Remember, Gilded Archers, they do cost a pretty penny, 160 resources, but this right here, it's double in terms of the expense, and look at how quickly the Gilded Archers dispatch them. Great intercept there, Numadan. There's most of the spears, and reminder, these were not military school spears. These were rack spears. He paid the full price. And ultimately paid the iron price. Even now going for the hardened on them. I guess he saw the horseman. You can't be feeling good about this. It looks like B, he's holding a lot of food in reserve, but I don't think this is going to be a fast tech. We've got double stables coming through now, so it's going to be Sipahi plus Archer. And the meta is still going to be useful there because of the attack speed buffer. But I am a little bit worried about the tempo of this. You know, Numu's sitting at how many fishing? 4 fishing so far? But he should be able to inflate this, which he's now doing. B is ramping up a lot quicker, however. Credit to him, he's already on 4 ponds. Yeah, reminder, his military is what's really weak here. For some reason, Ottomans, the UI is still a little bit bugged. Their fishing boats get attributed as military units. So actually, it's his military that's quite lacking. He's only got 6 units in total. It's 10 extra eco that should be up here. So yeah, B definitely ahead on like raw numbers. In terms of food income, though, you're seeing it's not really showing. Like, he's actually struggling. And by struggling, I mean it's a case of when you think of these numbers, you wouldn't expect Numadan to be beating him in all but gold. But that's also partially the deception of the Sultani trade network. These guys, free workers only generating 72 gold is not great. It feels pretty low. Still arrow on the way from Numu. And B has read this correctly. He's gone in for the undermesh. And this is a very peaceful game, isn't it? Compared to some of the crazy games we had yesterday on Grand Finals Thursday, which you guys should definitely watch live. This one has been a bit more of a chill pill. Numu. He is starting to creep in towards the fishing area. The ideal target here is just finding the villager. The problem is that the villagers have already gone so deep. I mean, B, he's going for a 5th pond already. Something that Numu has not been able to scout. No, he naturally checks this pond, expecting his opponent to hop skip. Instead, B played Teeper into the corner. It's actually going to pay off. So dodges a raid there that definitely would have cost him 1 villager, if not 2. Yeah, especially with how hard these guys hit. It only takes 4 hits for these horsemen to get kills. And they have 250 HP, so it's not really like the Sipahi are going to get rid of them easily. So what's the goal now? Looks like it is going to be 1-1-1. Numadan adds in the racks finally. I don't know if B is aware, though. I mean, he's got double archery here, but he hasn't seen a reason. Okay, no, he's suspicious. Starts adding in archers anyway. I mean, in fairness, I would actually favor Ottomans if this was just Archer, Horseman comp of the same size. Because the Sipahi are pretty damn impressive guys. You know, a lot less tanky than Horsemen, but 12 damage compared to the 15. However, Sipahi only 160 compared to 240. It's a big difference. And then you have the meta with the melee armor, which can just unravel a lot of your DPS with OOTD, or even just the attack speed, really. Then you have archers to contest archers, so it makes a lot of sense. And also, you know, if you see your opponents going very hard on the archer count with Order of the Dragon, the cool thing you can do is just use the drummer boy in ranged armor mode. Because if you put ranged armor on, all of a sudden, these gilded archers, they don't have that base damage increase over your standard archers. Attack speed is still a big deal, but, you know, if you've got double the archer count, at that point, you got to be feeling pretty confident as the Ultimate player. Flash coming in. Numu needs to be very careful about positioning here. This is a bit rough. The spears are close by, though, and B is taking the bait. Turns around quickly. Good timing there. Doesn't get baited in a little bit too deep. In fairness, B, this is the main focus point. You know, when you play with Ottomans and you play Sipahi mass like this is the thing you're going to be staring at the most, because you live or die by this. Undermesh now on the way from Numu. Yeah, so he's prepping the appropriate reaction to archers, and you know, B really needs to get up to probably like 20 archers to feel confident. The problem you have here is these hardened spearmen of the Order of the Dragon are really, really chunky. 180 HP. They almost have as much raw HP as a French Royal Knight. Nice strike in there. Able to get a worker kill, and also hangs around for the spears. Like, this is a little bit weird actually from Numadan. One by one he's going in. And he's not really getting anything for it. No, he hasn't killed a single unit there. Triple spear loss and a villager. Other side of it, we are seeing Numadan idling out the fishing, but that was painful, man. Even Gilded Spearmen not able to get a single light cav kill shows you just how good Sipahi are like this. I mean, it's a lot of them. You expect this out of them. But Numu was not expecting that. He's got 5 spearmen with the main army. But B is converging. Marching across. I mean, pop-wise, he's definitely weaker. Remember, 12 of this is a lie. But he's going to go in for the clash anyway. Sipahi holding their own for the moment. But the spears are starting to arrive. And all of a sudden, it's meltdown mode. Archers now with the backstab, but maybe a little bit too late there. The spearmen already crunching down, getting value. Now the horsemen turn around into the archers. Let's get a bit of research. Sipahi rotate, come back around. Melee armor has been activated here to try and maintain in the fight. Numadan overexhausted. Bent over the barrel. Will get spanked for it. So good fight in the end there for B. For a moment, a bit shaky as Numu. If he had these spears in reserve at that fight, different matter. But with only 5, it simply was not enough. And B, man, he lived life on the edge there. For a moment, I did not think his archers were going to get there quick enough. These Gilded Spearmen are no slouch. They hit for 52 damage per strike, meaning they are just shy of a 3-hit kill onto Sipahi. So B, great position now in this game. He's still got the imams, but he hasn't pulled back to heal yet. He's going to be looking to aggro onto the docks. Meta could end up getting sniped here, but good spear reaction gives the protection. And Numu, man, this feels premature. This is not a good look. No, jumping the gun a little bit on the defense here. Does back off now, trying to resurge into Gilded Archers, but it's going to come at a cost. He went full dock. You always go full dock, but not after losing a fight like that. And good question from YouTube. Are fishing boats really worth doing on this map? Yes. Because A, your opponent will have to react to it, and B, it's still extra economy. Right? Shoreline fish might be slow, but it's still extra food. And remember, food is usually the dictator in many games. Pro Scouts was so dominant because food, whoever runs out of it first, tends to be in a very, very bad position in the game. You know, this is because farm transitions may have been easy in 2022, but farm transitions kill players every single day now with how good the pro level has gone. Numadan does at least have that galley to protect one of the ponds. The others aren't so lucky. The spearman, though, detonation, not great. I mean, it's a positive exchange. He killed 3 spears, and an explosive ship is worth 2 spears in cost. We have got a count rate. Hello. Nice move there. Numadan sneaks into the base, so does deny some of the workers. The B's taking just as much away from him with this fishing. Another dock goes down. Numadan has bloated quite a lot of spears here. However, B is looking strong on the archer wave. And we do have the imams on the front side. So all these boys now getting healed up. I imagine he'll be moving them over with the Sipahi soon. And that's the scariest part. This is where Ottomans look best. When they get into that position where they're able to just rejuvenate the whole army, while yours is still worn down. Another dock to be denied. Gets the fishing boats, so it doesn't even need to risk it or hang around here necessarily. Name of the game just got ugly, man. He's got, what, 2 active fishing boats, and that's it. Because remember, this was his starting pond. He's got nothing. More of those fishing boats going down, and the other side of this is just more troops coming. B, a good, healthy 1-1-1 comp. Yeah, it's a struggle to believe in Numadan at this stage. I think he misread his timing. After he got hit in the base by the Sipahi, he didn't want to send troops out. He didn't want to trickle them out, which is understandable, guys, because Sipahi are great at taking out units one by one like that. The problem is, when we saw that big fight near B's fishing, Numadan didn't have anywhere near his full military strength. Had he had all of them there, I have no doubt that those spearmen would have washed their pikes in the blood of Sipahi. But we don't deal in ifs and buts. We deal in imperatives, and this looks like an imperative moment for B. Gets rid of the galley on the backside. Spearmen enter the fray. Sipahi are going to re-engage. Some of the horsemen do sneak in onto B's backline of archers, but you need to start targeting onto those spears. Now, the cool thing about killing into spearmen like this is you rarely ever overkill because of how tanky gilded spearmen are. The horsemen, though, have been allowed to stand here for a very long time. Numadan able to stand his ground and shove this one back. And with so little Sipahi left, no doubt about it, the archers should get cleared. That was crazy. I cannot believe that. B, for so long, left his spearmen alone into the gilded archers and the horsemen. His Sipahi then get just completely wiped out by the spearmen. And all of a sudden, Numadan has some hope. Now, it's still not clear-cut. He's lost a lot of fishing. He's going to need to remax that. But B definitely feels like he's lost a lot of momentum with that move. The thing is, even with that momentum loss, his economy is crazy, guys. What you need to realize what's happening here is actually B's army is really small. 15 fishing boats. Take 15 off of 57. Add it to 58. And then you realize just how absurdly big this lead is right now. Over 20 in economy. And you can see it in the food as well. 1,400 compared to the 800, 900-ish. B just remaxing now into Sipahi waves. We've got extra Vizier points coming in. So far, it's been the military campus, Anatolian, and the fieldworks. This stage, I mean, you could just go advanced academies. You've got the military schools, right? The reason why advanced academies is good in Age 2 is it ups the production rate by 25%. So even though most people think of advanced academies for getting access to lancers and janissaries in their military schools, it's good to just keep the pump going in feudal. And if you ever do go into castle, you immediately have the ability to build knights. And props to Numadan, though, for keeping this competitive. Like, after he lost all the docks, after that initial fight, it kind of looked like the writing was on the wall. But B, it just shows you, like, slight mispositioning screws you over hard. Janissary point might win him the game. Why would you Janissary point... Okay, he's going to do it. But a fair question here. Like, why would you Janny into 24 Gilded Archers, though? I guess if Numadan targets them, it's wasting his time. My only thought is, like, against machine gun archers, they waste no time at all, right? So he's a little bit dicey. Demo's going to whiff. The horseman, I think, is more important here. Sipahi wave back up to 23. There's only 9 spearmen from Numu. Spears. Look for the brace. Get baited. They don't hit anything. Janissaries are now arriving. The horsemen haven't been cleared yet. There's 4 of them left alive, so we'll get some value there. Not bad against the spearmen either. And on top of that, Numadan, he hasn't noticed. No, he only just tried to switch over and it's too late. Unbelievable. B, the way he engaged that made it worthwhile. The Janissaries arrived so late that Numadan didn't even realize what was hitting him. No, only 1 Janissary targeted down before he had to fall back. Numadan couldn't think to stand his ground and shoot the Janissaries because he had no front line left. And tip of the hat I'll give him here. I mean, the 8 Janissaries, if they had been in the wrong position, wrong time, we're talking about a wasted point, right? But that delay, that staggered arrival from B was phenomenal. gets him the wipe, and gets him the win. No doubt about it, right? This type of position, Numadan, how do you come back from this, right? The primary tree line's almost gone, so maxing out on Gilded Archers again difficult. And on top of that, B is already up to 33 archers. Janissaries are at least going to start getting cleared this time. He's just screw it. Numadan, there's just nothing left of him. He's been picked to the bone. B will get an immediate strike back in this series and does it with his classic Ottomans and an interesting back and forth wipe. Damn, that was crazy, actually. That felt over at, what, 2 different points, different ways, which is always nice to see. Props to Gully for the call onto the Janissaries. It just felt like in that situation, Janissaries would have been, like, could have backfired easily, right? But damn, did he play it well. Trying to think what the focus point of that one would be. Not sure. I'll have to think on that one. Alright, so that means that we are going to be matched up 2 apiece. Next game, we're hopping into Dry Arabia. It's going to be HRE versus Rus. Let's get ready for that one. Oh, reminder, by the way, guys, you just saw it pop up. Remember, we're working with Gigabyte. If you want to help the channel out, if you like that we're able to do so much content every single week, the reason that's possible is that we have sponsors that keep coming back. And Gigabyte has been an incredible one for that. So, if you want to help out the channel, go check out their amazing offers right now. You can get a bunch of games for free when you purchase one of the new AMD motherboards, the X870 series, or if you're purchasing one of the new GPUs, like the 9070 XTs, which are phenomenal, by the way. The ray tracing has leveled up in a really big way after the previous generation from AMD. Like, the only reason I haven't upgraded to the 90 series AMD cards is because raw GPU computational power, the 7900 XTX is technically better, but software, support, AI, etc., these new ones are worth hopping on board with, most definitely. So go check them out, and big shout out to Gigabyte for sponsoring the channel. Hopefully, if you guys interact well with it, they'll come back for more. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to go. The thing is that you don't want to focus a single unit with 26 Gilded Archers. True, but you could, like, split micro them, right? What was map 1? The first map was front range, but the replay was completely bugged, so we couldn't watch it. Oh, also, for the giveaway, it says so in the title. It should be ! Give King watching, I think we went with. I mean, just check the title. It's literally there. It's, yeah, ! Give King watching will enter you in the giveaway to get a key. What's my opinion about the upcoming Elephant Worker? I'm excited, man. It looks really cool. It's like, I mean, it's not a worker, though, right? It sounds like it's a resource drop-off building. It's basically what GERS should be, is the hilarity. Like, Mongol players are in shambles right now. But, yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't watch game number 1 with the Mongol KT, which breaks my heart, man, because I think that's the first KT pick we've seen there. But for some reason, the replay desynced out. Like, at 4 minutes in or whatever, B had just killed a boar, and then his villagers walked all the way to the north side. I was like, this is either a misclick or a desync. I don't know what happened. I'm checking with Avali now to see if it was on his end, and he, like, updated the map, because that's the only thing I can think of. Elephant Workers already exist in the modded civs. Yep. And you can't play the modded civs in standard games. And also the modded civs require you to replace existing civs to play. So, I don't see the problem. I didn't really like them there. I mean, probably because despite the best efforts, mods are inherently going to be kind of clunky, right? Just the nature of mods. All right, you guys ready? Let's hop in. Where's this guy come from? I'm British, mate. All right. Actually, do we start on this scene? Kind of like starting the scene. This matchup used to be an absolute troll zone, and I'm a bit heartbroken we don't see it anymore. Instead, we get to see aggression. Welcome back to the channel, folks. So game number 3 of our third place match in our $20,000 esports circuit. B up against Numadan, and it is going to be an HRE versus Rus showdown. Yeah, so why did this used to be a trolley extravaganza? The thing that I used to love about this matchup so much is it used to be back in the 2TC meta, Roos was an interesting hard counter to HRE when they were only fast castling, because you would walk villagers out and you would triangle wall all of the relics, and they would hate you for it. We no longer see that. No, instead, often what we see is actually, I feel like Roos are the ones rushing castle now, whereas HRE will sometimes try to play blocker. And we are already going to see that blockage. B, he has gone for the Spearman beginning. Keep in mind, he's done this against a Civ that's very hard to punish, though. And Numadan has been smart about it. Notice what he done with the hunting cabins, guys. This took a remake on a land between BC and Anatan to be figured out. So the game I'm referencing, it was on coastal cliffs, and the first time around, Beastie built the hunting cabins out of range here, like here and here, so they could be burnt. In fact, it was even more greasy. I think he was so far out he couldn't repair. But this is how you want to do it, and actually, like, that's a perfect example of, like, yes versus no. If you go and watch it, because you can see the same game be played a different way, is that the hunting cabins, you place them inside the sphere, and that was terrible, by the way, the spearman going down, but you place them inside of the sphere so that you can at least repair the hunting cabin. But he's done it in such a way that, as we just saw, B can't easily torch them at all. Meaning this Dark Age Rush gets 0 value because for Roos, this is their gold mine. This is their mining camp. This is their gold workers. If you can't kill these, your Dark Age Rush isn't going to do anything. I wonder, what is B going to try to do here? Are we getting Minework or Archon this time? So, like, it's kind of rough that this has happened because you will probably want Spears to deny Pro Scouts, but if you're going to build them this early, they need to be doing something. Otherwise, you could have just had a quick attack timing with more options. And I'm wondering now to overcalibrate, will he go Minework to try and be super aggro? Or is he just now going to go for like an Archon and try to be greedy? Yeah, no doubt about it though. Numadan is so happy with this. Like your opponent invests into 3 Spearmen total, loses one of them, does nothing. Like he done a total of 30 damage. It's pretty depressing. Now, I love it when we got players just theory crafting things in the chat based on games. And it's going to be Minework. Okay, yes. This is an exciting one. I love Minework builds right now. The thing about Minework is when they first made the changes to all pikes, where you get a lot of bonus damage on spears and horsemen, it was a good way of actually encouraging people to just do what is actually a pretty good landmark anyway. What I mean by that is at the point when they made that change, Prelates had already been buffed from being able to buff 7 workers to 9. On top of that, the discounts are pretty important. 50% off and 50% faster gives a really good ramp-up timing for feudal aggro. So quite often, we've actually seen Minework builds where people actually open archers, simply because of how effective getting that +1 can be to contest the early fights. And what is up, Swaggy Professor? I see you with a gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It does support the channel. Allows us to keep doing what we're doing here. If you can't sub, at least make sure when that Gigabyte link pops up. There's 200 plus people in chat right now. Let's get a few people clicking on that one. I wonder, how does B want to open this? He's got second prelate coming already. Could we maybe see him go to deer? I do quite like that thought. The reason is with prelates, you'll be able to clear the deer before the pro scouts can pick up everything, especially if you're delaying him with spears like this. It might even be better for B to go north, actually. Deer and boar on one location. This would justify an outpost, which would make it very difficult for pro scouts to get in here. Another side of this. We are going to be getting archer range beginning, which just makes sense for the spearmen. You need to clear them. And B is going to be mirroring, so archer plus spearman. Yo, what's up, Arkantar? Thank you very much for the prime sub. Appreciate you, bud. Look at that, smart lad. Those primes, got to remember to put them in every single month, guys. It doesn't auto-renew. So what does Numadan want to do? Does he want to play a long feudal or go castle? Normally in this matchup, you're just trying to find an excuse to get out of feudal. because you start to get a lot of value out of things like horse archers if you can reach them. The other reason is actually the win con of HRE is inherently relics. Even with the Minework build's even better actually right now for these relic rushes because you're going to have additional prelates out in the field already. So Numadan, in an ideal world, is looking to kind of harass his opponent a little bit of archers, get his deer home, but then be first to contest relics. He does get the revelation about the archers, already has his own coming in. He did pull for the boar, by the way. Yeah, and he's even gathering it first. Now, in some ways this is right, in some ways this feels sad, right? Because like your opponent could technically break this position and then get the deer, but that's why he's adding in the outpost. An outpost makes it incredibly difficult to crack this location pre-10 minutes, right? You're going to need quite a big investment, and Numu's already made big investments. Going pro scouts in its own right is a huge investment. All right, what do you think, guys? Do you like Roos or HRE more? One's for Roos, two's for HRE. We've got the Wooden Fortress coming in now, so that's going to be able to inflate the wood. He's already got 2 ticket stockpiles, so the main purpose with the Wooden Fortress here, you can either use it to mass archers to aggro, or you can use it to buy your way into the next stage. It does indeed feel like a classic matchup, right? Like, we just described how much has evolved as well. Like, look at the way this is being played compared to the 2 TC meta days. Deer already being dragged back. I mean, does B really actually have a timing here with archers to contest, or would he be better off just rushing age? I mean, you're going up to 6 archers now. That attributes, what, a 480 resource investment plus the archery range. So you're already 630 resources. Actually, double archery range. So 780 resources. So now we're talking about a number that is almost half of what it would take to get into the next stage. And the problem is, Numu is competing on archer count while also prepping for castle quicker. Not to mention defender's advantage. Like, HRE have got fast-moving archers, yes, but you're still having to move to the enemy side of the map. Yeah, I'm not really rating this that highly for B right now. He has at least got survival techniques, so the board gathering rate's going to be a lot better. But like, even with this better gathering rate, remember a 35% better gathering rate. Well, to be fair, it's actually like not 35%, it's 30%. Even with that extra 30%, it doesn't feel like the numbers are breaking quick enough. No, Numu is just a matter of moments away from triggering the age up. I wonder if he considers dropping his stables and just adding 1 or 2 knights in prep for the start of the age. Numu? He is going to ego chow this. Yeah, because the weird thing is that B, I think he's got an overconfident. He's got Steel Dagger and Undermesh. Remember, we talked about why you try for these timings because Minework is so powerful. But he didn't wait for the additional reinforcements. So Numadan gets a reasonable trade there, considering his 2 blacksmith techs down. 8 to 5 archers. I mean, Numu, I think he's relatively happy with this type of exchange, considering he has an age up already on the way. High Trade House is going to be coming in. Because the thing is, like, it seems good for B, right? You can see how you can clearly win these fights now with double blacksmith. But a decent amount of deer got home. And your opponent is basically about to come out swinging with Constellation units. So does B have enough archers to do anything real? And what I mean by real is that causes Numadan long-term harm. Doesn't quite feel like it. Good attempt to kite there, but good reaction by Numu. I believe. Yep, we've already got the stables being prepped. Blacksmiths as well. This is about to get grim. Wooden Fortress also makes it difficult to dive. Numu does not seek shelter, though. Actually, yeah, he's missing Wheelbarrow. Oh, wow. Okay, so only 1 worker kill. Wasn't able to grab the second. TC Fire is going to scare him away. If he just garrisons the archers in the Wooden Fortress in the first place, though, this wouldn't be an attack point. Yeah, it's just not one of those things you think about. Normally, you don't want to be putting active archers in garrison slots. You want to be saving them. Right? Because if you think about it, if you get Dove, you've got 8 archers to attack, and then you've got 8 garrison slots of villagers attacking. The alternative is you're still going to get idle with villagers, but they just won't attack. And that, I got to give it to him. That's pretty cool. Knights is really slow. If he'd been producing them before the tech up completes, it makes sense. But he wants a few horsemen out here to feel safe. Yeah, so gets the initial pony, then queues up the knights afterwards. Undermesh has not been triggered, though. Numadan instead invested all that gold into the knights. He did just buy a cross. 20 archers. This is where, like, the count does get scary, right? Like, when you're at 20 plus, that's when you can actually start to dive and get some real damage done. Especially if Numu is caught sleeping, but won't be caught that easily. B. He's just begging for the fight. Kind of needs it. Numu is going to get caught, actually. So good maneuverings there by B. Yeah, a little bit surprised Numadan came out this far. Maybe he was expecting an age up sooner. But now the bait laid. Is it going to pay off? The knights have jumped in. They're only early knights right now. But with the horsemen, it's a lot of effective DPS. Able to chase him away. Veterancy kicking in 5 seconds. Numu looked like he was about to get wiped there. Like a mistake was made. But for some reason, B, his spearmen, they never shoot up. No. They've been guarding the resources back home. Look at this. He was out on the deer trying to stop pro scouts. Had they been at the main fight, the Numu wouldn't be able to push up like this. And look at the timing. Remember what we said is the real win condition in this matchup. Both players are looking for relics. Numadan already has one warrior monk coming out. Second one has been queued. On the other side, B has already got 3 prelates. One that's already in prime position. The other's going to have to work for it, though. Nimu, I believe, is just planning to stick to archers, right? It could be a horse archer switch, but your opponent has archer spearmen, right? So, like, ideally, you just get vet archers going. I think for Numadan, the MVP, the most important player on the field for him is going to be the knights. He'll win or lose the game based on their performance. Because otherwise, you're just building archers into a better archering civ. It's really weird because, like, HRE can get a bigger buff than you get extra wood. And on top of that, HRE also will get the blacksmith techs much quicker. Because they're so much cheaper. Good intercept on the relic, though. Yeah, so Numu not able to get one home yet. And also gets denied the maneuver on the north side. Wow. Okay. A game swinging a little bit here as B has got 2 relics on the way home. Numu knows he can't wait. He needs to contest. He sees the monk coming out. Archers are going to have a poke at it. Veterancy is not there for Numu, though. So it's not like he's got an advantage. The Wallow's going to be a whiff. Good intercept there by Numadan. And that will allow him to break away from the fight. But ugly exchange there. B. Able to clear so many of these archers. I mean, Veterancy is on the way, but how much is going to be left at this rate? Spear's still chasing. It's kind of impressive, actually, that Numadan has been able to skirt like this, considering HRE spearmen are so fast. It's not easy to do this. High trade house has definitely been helping Numadan with his escalation. 94 gold a minute's not crazy, but, you know, it's basically allowing you to almost get an extra knight per minute. Problem is, B has got quite a lot of spearmen at this stage. 17. And we do finally now see him getting into veterancies. It just took a long time, and it does mean that Numadan will have the edge initially. Saint's Blessing's big as well, by the way. That was a clutch maneuver. I love that from Numadan. The +1, huge here. Yeah, the 2 ranged armor against the measly 6 damage now. Allowing those archers to last a lot longer. Now the knights clash inside, but the spearman count is still looking decent. Needs to clear the wave. Gets another Saint's Blessing off Numadan. He's intentionally doing this, and I love it. It's so important. On the knights as well. Just allows them to club down a little bit quicker. So Numadan able to square up and take that fight off the back of Veterancy and Saint's Blessing. I love that we're seeing players taking Saint's Blessing more intentionally on a microscopic level these days than before. There was a time where players like Lucifer and Vortex in particular understood just how important that tech was in the early Rus Horse Archer spam days. But over time, due to the annoyance of how you micro it, because annoying thing about this ability on the Warrior Monks is that when you select all army, it doesn't select them. Most players forget it or just don't use it later on. But especially early on in Castle Age, when your units define it, this ability changes everything. For those wondering what it does, because I haven't fully clocked it, you have to think of Saint's Blessing as a free damage differential. It gives you +2 damage and +1 of each armor. Now, in Archer and Archer fights in particular, it is especially powerful. Very difficult to use correctly because usually the Archers are far back and the Warrior Monks are melee. But if you can find the right alignment, it's a game changer. Yeah, I wonder if he even considers going for the Divine Light to make it better. I wish we saw more of this ability. It's just, you know, until Abbey of Trinity comes back into the meta, it's probably not going to get its true highlight, even though it is incredibly important. You use them as long as they don't die. Yeah, but for like most players, like think about it this way, Gully, right? If you're playing in the late game, like everyone who's tried using Saint's Blessing, think about it this way. You're playing the late game. Are you adding in extra Warrior Monks or not? Most people aren't. Because of the way you have to select them. Like, at least with Prelates and the Inspired Warriors buff, you can just stick them near your production and they'll buff everyone on the way to the fight. It's a very different role. Alright, like I'd say for Prelates, you don't need to actively micro as much. Warrior Monks, yes. And Relics, yes please. What? What a timing here. B, he has at least got the sprint placement on the way. That's a decent number of knights. The Archers keeping B at bay. I think we're about to see a yoink here. E-repairs is going to run out soon. Okay, maybe not that soon. My god, this feels like a lifetime. Finally, it ends. Numadan was getting ready to leave, but that just encouraged him to stay. But we have got a pincer maneuver here. B coming around the back. Numadan, he only just got eyeballs on it, but it's only 3 spears on the east side. Numadan starts to break away. Now he's going to go for the recharge. There's only 3 crossbowmen over him, so not much of a threat to the knights. Numu stands his ground. Even with his Spirited placement, it's looking like a good trade. Yeah, because B just punted Spearman into Archer. And Archer into Knight. That'll be good night to the Archer ball here. B still behind a military count. Now, he has kept the outpost alive. Over time, this should be good enough. However, he's now starting to hemorrhage villages. Just a few picks here or there. Numu will now need to reset, but he's going to come back stronger than he did before because we've got siege engineering on the way. Yeah, so showing a lot of respect. That Spirit placement, it just shows you how obnoxious it is. Buildings like this are a #1 reason why I really wish we could actually see kill count or damage done. Because at 52 damage a pop, this thing killed more units than anything B had in that fight. Yeah, he's true MVP. Numu now just getting those sights locked in. Great for this night spam. B now just trying to reach critical mass of crossbows, but he does have a tricky problem here. Numu can technically counter everything with just archers. And with the rams, he doesn't have to worry about the buildings, right? So, like for B, really important he gets a whiff of this. Horseman doesn't really seem feasible. Men-at-arms is interesting. Like, the whole idea is you litter them in with a spearman so that archers can't just get the clean kills. In an ideal world, like, mangoes would be pretty good here for B. He has got a lot of gold as well, so technically could afford it. I think the only problem is that B has been playing a bit wider. So until he's got all farms set up at home, like, you can't really rely on mangoes, because mangoes is very much a stay-still defense. No, and you can see by the berries, he's not staying still at all. He's playing both flanks right now. Archer's going for the trade. I love Numa's like, screw it. I mean, I'll kill crossbows if that's what you're offering. Either one's going to kill my knight, so I might as well do this. Starts to pull away. Count's getting low. We have got the spring placements in as well as the fortifications on the way. Knight now going to charge through. Crossbows will have to pull back. But Numu, like, his goal right now is to try and starve B out before the farms are fully set up. That's why he keeps playing so aggressive here. Remember, Numadan, he went pro scouts, but realistically, he didn't actually get that much. Most of this deer got eaten. All of this deer got eaten. For Numu, it's really gold is his world right now. More than food. Gold boys are going to get a connect. Yeah, crossbow count is very low, by the way. B, only with 4. That does concern me. This knight count is getting a bit out of control. And this men-at-arms switch, I don't know if it's fully advised. I mean, I get it against the archers, but the
The knight count wasn't reset at all, so great jump in there. Numadan sticks to his target. Villagers are about to be in peril. There's no real crossbowmen left. Only 2 of them remaining in the field in entirety. The villagers now at risk as well. As the knights start to leak in, archers could be chasing up. They're going to waste their time with the men-at-arms, but the follow-up knights have connected on the villagers, and B, it's spiraling out of control. Triple Sacred Site locked in. Over a 10-worker lead now for Numadan. And this is looking like Numu moving up to match point fast against one of Midweek Muster's most accomplished players. Damn, Numadan has been looking hot. What a crazy week for him. Almost making it to grand finals by pushing Wham out. Only falling victim in the end in game number 5. And now, in the 3rd place match, a very impressive game number 3 rather. It's got Berry still to keep him a little bit longer. He's even got them safe near his base. Farm transition has also begun for Numadan. More Rams now coming. Nimu, he's already got the Rams through on the north side. That's also a relic on the ground, so B lacking an extra 160 gold a minute. The men-at-arms count is getting pretty big, but guys, he doesn't have heavy maces. No, so like the knights are actually the answer. Archers just trade out with the crossbows. Knights for the recommitment. There isn't that many ponies right now. Numadan is now switching up into his own crossbow ball. Ram is going to be bailed on. We'll cancel it out. So B does a great job of scaring Numu off. But the follow-up wave is looming on the edge of B's vision. If he commits too far here, he's going to reveal it. And that's exactly what's happened. The Knights jump back in to defend. Men-at-Arms slowly burning down and breaking the Men-at-Arms. The crossbows are starting to arrive, and this is the real problem for B. He doesn't have a back line anymore. He lacks any real military influence here. He's tricking Men-at-Arms into crossbows, and they're difficult to reach because now Numadan, he can use these archers as a pseudo front line to protect the crossbows. Relic will not be going home with B. And Heavy Mace's tech is 350, I believe it was. Yeah. Both two-handed and Heavy Maces is 350. The B just doesn't seem to have that much gold in reserve. He's now moving out to the west side. Nimu once again into the Rams. I mean, he's got Sacred Sites ticking behind this. More farms coming as well. Soon to be up to 15. B's seeing, what, 26 farms? But difficult to buff them efficiently. You have to have a prelate on every cluster, or you're not really that powerful. And we have got more towers on the way, but B would need the stone to get some emplacements to make this truly impactful. House is now being targeted. Should be an immediate pressure point for B, as he's got a lot of extra safety room here with the pop count. Fascinating game out of Numu. Love the way he played this. Especially the way that he kind of just baited B into a position of comfort, right? Like when we talked about that early clash at the beginning of Castle Age for Numadan, it looked like he was throwing away the game a little, but he essentially turned it into a win by leveraging Knights and continue to do so throughout the game. E-repairs should be available here, but I don't know if B's going to notice. No, he's distracted right now on the backside. He's not going to press the button. Another relic down. A sprint on placement wasted. And now more to be lost. Rams moving onto the outpost. Houses also being brought down. He'll try for a decap on the south, but I'm now more worried about the main base of B. Men-at-Arms have to march forward. Crossbow count is at 20 for Numu in this fight. He lacks that many knights, but what he lacks in knights, he makes up for in backline. You are going to recommit to try and slow things down. Still no heavy maces on these Men-at-Arms. B has to lock in. Archers need the target fire to try and clear out the crossbows. It's not really happening, though. Numu is just going to turn this into a meat grinder, standing his ground. The Men-at-Arms wave is dead. B is now going to lose that squishy backside. And we got more knights on the way from Numadan. The perfect time to arrive at the end of the fight. Chase this down. Numadan just will not let go of this now. Now, B is just one slip up from losing the game at this stage. He's starting to lose villages. The lead continues to build. I think the problem for B is he just keeps trying to directly fight into this. He hasn't got a troop type that can intercept or raid, right? There's no knights, there's no horsemen. It's all slow-moving units. What's even crazier to me is how often Numadan has dove underneath these sprint replacements and still made it worthwhile. Like, this should be a bad fight. This sprint keeps hitting him in the back. Yeah, he makes it work because he's stopping any real army from getting together. Now break past onto the farms. B at this point, I think, is just going through the motions. This game looks over. Yeah, I mean, he broke through 12 crossbows, which means men-at-arms isn't going to slow him down. Got a second wave building on the east side. Now March of Death to the west. B. Nowhere left to go. So Numadan now to be leading in this best of 5. Let me know what you guys think about this matchup. Do you think it's Roost or H3 favored? Do you rate the way that B played this? Are you a little bit surprised by Numadan? Because Numadan has always been a player we knew and believed in, right? But B, by historical record, you would just lean B to run over this best of 5. Full stop. Not the case whatsoever. Numu able to get the opening game win with Knights Templar against Mongols on a new map. And now in Dry Arabia, in a classic matchup, he'll be one game away from securing that 3rd place victory. Impressive. I think it's something about the ego chow with the archers. I have to think on that one. Maybe that's uploadable. So, Numadan is now one game away from winning the 3rd place matchup. What have we got left? We've got Gorge and we've got Cliffside. I think B's probably going to go Jean Cliffside, right? Actually, no, you got Japan. And then you have either Jean or Lancaster for Gorge, right? But if you go Japan on Cliffside, does Numu just Mali? He Frenches. Dude, this is such a signature Numu move. I consider this to be like his best civ, by the way. What an interesting one. Move over French aficionados because there's a new French specialist on the table. I got to give him his props. I got to give him his credit. Numadan has been an absolute blessing and a joy to watch when he plays this civ. And he's pulling it out for us in a 3rd place matchup for our $20,000 esports circuit. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Numadan in the red as the French, going up against B in the green as the Japanese. A matchup that also, for a long time, was pretty damn good for the French. The Arbitrary Mass seemed to have no counter. In more recent times with the Dark Age Rush, Japan have been loving life. Can they love it here on Cliffside? Looking at the spawn, I'm doubtful. That is a rough one. Back goal between 2 tree lines. This is the worst outcome for B. Like second worst, right? The worst would have been the gold all the way back here. But this is going to make his rotation a lot slower. Numadan. He hasn't gone for the mill opening, so it's not going to be a greedy wheelbarrow play. It's going to be a straight up rush towards feudal. B, he's already running the wrong way. Gets the scout in. Now can adjust. What an interesting map. I mean, we don't really see much Cliffside these days now that I think about it. It kind of fell out of competitive play for whatever reason. Which is a shame, actually. I think it was one of the... probably the best map introduced with Salt and Ascend for competitive play. Usually a map that can reward aggressive maneuvers as well. I like the one we're seeing here. I mean, technically, there's a great outpost rush placement here for B. If he gets one here, he blocks both golds, as well as a secondary tree line. The Nimu, he has got the gold required for an age up. So he should just be able to back away. And B, the question now is, does he go for it? He does indeed. Villager is on the way from Japan. Reminder, if this outpost goes up, you are playing a goldless French. Which makes sense because most gold players play English. I know, that was a low-hanging fruit. What is the... Is French still quite popular on the lower ranks? I feel like French was used as a breakthrough civ for people who were destined to move towards, like, Plat. You know? I'm going to have a look. So, gold ranking players. Most played civ. So, English, 57,000 games. Blimey. And French is 50,000. Yeah. Rus is down at 27,000, by the way. Do you guys know what the least played civ is by gold rank players? I don't know if you'll get this one. It's actually Ibits. Delhi is, I think, the 5th least played. So the least played is Ibits. Oh, sorry, no, Ibits. Jean. Jean is the least played, then it's Ibits. JD is the least played, then it's Ibits. And then it's, I believe, Abbasids and Malians, who are very closely matched in terms of least played. Jean makes sense. I think, like, Jean, similar to what we were saying with French, Jean is going to be one of those civ picks that if you kind of know what you're doing with that civ, you're the type of person that's going to pick it, you're not staying in gold. Right? Like, this is why it had such a polarizing reaction as well back in its release. Is like, it's the type of civ that if you don't know what you're doing against it, you just die. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Malians was so little played. Considering that the concept of how you play it is pretty, like, brain dead simple, right? Like, you just stay at home and build cows for a casual player. But yeah, he does get the golden outpost here. It's going to be enough to kind of secure the gold as well once he gets arrow slits in. Kuristo House is on the way for B. An archery range beginning for Nimi. Credit to B, by the way. He did get that little bit of extra gold. That's going to be important for trying to set up towards siege engineering later, right? Oh, wait, no. I was about to say, am I right on that? He's 50 gold short, so he's going to have to go back out anyway. Oh, no. Oh, no, Numu. Wait, did he not realize he was getting outpost rushed? No, he just thought it was spears. Oh, no. So he has to pivot to the forward gold. All right, this is a lot more risky. If B keeps investing in troops... I mean, you don't really want to be building spears here, but like maybe a samurai could have been pretty sick. So we'll get the gold necessary. He's got 6, make that 7 coming. I don't know if you really feel safe staying here, though. Right, like, it feels like this is the type of play where you gather the gold to get siege engineering and then take back what's yours. B has revealed it as well. Unfortunately, he's setting up outposts. Yeah, he's not in a position to attack. No, the archers dive on in. This is one of the risks of doing an outpost rush on this map, by the way. Cliffside puts you a lot closer to the enemy base than other maps like Dry Arabia. So the rush distance isn't very far. Which means if you choose to play a longer Dark Age, and your opponent rushes into feudal with an archer opening, there is a world in which he reaches you in time. So yeah, luckily B was able to get that outpost up before it became problematic. I was thinking about going arrow slits is going to wait instead. Nimu. What a ballsy play, man. He doesn't believe that B wants to be in this age at all. So he's just going to stay here with no real guard, right? No outpost, no walls. Just straight up night production underway. How interesting. Yeah, it almost just feels like he's called the bluff. Like, he's not convinced that B would want to play the second age against French, which I understand. Like, it's not really something you'd be inclined to do. What are you going to do? Build Yumi against French knights? That's terrible. What else is there to do? Would you like to build horsemen against knights? You could build spearmen, but you know French are going to be doing archer knights. They've already started doing archers. Yeah, it just kind of feels like all your options are a little bit screwed. Which is a little bit sad, actually, for Japan. Because Japan, I think they thrive best when they've been able to do Yumi. Looks like B's going to try for it. But it's not going to be easy now. Not with this. He's waited so long to try and get into this that the walls are going up. These walls are critical, by the way. You have to envision cliffside as lanes and ramps. And if you control one of those lanes, if you have one of those ramps secure, you handcuff your opponent's options to raid you. Even more so with this spawn and the way he's played this, because Numadan, of course, is front resource gathering. Wow, the spears actually came out of the tower. And that is indeed pro scouts, folks. So, very delayed, but Numadan is still going to go for his greed. Can't say I'm too surprised either, actually. I mean, look at this spawn. He could have technically played out here, but I think he doesn't want to stretch himself too thin with too many locations to defend. Because there is a risk your opponent goes Mount Samurai straight away. There is also this risk of Yumi that are good raiders. And you're also seeing Horsemen now, which would also eat you up if you played too wide. Yeah, because what's your defense strat? Archers, Knights. Knights, you can't have that many compared to Horsemen and Yumi. And Archers don't really want to be left alone against Horsemen. This is a lot of production, by the way. B's going triple archer range. It always puts a smile on my face seeing B try to play Yumi, because I think he was one of the first players in competitive to try and justify it, long before they had those discount buffs. But to get the stats about playing civs, you can check out AoE Full World for that. So who benefits from a slowdown? Normally I'd say French. Because they build more villages, right? They just get kind of further and further ahead because of it. So it's definitely putting B in a position where he has to make a move. Because it's not just the villager count that's going to get him further ahead. The other thing that you're now worried about is the fact that your opponent is getting this deer home. I don't even know if B's aware of it yet. Because it has been well masked on the timing. But I imagine because B's not being attacked, he is getting suspicious. So he's going to start marching around. And no, he doesn't go for the Yumi Bannerman. He wants to enable the Horsemen. This way, like, if these Horsemen find one knight, they can surround him and kill him really quick. It's going to be a circling towards the gold. Hello. B. If not noticed, this could be big. Numadan does react quickly, though. Starts to break away, and he has got knights on the way as well. Yeah, so B just needs to get the hell out. Remember, it's only one feudal knight for him. He can't really take a fight against the row knights. What he's trying to do is dodge them and kill everything else. We'll be able to find the pro scout. Stops one of the deer getting home. The others are already secured in there, though. And, well, looking at the state of the deer there, Numadan's got plenty of food already underneath the TC. Yeah, not going to get starved out anytime soon here. We talked about this awkwardness of being forced into Yumi. I don't know if I'd say he's entirely happy. I think what B's preferably looking for here is a transition point. Like, keep raiding with the Horsemen, force reactions to it, and then look to scale castle. The weird part to me is, like, what is he thinking he's going to get from these Horsemen? Is he expecting spearmen out of Numu? I don't know why he'd do that. B was thinking about investing in this outpost. I just don't think it's worth it here. Your opponent's locked in on the gold. He's even got a second gold over here that's walled in as well. So you might as well just let this go down. There's no point investing more unless you want to anchor more troops here. But B, like we talked about the world in which Numadan has to go spears. It doesn't exist. B's going to be the one going back for Spearman now, which I kind of expected a little bit sooner here. I understand the reluctance, though, just because we talked about this direct fight. Like, B isn't ready for it. What B wants is raids. And in fairness to him, Numadan has been reluctant to raid himself. So the plan did make sense. Until now. Numu marches forward, blocks the forward gold. Arch is moving in for a trade. And it looks like the Uma Bannerman is gone, so Yumi Bannerman now on the way, but Numadan's breaking away from the fight before it becomes a problem. Horseman's still circling around the back. We have also got them circling into the tree line. Numu has a second wave of knights there to match up against that. This is starting to feel like it's going to be resolved by Castle. Both players are hesitant to fully commit, which does make sense. In fairness, Numadan's army is in a pretty good shape, though. If you're almost same count as B here, remember that Yumi are worse archers. They're weaker. It's like, mathematically, a number B should have a higher count. Always. The difference is only 6, though. And the knight count equal is kind of crazy when it's equal to the horseman. You know, for reference point, B should technically have double the knight count. Or they should be capable of it. This is the creeping threat of pro scouts, isn't it? You know, we're talking about like an extra 200 food income. Like, we're talking about an extra 25% food per minute, basically. On top of the fact that as French, you get more villages. And we did warn about this, that, you know, if you're playing against French and you're playing a long feudal, you want to find some damage. Really has been unable to up to this point. To make matters worse, Numadan is also poaching from the enemy side. So we've got Numadan also taking back the deer that's next to B's base, and he doesn't even know. Archer horse versus better archer horse. Pretty much, actually. That is a perfect way of summarizing this. That would be a great YouTube title if worse archer horse wins now. But on the current comp, I'm not really seeing the plan from B. Yeah, mate. Gonna march in again. Oh, boy. And the horsemen, yeah, they can't access this. This is basically the whole army, isn't it? He's holding some knights in reserve. He's gonna go for the clash. B stands his ground, though. A wild choice here. I don't know what happened there. Was he distracted, maybe? Yeah, he had the garrison on the backside, so wasn't looking for a moment. And Numadan gets a great fight there. Lost, what, 4 archers, 1 knight, killed probably 10 Yumi plus the Bannerman. Backs off and now ready for castle. B, where's the get off the train point, you know? Because I'm not seeing it. We're at 40 Yumi, and he's still not going castle. He's even got him getting into textiles now, so not even feeling safe on the pocket eco. What has happened here? We're just worshipping the berries. And a Royal Institute play, but the timing on this, look at this. Horseman, if they could pin him. No textiles either. He managed to get a few worker kills, but the Night Archers arrive. B, he sees the tech up. But the problem is, all of his horsemen are here. He has no way of breaking the wall. No, just a small handful of spears. It's not a quick breakthrough. And it's 32 on the Royal Institute. This is crazy. Numadan will have his timing and also should have enough time to get veterancy on knights. B now stockpiling resources himself, but he knows being second up means he needs damage now. Numu is going to peel back. He gets the gold necessary for both veterancies. So he might actually wait the entire minute. Horseman tries to catch him again. No wheelbarrow at 16 minutes against mass horseman is kind of crazy. More kills here. Numadan's entire villager lead now gone. Veterancy for Knights has kicked in, however, and the Yumi archers may regret this dive. B, I think he's misread what's about to happen here. These Knights are actually not counted anymore by anything. No, so B backs off. But that's a tricky situation now, folks. Veterancy for Numu is just 15 seconds out. If he starts a counter-offensive now, he can block your gold. And remember, with Japan, it's all about gold influx in the castle. How am I getting knights? When am I getting knights? Why don't I have knights yet? Number 2 villagers looking to be targeted down. I mean, it's unfortunate for B it took this long to get these worker kills. If this happened much earlier, where he was keeping the worker count in balance, very different looking game. But Numu already got that burst of gold. He already got the count up. He's got rural bloodlines now on the way. And then that should be go time. And my chief concern here is what does B have against rural bloodline knights? So this guy right now does not have mass spearman. He doesn't have Onimusha. He has Zero Mount Samurai. He's upgrading the worst knight, the worst horse and worst archer versus better horse and better archer. We have at least got the spearman upgrade coming in as well, which is quite nice. And the Yorishiro drop was in the archer range, so B, he prioritized getting the Yumi upgraded. I mean, he's his best fighter right now. Another worker kill, and all of a sudden we are truly neck and neck now. 55 to 55 workers. If B can keep pressure up and get a Yorishiro drop inside his own TC, he can then start to take the lead over French without needing kills. That's a pretty big deal. Problem is justifying a Yorishiro drop with your second one into the town center. Normally you're thinking about your second unit type with that. The good news for B is he's played a very long feudal age, so technically he doesn't need a Yorishiro production building as much. He already has a very big army. The walls from Numadan. He's going full defensive, but I don't think this is for the full purpose of defending, folks. This is so he can just move his army out afterwards, right? Like, you set up the walls like this, you gather the gold and the berries in the corner with the wood, and then you push your army out onto the map. B is a little bit worried about blacksmith techs. Unfortunately for him, ranged armor 2 is already there, which should have been his biggest fear. Yeah, so just minimizing the damage to Yumi as much as possible. Chivalry is on the way for the knights. I like that Yumi went for this, considering he's actually got quite a lot of heavily injured knights here. B now switching into Mount Samurai, which is where you would have thought he'd been going sooner, but I think he understood that the cav count was way too high for him to contest. More farms coming, and the Yorishiro has been dropped there. So, yeah. B agrees. He doesn't need to necessarily throw his army in riskily to try and get kills now. He just needs to inflate. Numu, however, realizes that B has stopped attacking and looks to take his turn. 23 knights. Royal Bloodlines has already completed. This is a ridiculously tanky army. The combined HP of these units, 6,000. And I'm only talking the knights. I didn't mention the archers. Flash now coming in. A few knights reach over to the Yumi. Big melee clash underway. And B, he's lacking a front line. He only has 10 spearmen against this. It does not look good. No, even with the choke point defense, it's not good enough. He doesn't have the extra juicer. Even with the bannerman, it doesn't seem to give him the DPS necessary because the knights are still alive and ready to wolf down everything in this fourth game. What a ton of events. Numadan on the verge now of a 3-1 victory over 3D Clans B. Numadan, a man who has been leveling up. He made an appearance in the grand finals of the last week of KPMM Season 1, and now already in week number 2, he looks to get the better of B with a 3-1 victory. Well played overall. Numadan, we always talk about him in this journey of improvement, but he disappears as soon as he gets good. The question on everyone's mind is, will he disappear again? Is something else going to come back? Or is Numu here to stay and potentially dominate? Well, the least I can say is he's dominated this one. B is just locked out, will not be able to make it work anymore. The idle eco alone is just brutalizing him. No standing army. No hope, because the moment you're done chopping down these boys, you go looking for the rest. In fact, the archers are already hunting. He just going through the motions, really. I mean, he's like, if I can just clear these knights, I can survive, maybe? Problem is, we've now got Numadan moving out to board. We've got him on the berries. He's not going to stop. It's double berry back. This spawn that was meant to be catastrophic for him is now proving to be worth its weight in danger. Because it's got so much food and gold there. And that's all he needs to keep this cav pump going. He's hunting. He will get back on the farms for a moment. Numadan. We'll start diving sprint on placements. Textiles made this a lot harder, by the way. That's why B didn't lose as much eco as he probably should have. Textiles came in pretty clutch. So he will stay the execution for now. But I am a little bit worried about the gold, folks. Numadan has done a good job of blocking out what's to come, right? Like, where do you go for gold now if you're B? You've got one relic, you've got 600 gold, and you're trying to go Mounted Samurai. And by the way, like, this is usually the point in the game where it gets scary for Japan, because if you go Mounted Samurai, they go Arbitrary. Your Arbitrary is worse and costs more, right? You get Onimusha. More walls from Numu. Already prepping for that raid threat. So we'll be a retreat for now. Numadan doesn't have a wall up in the center. Has not switched Arbitrary whatsoever, which is kind of crazy. And what's the final relic carve up? I think both of them... Every time on Cliffside, I don't think I'm going to cast a single game of Cliffside in KPMM where someone doesn't miss a relic. Like, at least one player is going to forget it. Yeah, so it's going to be a 2-2 split. Neither of them see this final relic here. Now, the numbers are deceptive here, folks. The reason why this is really grim still for B is that Numadan went for the Royal Institute, remember? He has got the Royal Bloodlines. So this fight isn't exactly fair. You know, the deflective armor makes you a bit more tanky, but not 80 HP more tanky. French Knight count is already higher. We are seeing a switch into Onimusha now from B. I mean, props to him. He's not quite dead yet, but I gotta say, this is really scary. The castle drop is going to give a very big discount here. So Arbitrary transition becomes feasible. The Knight spam is sustainable. B still hasn't convinced me that he's going to get to stay on gold. Like, he's making the risk now to the west side. If this gets found, though, I mean, you're going to want more stone is all I'm going to say, right? Because you'll need fortifications and springolds. I think farm transition as deer runs out is the only place Japan has an edge. Agreed. And then actually, like, I will say this. Numadan didn't do a good job of getting the rest of the deer. No, which is kind of shocking, actually. I thought he had good enough map control to sneak in there, but he never remaxed on the scouts. I mean, props to B. I thought this game was over when that dive came in. It looked like it probably should have been, but Numadan, because of a lack of scouts, right? Like, that actually would have helped for that as well. He couldn't find where the villagers were. Otherwise, you stop diving the TC and go hunting. That's wild, B. If he can break open these walls and just start chip raiding, there is a way. It's not pretty, it's not easy, but there is a way. But you're running out of time. We've got that switch now. The Arbitrary are on the way. This is the biggest thing you fear. Any Japanese main will tell you. They hate Arbitrary. It counters their best unit. It stops a lot of their variable units, such as Onobu Geisha. It trades out much better into their range units. Both Yumi and Onimusha hate facing Arbitrary. Arbitrary is the unit. Yeah, it's always the big question mark. Whenever I watch Japan versus French, we get to this stage. And every time you can see that moment when a Japanese player thinks, now what? Do I mangonel in castle? Surely not. And the other tough part is the nature of Cliffside is not very open. So it's very hard to flank raid into Arbitrary. You get stuck in more of a tug-of-war motion at this point in the game. And that's exactly what Arbors need to win. They're slow. Onimusha's advantage is speed. Speedily going to run headfirst into this army. I don't think you realize. Oh my, B gets cut in two there. What just happened? What was he looking at? He was not expecting that whatsoever. A horrible beginning. Chase is on. He's at least able to start diving into the base here. Wait, he turns? Onto the arbs. I think he just wants to get out. Yeah, B knows if he goes in, he won't come back. Meanwhile, nice arbors have been intercept reinforced. Oh my god, the Onimusha! B, he's been so focused on the samurai, he didn't realize. The knights that are meant to be counterplayed here most definitely aren't when you don't move. Melee units are A-click brains. Range units are for microers. And B, he wasn't an A-click brainer, but he was using the A-click brain unit to micro too much there. Did not notice that he lost the ladies. And now this is the dive, right? Last time he reduced it down to just 10 knights left in his base. Now it's 25 diving the TC. And that's more than enough to go hunting for all the workers. Numadan, it took him a second strike, a second step up to the base, but he will hit the home run. Villagers just have nowhere to go. And Numadan seemingly everywhere he needs to be. Unbelievable. B, for a moment, started to make me believe there was a way to that 5th game. But this time, there's no doubt about it. Last time, when it was about 40 to 5 military, most of it was archers. Now, it's full castle premium from the French. Yeah, and because of the Royal Institute, that whole idea that in Feudal Age we had better horse archer versus worse horse archer, it's remained true here. These French knights are better than Mount Samurai. The Arbitraries are better than Onimusha. And Numadan is simply better on the day. He's found the extended production. He's also found the workers. So Arbors are now just camping the Mount Samurai. And behind this, Numu, the farm transition, well underway. He's 26 deep. Still needs more, but this is enough to keep it pumping, courtesy of that big boy discount he's getting next to this castle. Yeah, B, I mean, he tried to wiggle his way out last time. There's just nowhere to wiggle anymore. He's rolled Worm Charisma. GG gets called. Numadan is impressing. Let me know what you guys thought about this one. I mean, we talk a lot about French looking good against Japan, but the fact that Numadan just 3-1'd B of all people after almost taking down Wham as well in the semifinals means you guys have got to keep your eyes on this man moving forward in tournaments. Goodness gracious. What a ledge. I think I'm just for the time being going to call that worse archer horse versus better archer horse. But I think like for the titling on the video, it'll be when your unit combo is worse in every way. All right, guys. So, we've got more to come. So I got confirmation we couldn't watch map 1 because Avali fixed the deer spawns. And that's why. So Avali now owes me 20 gifties. Remember, guys, you have to ask him about it every time he comes by now. Or break his legs, either option. Anyway, we are going to get ready for more series. I believe I saw something fun pinged at us. Where was I? I believe I saw a Mio Micah versus Gully. We got to check in on that one for sure. All right, so let's get ready to go. Let me reset. So reminder, we're now going to be into... Oh, reminder, by the way, click that link. This is the perfect time. You've got nothing else to do right now.
You didn't have anything else to do, obviously, because you came to watch me. What are you doing with your day? But, reminder, guys, we are working with Gigabyte this week on their latest and greatest range of products. They have a cool offer for you guys. If you go across, you can take advantage of this. Right now, you can get your hands on a games bundle when you purchase either the X870 motherboards for AMD processors from Gigabyte or their new line of AMD GPUs, which, by the way, AMD, like, they won this gen. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry if you're an NVIDIA fan, that hurts your feelings. But, like, NVIDIA, sure. If you buy, like, a 5090, it's still the best card. But in terms of overall generational improvement, in terms of frame rendering, bang for buck, all those things that matter to a lot of people right now, right? Especially, like, bang for buck, I think for a lot of us is really important. The 9070 XT is something you should be taking a serious look at. So go check it out, because if you do, you'll get your hands on a bunch of games for free. And a lot of these are really cool ones. Metal Gear Solid is upcoming release, I think, next week. And everyone's really hyped for that one. The Alters was a resounding success. A lot of people were blown away at how fun this game is. It's a one where you manage a base full of clones. And it's a mixture of, like, base management versus also out in the field, third-person kind of gathering action-y type thing. So definitely check that out. And then RoboCop gave me really weird Deus Ex vibes when I looked at it. So yeah, some really cool games in there that you can just get as a bonus on top of getting your hands on incredible products. So check them out today. If you guys have been thinking about, like, especially with AMD, I know a lot of people were held back by the ray tracing. Agreed, previous gens not so impressive, but AMD has made incredible leaps and bounds on this gen. So be sure to check them out. And remember, guys, clicking that link supports the channel. It is literally something free you can do. It takes a matter of moments out of your day, and it supports us on getting more brands to come back, because they're really interested in awareness campaigns where you guys are aware of the existence of these amazing things. So please do click it. It helps out a lot. So up next, we said we're going to be getting into a Gully Mia Micah showdown. Let me have a look here. What if you already have it? Can you get the games? I don't think it works like that. Unless you so freshly got it that you just, like, take it back, you know? You had horrible luck with AMD products? Yeah, but how many years ago was that? Because I do hear a lot of people say that, and then I hear from them, and it was like 5-6 years ago or whatever, right? I've been very fortunate with AMD products, actually. So I've been using the Ryzen since Gen 1, and I've never had an issue. Faulty motherboards? What brand motherboards were you doing, though? I don't want to, like, talk crap about X or Y. Like, I've worked with... So, I used to use Asus ones, and then I switched over to Gigabytes, and I've never had a problem. Gigabytes were also the way I began my custom PC journey back in university when I made an Intel-based system. So, Gigabyte has always been reliable for me. Okay, so... We wanted to... What was I doing? I need to type in the names, don't I? That would be a good start. Yeah. I feel like there's something I forgot to do. The kids! No, I'm kidding. They're fine. Alright, so Mia Micah Gully. Oh, that's right. I wanted to double check. I should know what map we're using default for week 3, but I've totally forgotten. What map are we using default? So week 3... Wait, are we still in From Range? No, we switched back to Dry Arabia? No, wait. Oh, dude, it's baiting. Hold on a sec. I need to tell Tommy about something, because Tommy forgot to update something. So I'm just going to bump him. Because Tommy, let's see. Alright, let's get ready for game number 1. So let me pull up Gully's data. Not sure what tray means. Was brand new from Amazon. Are you sure it wasn't like Amazon? So Amazon has this habit, is my understanding, of sometimes like if it looks okay, it just gets like repackaged and sent again, sort of thing. I don't know. Like I don't tend to buy. I think the only type of components I've ever bought off of Amazon were SSDs. Okay, so yeah, Cliffside's our default map this week. All right. You normally go to a scan. I haven't had great experience with a scan. I'll just say that. Like, I'm gonna be like blunt about it. They rubbed me up the wrong way with like we were talking about like working together a long time ago, and I wasn't impressed with the way they handle things. In the past, I've used overclockers, and I'm not sponsored by them at all. But like, yeah. But if you want a built PC specialist, those guys are solid. I used to have a different one I worked with, like, or rather bought from when I was in uni, but like those guys went out of business. And like for PC specialists, usually I build my own PCs, but this laptop that they built me, couldn't have done it better myself. All right, so I still feel like I've forgotten to do something. Oh, that's right. I forgot to add in the name of the map. So map number 1, we are going to be going into Cliffside as our default. Be of Freeze, by the way. And then we've got House of Lancaster going up against Malians. And I need to change the graphic, don't I? Did I change the graphic? By the way, reminder, the giveaway is running. I will do it at some point today. !Give King watching. If you want to win, or be in with a chance of winning, The King is Watching, which is an incredible indie game. So let me quickly update the graphic here, because we do have this week's round of 32 standing. If I could stop being blind and find it. There it is. Too many files, guys. So, a lot of familiar faces. I think we got some new signups as well, if I'm not mistaken. Guts coming in this time. Bystripped. Asokitch might have been there last week. Bexter. I think all the others we have seen before. Love to see all these new faces turning up, by the way. It's proof that the format works, that we get more and more new people. And we have got Vortex this week. All right, you guys ready? Let's hop to it. Huh? See? English is good. Lancaster and English. Like Brits, whoop whoop. But being picked by a Vietnamese guy. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's Lancaster versus Malian time. That's right. We've got the kiddo Gully Deckle going up against Vietnam's finest in Miyamika. Cool map for it as well. Default for this week is going to be Cliffside here in the round of 32 and beyond. And we're going to be seeing who's going to be thrusting the trophy. So far, we are 2 weeks complete and a different champion every week. And guys, this week, Vortex has also signed up. So another potential front runner there. I'm excited for that, by the way. Vortex versus potentially Recon so early as a possibility. There's a lot of cool series that we're going to be keeping our eye out for. So, Lancaster versus Malians is an interesting one for Cliffside. Malians is a bit weird on Cliffside, actually. Normally not the favorite pick because they are, what was that? I forget saying the redhead stepchild when it comes to this. The gold placements make it really rough to play Malians because you usually can't get full pits around, so you lack as much gold as you'd like. But I love this reaction by Gully. I don't like the position, though. Oh, my God. He goes for the outpost play, but look at the TC. Spearman's going to be able to deny this. There's more coming. Cliffside, you start close to the enemy base, so Gully, he needs a lot of workers. Spears, I mean, if you just keep stabbing, you stop this. Yeah. What is it? Oh, that is brutal. Now, they tell you size doesn't matter, but this is a difference of inches right here. Gully has to overpull 7 workers to get this outpost up. Mio may be a little bit hesitant to commit there.
So Gully will secure it. Now, this is the reason why a lot of Dark Age rushes have been failing against Malians recently, guys. This one outpost here changes everything. At least that's the idea. I wonder, though, does Mio Micah up this with an outpost rush? It doesn't look like it, no. He's just happy with what he's done. He switches over to gold. So it used to be that Malian players would just get destroyed by Dark Age rushing civs because you lose the pit mine, you lose the houses, and you didn't have anything to do because you don't want to build an outpost here. That's dumb, right? Like, if you build an outpost, your villagers have to gather gold, and you already have too much gold. In comes what I call the puppy ball build. You build a mill next to an outpost you build. You club the sheep here between the two buildings. And then whenever your opponent comes nearby, you garrison to harass him away. Ever since Malian players start doing this, Dark Age is not a nightmare for them anymore. It's a lot more cozy. I noticed you guys talking about some extra tech. Did you guys hear about the prototype Titan that got like revealed recently? I think it was Bauer, the tech creator in Germany, got his hands on it, and it's ridiculous. I think it had like a 900 watt usage. 900 watts is crazy. Like, no, think about the power supply you would need to run a 900 watt GPU. It's just insane. Why not instead get your hands on a 9070 XT and then only have to use like what, 300 watts? That sounds like a much better, much more eco-friendly deal to me. And you get great performance. Exclamation mark gigabyte. But exclamation mark giga chat in chat. Mio Micah with the Ford Abbey of Kings. Wait, what? Alright. This is why we watch Mio games. Like, and I've been a little bit shocked at actually how much he's been losing at the moment, to be fair. He's been getting annihilated in the early rounds. But this is why we always watch them. Because even if he's going to lose, it's absolutely insane the way he plays. A Ford Abbey of Kings. And, like, it doesn't look that far forward, but it really is when you consider how close the enemy base is. What is he up to? Is this just kind of like a feudal all-in? I mean, it has to be this type of placement, right? So we'll be able to rejuvenate the Spearman quickly. Lords of Lancaster will also be on the way. I think what Mio's trying to do is break the outpost, so he'll cycle units in, burn it, and then bring them back towards the Abbey of Kings to kiss the boo-boos better. What an awesome build. God, this is giving me flashbacks to... Do you guys remember a long time ago we had a Corvinus game where he snuck at Abbey of Kings in the back of his opponent's base and then tower rushed them and just hunkered down there. Oh, God. That was a blast from the past. Not quite to that extreme, because unfortunately for Mio, there's not really much room where he could have placed an Abbey of Kings here. So Spearmen are going to start marching in. Mio's already queuing up all the lords. One's in the field, two more on the way. And the gold drop-off is there, so we'll be able to queue the fourth. Would like to see him just adding in more spears if this is the goal, though. Otherwise, I'm not sure your burn's going to be quick enough. Archery range now coming through. Yeah, the tricky thing now is, do you go Hobbler? Because Hobbler is quite interesting with Abbey of Kings, guys. I actually think Hobbler and Feudal makes a lot of sense with Abbey. Because if you have 4 lords, your Hobbler are almost at the same level of health as Horsemen. They end up at 120 compared to 125, but you pay 30 resources less. No, Mio he's gone for a manaless build. He's going fast castle. Oh, always the entertainer, Mr. Mio Micah. Yeah, I wonder, does he White Tower rush the tree line? I mean, archers are showing up, but the lords can slow that down. The problem is he doesn't have wheelbarrow, so I think if you White Tower rush here, your timing is going to be really slow. This is such a Mio Micah type situation. Like, what you're seeing here feels very cheesy, doesn't it? The Ford Abbey of Kings and now a White Tower rush like this. But this is the thing you have to realize about Mio Micah. He is the cheese connoisseur of Vietnam, okay? If you ever go visit him in person, he'll give you a tour of his house and it'll be like a museum of cheese. He's like, oh, here we have the classic red Leicester. And over here, we have the Comberry. We've got the Gorgonzola. He knows them all. Like, every single day when Mio Micah wakes up, he has a squirty tube of liquidy cheese that uses to brush his teeth. Every single part of his life is cheese-based. When he puts his underwear on, it is a hollowed-out giant lump of Swiss cheese. All right, so second landmark, we are close to the enemy base. This means if we get Imperial Age, the Berkshire needs to be here. He's just drawing a line across the map. Lords are going to be able to hold it back. I don't think Gully realizes that. No, he sees. Okay, he sees. But he just can't rush past, right? Otherwise, the Lords will start killing the archers. And Mio, just great micro. He pulls it back. Glad to see Mio's keeping up the cheesy tap strats. He's creating his own cheesy strats at this point, really. The white tower goes up. Sofa regrets his choices in life entirely. Villagers will make their way home. I can't believe he pulled like that, by the way. Without Wheelbarrow, that was such a huge amount of idle. The only tricky thing here now for Mio is got to be careful to keep vision, because technically you can counterplay Ulsgaard with Musafadi. Dagger throws begin, though. First blood drawn on the workers. And this is the cheese of it, guys. This is the thing that many people in chat have probably experienced from Ulsgaard rushes and hate. If you do not know how to appropriately react to this opening, you die quick. Every 15 seconds, Mio Micah has the ability to kill a worker from 6.5 tower range. I know a lot of people out there have been waiting for Sniper Elite 6. This is Sniper Elite 6. Yes, unfortunately, though, we don't have co-op. I'm sorry, that was a low blow. I know we all wanted it. Lords of Lancaster now with the torch in. Ulsgaard is sneaking around the back. Mio Micah knows. Oh, and he's going to find an unguarded gully. It's another worker down. Dude, they need to add in a giggling noise. Whenever they kill and Ulsgaard run away, immediately they should just go, It's just the most punchable thing. Like, if you were in a LAN environment and you were playing a casual game and someone done this to you, you would get up, walk over to their PC, and pour Mountain Dew on it. All right? Don't even pretend you wouldn't. And they wouldn't even object. They wouldn't even ask you for a reimbursement. They'd nod and say, I deserve that. Ulsgaard, reload. Wow, look, infinite daggers. Gully, if you please would just build textiles. Because this is the thing, Gully's now lost 4 workers. If he had textiles, he would have lost none. Because with 3 Ulsgaard, you can't kill a textile worker. Without it, this just keeps happening. We have got the Musafadi now on the way. But honestly, if you just go textiles, the thing that happens, you get hit by the daggers, and then you have 15 seconds to run away. Now, sure, Mio Micah could add in more Ulsgaard, but like he hasn't had to. That's the crazy thing. He's managed to get 6 worker kills off of just using the landmarks benefit. Raid return here, Gully. We'll take a little bit of a stab at it. Managed to get himself a worker kill. But Mio's not done yet. He's still hunting. It's now time to move on to the berries. Oh, come on, man. Like, even the vision on these things, I swear. Musafadi are going to be the answer we talked about, though. What is Mio doing? I thought he was going manners, but he's not. He's just trying to throw more daggers, man. Anyone else feel like Mio forgot he's playing an RTS? The way he's playing right now, it's almost like he's playing his own little action-adventure game, you know? It's like, oh boy, I've only got to control 3 units. Has Mio maybe been playing a few too many MOBAs recently? So the Ulsgaard are now dead. The Lords have been being annoying, but mainly just burning buildings. What is going on? Oh, okay. Wait, what? So not a chill transition. He just drops quadruple archery range, and I don't think he can even afford this. Like, honey, I hate to be a cheapskate, but I don't think we can afford to put the kids through college. Okay, so he queues up one wave. I don't think he can afford to queue up a second full wave. There's an argument that just having an archery range doing this sooner might have been better. Yeah, first wave comes out, and look, he's got 3 inactive archery ranges. Now, this is what I call surging production. It's okay sometimes to build extra production buildings if you can't always afford them to get extra unit pump out. But this is the beginning of a transition, and like he just hasn't got the wood mass. No, he's switching back to Spearman now, which... I mean, I think you would just want Mass Yeoman, if anything. Mass Yeoman counters all of Gully's comp. How's Gully looking? I'm not going to look at the base anymore. I'm sorry. He's got 1 ranch. Whoa there, big boy. Don't spend all of that in one sweet shop. Well, Gully is going to march around the back. He has found the production. Oops. Starts to torch it. Villagers are also in a bit of a pickle. They're in a headlock off of these archers. They're actually contesting them. You know, just getting idled out, though. That's slowing him down from getting the real bowman. Archery range looks like it is going to get taken out, but this is now getting a bit dangerous for Gully. Muso, remember, they take double damage from these yeomen. Gully, what are we doing at home, by the way? Is he actually trying to set up Fulani? That's crazy. Surely not. Not with this yeoman timing now. Like, yeomen are very scary in this map because the distance to your base is so short. Same reason why English longbows were theory crafted to be really good on Cliffside when it first came out. So for raid, though, Gully getting good out of time forced here, getting a few kills as well. Expensive dive, but it's slowing me and Micah down. Yeah, his food kind of lacking now, actually. The Musafadi, they're getting a good fight here against the Lords of Lancaster. As good as you could ask for, or get, rather, in this situation. Will ultimately still get scared away. And the Spearmen are in now, Gully. How did the spears get here? Second range now coming through. It feels like Gully has so long to go if he wants to win, right? We have got a Javelin transition, but Veterancy for Yeoman is on the way. So they'll trade reasonably into jabs, especially if he keeps this count up. And spears are now wasting a lot of the army's time, so there might be a sneaking opportunity here. I guess in a weird way, Javelins are not terrible into Yeoman Lords. And what I mean by that is because they'll have a lot of health, you're not going to waste as much time overkilling because these guys are going to be so tanky. And those Yeomen, well, they are going to go hunting. 1.31 makes it difficult to escape them. And Veterancy did just kick in. This is where things get a bit scary. We'll just start a step away, clears the Musafadi. Might even just turn to start fighting into the Javelins, but second wave is coming through for Gully. The Lords are just hunkered down here. They're giving over that extra HP via the Aura. Doesn't seem to want to go any deeper, though, because Mio Micah... Yeah, oh my god, I just thought he'd have it. We're 16 minutes in, he doesn't have Steeled Arrow. Yeah, so these Javelins aren't actually taking that much damage at all. They've got 4 ranged armor versus 7 damage. This is a terrible dive by Mio. And Gully now gets an opportunity to punish. He gets some breathing room. His range count is still horrible to look at. But he will get the Stay of Execution. This game is weird and I love it. We've now got 3 manas online. So me and Micah has started to swell up his economy a little bit. He's also gathering additional stones. So we're now going to see him just moving into full greed. Why not? It's so hard for Gully to counter offensive due to this white tower placement. This thing is just ridiculously obnoxious. Remember what we said about Cliffside, and this is going to be a recurring theme for Season 2, Week 3 of the Midweek Muster. You need to control the central ramp. The central ramp dictates flow entirely. You know, just taking the chill pill while he gets the range 2 as well. Gully has been given some breathing room, but this is starting to look like a Farimba build. It is. Yeah, Farimba Garrison coming in. So that'll make his javelins as quick as Yeoman. However, the Yeoman, oh my god, the timing on that. Gully gets found with the landmark. Only upside is that Miyamaka does not have arrow rain. No synchronized shot here. But the idle time, my goodness. 80% of Gully's economy is not working. Oh, it's crazy. Mia, of course, with the movement speed advantage, can now just back away from the jabs. No unit transition, by the way. Mio is a guy that likes to build one thing. I thought maybe we'd see him try and switch into a few knights to raid, or even Hobbler. That being said, we do actually have a Spearman now queued up. I mean, he had the veterancy for a while, right? Just didn't use it. Second wave is on the way. I mean, with the damage upgrade as it is, at 9 damage, like, he can actually start to fight the javelins. The interesting thing about that, by the way, is javelins are quite expensive. 120 resources. Yeoman, 95. Oh, he's just obsessed with diving in, though, isn't he? Lords are going to get a good start to the fight there as the javelins don't insta-react. Mansa Javelineer upgrade is on the way, however. But Miyamaka is not going to let him have it for free. He does need to worry about the A-click micro here, though. Gets stuck in the buildings. Lord's able to chase it away, but the poison damage is now going to start whistling away at that HP. The Lords start to fall. Villagers getting harassed here. Miyamaka just trying to make this game uncontrollable for Gully. And it looks like it's working. 28 Yeoman to just 9 Javelins. No way. No how about it. There's no gold gathering actively, which means Gully cannot afford that many Javelins anymore. Nah, this is it. Mio, he was waiting for this moment. Found the perfect time to strike in, and I cannot emphasize how important that idle on the build-up was. Catching the Farimba like that, delaying it another 30 seconds, allowed Mio to get the second wave of Yeoman in position to then dive at the beginning of the age. At this point, Mio, he's got his scuba gear on. His snorkel, all of it. He's ready to keep on diving. Yeoman just sniping newly spawned units. Food gathering doesn't exist. I think Gully just doesn't know what to do anymore. Yeah, I mean, the eco lead isn't crazy, but it's getting crazy. We've got level 2 mana unlock, so soon to be 9. The ranch count isn't looking great. And it just feels as if Gully has nowhere to go. What a wacky game from Mio. Plays Lancaster like no other. I mean, sure, it ends with the mass Yeoman that we're used to seeing, but we can appreciate everything about that early game being completely what you never see. Gully. Where are the workers now? Wait, what? He has so many people on gold, they can't all gather. Is this campaign logic, like Mongol tribute? Are we going to try to pay Miyamaka to leave? Does he even have that much gold left here? I don't think so. If I'm not mistaken, he's been gathering it for quite a bit. Oh my god, it's always so hard to click the gold vein. Why can I not... There we go. 700 gold. Yeah, this isn't going to last long. Can't arrow down a TC? That's a lie. Mathematically, you can. It just requires 7,000 hits. Oh, 6,988. He got started. Ooh, he found the deer. There's no way Mio now loses this game, right? No, that would be absurd. I mean, he's got 9 manas. His yeoman count is low, but he has got sync shot coming in. The problem is synchronized shot isn't going to be that good against javelins. They've got 5 ranged armor, so you barely feel it. My big concern for Gully is, like, what stops me and Micah from just rushing Imperial Age? Yeoman? Why? They just keep attacking the buildings. That should have been like a double kill, synchronized shot alongside it. Yeah, I don't know. I think me and Micah's got the music playing a little bit too loud. A little bit tinnitus in the ears. And Spearman Mass now coming through. Spearmen are phenomenal against Javelins, by the way. They just don't get bonus damage against them. They have a bad attack speed. It's just something to bog you down. And Lancastrian Spears in particular are especially effective due to the Billhooks tech that gives them -1 armor. But the other thing that's really important here is usually when Marlenes play Javelineers like this, the next step is to get Sofa. So he's just trying to deny that. Sync Shot is going to be pretty underwhelming, but we always knew that was happening. And finally, Mio's been like, hey, maybe ranged armor would be a good idea here with me diving the base so often and being up against all these javelins. How is Gully not just dead? I think soon. Now that he sees the Spearman wave, this is where you start to kind of panic a bit. So do you like now go archers? Not really. Don't want to build Mustafadi against Yeoman. You don't obviously now want to do Sofa into Spearman. You look a bit stuck. I mean, what unit could you build other than Javs now? Because remember, for me and Micah, with better economy, this is just a cannon fodder game. Just throw Spearman at your opponent while you slowly kill him with the Yeoman. By the way, me and Micah finally decided he wanted relics, but he done it Mio's way. 5 monks. He's got 5 relics on the way home as Lancaster. You never say that of this Civ. It's always gradual. He bursted it. Spearman placements are going to at least be on the way here to keep Gully alive out here a bit longer. This game is just so weird. I think Gully needs raids. If he wants to win this game, it's not enough to just keep fighting into the enemy, even if you get kind of okay trades. He's looking to deny the relics. We'll get the hits, so well played there at least. Spearman now burning in. Would love to see me and Micah just bring these Yeomen over to assist instead of slowly losing them. Why are we slowly losing them? Wow, look at guys, Sync Shot is OP. It killed a Javelin. I think this is the weirdest game I've cast all week. It just looks so odd. And the weird thing is, like, me and Micah, with this type of food income, if he just switches Hovelar right now, what does Gully do? This is ridiculous. Gully 2TC. Okay, next to a boar is kind of questionable. It's not halal. We're not going to eat it. But yeah, we'll secure some gold. We've got farms coming in from Gully. Cow count is now up to 10, so he's slowly scaling the ranches. Does Mio just go Imperial? I think you can get away with Imperial here. It's a lot of javelins, but near the White Tower, maybe. This game is odd, man. Mio's also spreading out his farms in a really risky way against Javelineers. Javelineers are really good at just running this backside and raiding. Like, if I had to go through the mindset of Gully right now, it has to be, he's switching Hovelar now, right? He's switching Hovelar now, right? He's switching Hovelar now, right? Just on repeat in your brain, every step you take back here, you're expecting to run into Horseman. Eventually, surely. But it's just Spearman Yeoman the entire time. I feel like me and Micah has watched the resolution of too many House of Lancaster games and be like, oh yeah, Spear Yeoman, that's how you win. Oh, he's had enough of this crap. He's going in. Nice intercept with the javelins, though. It's cutting reinforcements. 5 relics, 3 sacred sites. Mio's not that far ahead. He is. Wait, is he just going for a landmark victory? It's so Chaos Brain, man. Straight into the base like this. In some ways, it makes sense because you don't want to be chasing Javelineers. They just kite you so well. He's just trying to force the matter, but it's now 40 Javelineers. Do you want to force the matter? And oh my god, no, it's happening. I want you guys to go into the minor gully here. Mommy, I want my milk. Okay, no, sorry. No, I know he's a kiddo, but not that. The mind of Gully right now is... Wow, he's really not going to do Hobbler. He's just been sending Yeoman and Spearman at me the entire time. It's just going to be more Spearman and Yeoman. So I'm just going to keep building Javelineers because that makes sense. Even though this entire game doesn't make sense. So imagine what will be going through Gully's mind in the next 2 minutes when Mio Micah reveals his Hobbler. Because if Mio just hides the fact that he's doing Hobbler for 2 minutes, it only takes 15 seconds to produce these. He's probably at like 4 stables, if not 5. That's going to allow him to get, what, 20 plus Hobbler by the time you notice it. That'll be the game breaker. He just needs to hide it. To make matters worse for Gully, look at this move. Over half of his army is trying to raid. Yeoman are going to poke at it. Neo. Oh, he's going to spring action with the Hobbler already. Sink shot comes out, but Whoopty freaking doodah. But now Gully, the internal screaming begins. What is this? A gentleman's agreement. I thought we were only building ranged. Hobblers, they start to trickle in though, which is not ideal. But there's so many more coming. 17 Hobbler in total. Spearman also leaking in. What the hell? How did they get here? They've been chasing the javelins across the entire map. So idle out on the worker force at home. Hobbler's now full committing. They've got the Lords of Lancaster with them, which means additional HP. Gully at least has mobility to move away, but he's now forced to do what we talked about. Donzo's into Yeoman. Feels like a death sentence. Because now, synchronized shot from Mio Micah actually has value. Up until now, it was a meme. But now it can be a killer. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Don't know how I hit that button. Hobbler. I mean, this has to be it. Gully, he's running home as quick as he can, but by the time he gets there, there's going to be 30 cavalry boys in his base already. Freaking Mio Micah. A freak of chaos, if I ever saw one. He just doesn't play the game in the orderly fashion you would expect. He just doesn't play the meta lines in the way that you would anticipate. And because of that, you think it would put him at a disadvantage. Instead, Mio gets games like this and wins. It's just so many hobbies. Sink shot. Not a crazy hit. Spear count down to just 5, though. It's a lot of dead Hobbler, but plenty more where that came from. It's just raw eco now. 9 manas, 5 relics, 2 sacred sites. It's just not going to stop. Remember, Hobbler requires gold, so the sacred sites and the relics actually matter a lot. He doesn't need a single active person on gold. He's already floating 1,500. New hobby wave in. No move away. Gully hanging around? Wait, what? Yeah, realizes way too late that these Hobbler are actually quite threatening. Mio Micah, I understand why he likes Lancaster. He's a Zerg main from StarCraft, right? This is Zerging. Well, if you feel like you're losing brain cells, or your brain can't quite comprehend, or you need to be drunk to watch this, don't worry. This is a best of 3. These guys are not done yet. I feel bad for Gully, man. Like, the way this game went, imagine how exhausted mentally he must feel after just game 1. Yeah, I've seen people play 2-hour-long games that feel less mentally exhausting than this one. But I think his suffering, at least for the first game, can now come to an end. Yeoman marching through to the farmlands. Gully just doesn't have anything left of him. This is GG. He's got the shivs out. I mean, sure. Maybe just all of a sudden Lancastrian man has stopped working. Or maybe he pressed the delete key on everything. GG. The weirdest game of Lancaster I think I actually have seen in tournaments. What do you think, guys? Is that the weirdest Lancaster pro game you've ever seen? It's got to be up there, right? So I'm trying to think what that one would be called as an upload, because that was quite funny. It was slow in some ways, but that was a very normal me and Mike game. All right, let's hop into game number 2. So, let me update the score. Me and Micah takes an early lead. Left side win. Upcoming, we are into Gorge. And it is my least favorite matchup. We are going to be getting Sushi versus Chinese. By the way, guys, because it's Sushi and Chinese, they're just going to do Pro Scouts. Perfect time to take this moment to click that link. Reminder, we are working with Gigabyte for the next few streams to advertise their AMD products. If you click that link, it supports the channel in a phenomenal way. It makes you a superstar amongst peons. So do me a favor, click that link, whether you're on YouTube or you're watching on Twitch. Either location, click that link. Does help the channel and supports our sponsorship with Gigabyte and AMD. Click it. Oh, man. What a ridiculous game one. So, looking at game 2 now, the way this typically plays out has been castle focus and cavalry spam. Sometimes China and Sushi can actually deliver very interesting games when you get into the deep castle, because it becomes this skill expression of like spear, crossbow comps, etc. But, big but, you have to get there. China can, on a map like Gorge, aggro pretty well with like an archer opening into Sushi. I don't know if he's going to go for it though. Yeah, like some players like Anatan really love that build, but others just play organic, semi-fast castle scout spam. And it's pretty... I think it's pretty good for Sushi when you do that. Like, the way that we've seen Chinese win this is once you get to castle, they're usually the ones that switch over to spear crossbows. And if you can elegantly execute that early phase of castle, you're favored for the big push. But it usually feels like survive, survive, survive. And Mio, to me, isn't really much of a defensive player. Like, I see he thrives in environments where he gets to set the tempo. Whereas when you talk about Sushi and Chinese, I often feel like it's going to be the other way around. Where Sushi should be the one trying to smash you down and making you react. Okay, Imperial Academy is going to be on the way. Pretty normal. No Imperial Official build, also the norm. I feel like most people are now doing this. It's very rare that we see people open with an Imperial Official these days, unless you're playing on a water map. By the way, just checking what other series we have happening today, because this is the beginning of Midweek Muster, week number 3. I believe we'll have a Vortex Lemonos series we can check in on later. Then also... I do see, I think that's MSN versus Hussein scheduled for 7 p.m. So maybe that could be on the agenda. Yeah, people have started to like schedule a lot more on the weekend at the moment. Might have to double check
whether people understand that you can schedule for Fridays. I think we open the scheduling to be from 3 p.m. UK time. Maybe we'll allow it to start at like 1 p.m. Might encourage a few more people to get in there early. The reason why we do it that way, by the way, to try and encourage people to play on Friday, is because for some players, it's going to be very hard to schedule with them otherwise, because if they're playing in a major qualifier or in a major event, which usually happen on weekends, then it completely messes up the KPMM scheduling, right? So we do try to encourage people as much as possible to play their games either on Friday or early Saturday, because the other logic is that you then have to schedule with someone else afterwards, right? So like if you're leaving until the last second, like, yeah, I'll play this on Sunday, it's fine. Yeah, but like you might be available to play 3 back-to-back series on Sunday, but if your opponents aren't, then it warps the schedule. When there's big tournaments, it's pretty nice to use KPMM as a warm-up. You use me as a warm-up? How dare you? I hope you now lose this China matchup. It probably won't, because Sushi. Not just any Sushi. What? Gets the 8 berries, the gold, the stone, 98 resources. Not bad. Actually, over 100 resources due to the wood. Don't really see these medi gardens as often anymore. And Pro Scout's already on the way. Mio, did he already get it as well? I don't think so, no. So you're already seeing his worst timing here, right? So Stables drop's going to be coming in. It's going to be a double Horseman beginner. Gully's also mirroring with the Stables. And the deer are all located one side for him, but they're also very close to the base. So, like, he should be able to pick these up with little to no harassment. What do you mean, so mean? I cast your games. Pay me. You know what I like about KPMM? It used to be I get reached out to players about amazing games. The problem was, like, some people would always just show me wins. So like in my brain, I mentally like logged players that I knew were just going to send me wins. True story. But with KPMM, doesn't matter. You get to see them clash. You don't have to worry about them being, hey, you need to check this game, KP. You know what you're checking on the week. And check this. Mio is straight up just pony spamming. Unlimited Horseman? Nani? Oh, that's true. Yeah, you never reach out, so I know you're just taking L's. Actually, shout out to Gully. He did recommend a Dumu versus him game on Canal that he lost. So, I respect that. You're doing better than most players. Most just always come at me with their wins. Mio, now up to 9 Horsemen. I think Horseman would feel a lot better here if your opponent had your deer spawn, where it's split on the map. But because it's all on one side, Gully should be able to just organically push Spearman out in one direction to skewer deer. And this is also, by the way, no Pro Scouts from Mio. He's all in. Yeah, he only has 4 sheep left. Mio. He's going to have a poke at it. Getting split in a weird way, though. That scout is actually a big deal. It's just dragging a lot of the DPS off to the side. Good brace there. Gets the stun and gets a kill. Mio, I mean, he's acting as if he needs Chuk. He does not. Gully's like, acting as if he needs Chuk. He does not. This is Mio and Mikey you're talking about. He only wants to build one thing. Mio's like, man, I've been playing RTSs for years. I'm starting to get Carpal Tunnel, okay? Like, I'm already going to get Carpal Tunnel from mash queuing up Horsemen. I don't need the Carpal Tunnel and then also cycling between 2 different building types to queue up mass units, okay? So, like, let's keep it simple. If I do it this way, I can use the shift button more often, and that'll save my wrists a lot of death. See what you're doing, Gully? You're killing Mio Micah's wrists. Spears are just going to be swarmed. Tube do not have the Steel Arrow, by the way. Undermesh is there, so Mio Micah's Horseman is very, very tanky.
Gully is going to get jumped, but the spears weren't finished off. So they're going to start stabbing down the remainder. That was horrible to watch. Oh, Mio now basically out of food. He's on berries. So he's going to have to come out of the base very soon. And guess who's going to be just waiting for him to try? Like, Gully, at this rate, you know, if he keeps blobbing Chug and spears, he can just send it down mid. Neo now with the Archer switch. Kind of similar to before, I guess. I don't know. Very different last game, right? When he went Mass Yeoman for ages and then switched Hobbler, it was with a better economy. China doesn't have a better economy this time around. Sure, they've got the extra Imperial officials, granted, but the thing you have to remember is that this is pro scouts versus no pro scouts. Mio, sure to show it. 22 workers out into the left side there. Gully is going to swing wide to secure the second deer pack. Yeah, I've got horsemen creeping on the east. Remember, we've also got this that's been running the whole time. So an extra 100 resources there means this 4 worker difference isn't really that crazy. Horseman now with the dive. No wheelbarrow, but no kills, and there are 1 or 2 spearmen waiting. Yep, gets the 1 kill. We'll look to break away on both sides. Okay, but like, what's the goal here? Mio looks like he's trying to rush towards castle, but the problem is that Gully is doing the same, only he has an army. I don't really call 8 horsemen an army. You know, that's like a band of thieves at best. It's a Robin Hood moment. Although I don't think he's robbing anyone. I imagine we're going to be getting Mount Lu Academy here, right? Mount Lu Academy is a really big deal. It just gives you a lot of runway with extra food via taxation. Me and Micah, meanwhile, is going to be going Imperial Palace. This has become the go-to in the China Mirror, or China versus Shushi matchup. The reason is that it allows you to see raids coming, because remember what we said early on, this typically becomes a Lancer raid on both sides. So you want to have the heads up and the blocker to that aggro play. And also, because it tends to be mass Lancers, there's no real point in having access to Nesta Bees unless you think your opponent's going to go infantry. But as we highlighted with China versus Shushi, China are normally the ones that think about going infantry sooner. Palace Guard switch. Whoa. Huh? I mean, I guess he kind of has to start Palace Guard because of the spears, right? But does Gully not just straight up Lancer now? Yeah, stables. The Spear Chuganu, working out as they did, has now made his life very simple. Like, don't get me wrong, me and Micah, in some ways, has to do something like this. Because if he doesn't do Palace Guard, he just can't kill the Spearman. I do wonder if maybe just adding more archers would have been better for Mio, though. Possible that he considers he just doesn't have enough food. But, I mean, going Palace Guard isn't more food light, guys. It's actually more food heavy. As a percentage, you're talking about an 80-20 split of resources. When you build Lancers, it's like 60-40. Which means you're burning through food slower, using more gold instead. So, reveal a Palace Guard is at least going to push him away. Gully now can just start following up with Lancers plus crossbows. First Lancers arriving, and me and Micah, he doesn't have any crossbowmen to fight with here. No, so you can see these Lancers are going to last a very long time. Brute forces his way through him here. Veteran Chuganu actually registering decent damage into the Palace Guard. Lancer does go down. But there's more where that came from. Gully, if he just keeps gunning down mid with a few Lancers, Mio's going to struggle to keep this up. I mean, the food is running thin. He's on the last deer. Just moved out to the ball. He hasn't got supervision there. He's on the berries as well. And to make things worse for him, Gully Deckle does now have regional inspection on the way. This is the one that doubles the supervision production speed. Essentially allowing you to vomit out an entire army in a matter of moments, as long as you can afford it. Gully with the most pointless 2 horseman raid imaginable. You watch, he's now going to get like 4 worker kills. Whoops, someone put the crossbowman on the front. You know it's bad when you can't even tell your own units apart. He keeps microing the Chug away instead of the crossbows. No, Gully, please. You keep putting the crossbowman at the back. Remember, the crossbows are the key here. If you can get the count high enough, he wins. If Miyamika's Palace Guard count gets too high, he should dominate. But the Lancers, the Spearmen, everything's hunting on flanks now, right? Like, Gully, he doesn't know about the boar in the corner. He should, though. It's going to be a step back. Gully just looking to reset and then maybe go again. I mean, he's got relics coming. There's no rush. Horsemen are now going to confirm. So this is the thing I was waiting for. Like, this left side flank is really exposed for Mio. Horsemen are going to reveal it. They don't even get killed. But now the Lancers have a target and Gully sends them on their merry way without hesitation. And this is now awkward. Mio knows it. He pulls back off the berries. He has got the ones closer to home, mind you, so he actually played this quite well. He went for the 8 stack. If he gets it, great, but now he has something close to base to rely on. I'm trying to figure out who benefits more from this slowdown. It has to be Gully, right? Because like the thing for Mio is he's just building a 1-unit comp, whereas Gully's getting the counterplay to that in 2 forms. Lancers is a really strong front line, and crossbows is the killer. Speaking of Lancers. Oh no, dude, they're going to find the boar. Can he get the wall up? Mio? That should have been open, actually. With the burn? Okay, no. Like, walls are so weird sometimes. He does not break in. Lancers on the east side, however, have scouted out the berries. Miyamika, not one to shy away from an attack, has sent it into Gully's base. Lancer defense is thin. Crossbows out of position. They're going to get jumped. He's trying to start away from this, but difficult to do. Just so many Palace Guard on top of him. Lancers are making it more awkward, though, as they draw a lot of the aggro. The crossbows are going to get cleared out, but the Lancer count now at 15 for Gully. This is the power of regional inspection. That double pump production speed. Just allowing him to now eclipse the Palace Guard count. Yeah, and it's just non-stop gunning, right? Like now, with more deer coming home, the War Machine is never going to let up. And after that terrible dive from Mio, he immediately throws in the towel. GG, game 3 locked in. Okay, well played. Apparently my food is ready. We could do more. So sushi versus Chinese. Do we go eat and then we come back and do more? Because my food is now getting cold. Emma decided to just message me on WhatsApp instead of like dropping in Twitch where I'm looking. So up next we've got Front Range, which is going to be Japan versus English. But what I'll do now, guys, I'm going to put a video up. And then when I come back, we'll do this game free, okay? Reminder, by the way, !, Give King watching, enter the giveaway. We're going to be drawing that in a little bit, so probably in like an hour or 2. And then hopefully when I come back, we'll see a few more series have been scheduled. If not, I've got some cool pub games between top level players we can look at. But let me get you guys a game to watch while I eat. Shouldn't be too long. When I get back, final game between Gully and Miyamika. It's going to be English versus Japanese on the new map. Pretty excited for that one. But let me get you guys a game. Maybe this one. A good old meme game, maybe?
Oh, let's do the Wooden Fortress game. I think I remember this one. All right, guys. Really cool game coming up for you. And then I'll be back with more games live, okay? So enjoy this one, and I'll see you guys after it finishes. Whoopsie. The verge of a full wipe. He rallies. He comes back. He wins game 4 in an insane fashion and gets us in to Dry Arabia with his Rus pick. Wham on the other side will be playing as the Byzantines. Byzantines that have proven surprisingly effective at putting a stopper to Rus greed. Can they do it with the new system builds? Or has the early aggro point been hurt enough that Rus now have an edge? That's what we're going to find out. What a way to start, though. It's going to be an outpost rush against the Biz. I mean, it is the most vulnerable Sift outpost rushes in Age of Empires 4. I think that's fair to say. With the Grand Winery and the berries and the reliance on it, and the time you go for them, it leaves the goal wide open for this. B now marching across. We'll get the Gambler up in a second. Game number 5. Didn't think we were going to be typing that today. But B's just that type of guy. I mean, look at the results of the semifinals, folks. That was a 2-0 score at one point against him. And then Anathan gets reverse swept. Could we just be seeing B taking a stylistic approach to winning Midweek Mustard number 27? Spimmin arrive. Nakratoy has already been activated. Only 12 seconds left. Do you outpost the front? Like, it's interesting between the front and the back. You can either stop mercenaries, but it takes ages to reach, or you take both his system scaling and his gold away. Feels like B wants the gold. Maybe? Really just holding back for the time being. That's because he's actually missing the wood. This is the weird thing, guys. Like, this is the absurd thing. You need to register the civ that he's rushing Byzantines with. It's not 100 wood he needs. He needs 175 for a wooden fortress. That's just absurd. A lot of injured villagers here. Well, I'm doing a good job of holding his own. And I think, yep, he should have enough there between the workers. Actually comes back. Wait, really? No, he has got what he needs. He just needs to drop off. But Wham's being a greedy boy. And a little bit surprised B is letting that one worker exist, but he doesn't actually see him on the mining camp. New Spearman is going to arrive and reveal it. Do you go after the mining camp or the system? I guess you have to go mining camp because system's close enough that you can prepare it. And here we go. He looks to strike a pose. It's going to be quite the pretty picture. Wooden fortress on the way. 1 minute required to build this. Reminder, this thing has almost double the health of an outpost. Wait, actually, that's over double, right? And it costs the same amount of time to build. And less than double the resources. Not bad. So Grand Winery in the back. Wham does have backup gold options. They're fairly far out. So if B really wants to justify this, I guess he needs to try and find a way of keeping the pressure going in Feudal. Otherwise, it's like annoying, but you're not going to stop your opponent from getting what they need eventually. What do you do as a follow-up? I mean, you could actually... You've shown spears. You're probably expecting your opponent to put archers. So you could technically, like, add in knights as Rus here. And then eventually find your way around to archers. Because, like, did B actually do well on the food? Wham got 11 sheep. B only got 9. Yeah. And this is a rare sight. You're used to seeing Rus always win the sheep battle because of the extra scouts. But remember, this was not a hunting cabin game. It was a very different style of Rus. I mean, in most ways, right? He didn't build a hunting cabin, but he still only touched food because, hilariously, you still somehow get all this gold courtesy of the bounty gathering system. The Golden Gate now on the way. Hunting cabin's now being added in. All of a sudden, we've just defaulted to a standard Rus build. And I'm wondering if B feels like he got enough value out of this. The shenanigans are annoying, but like
Yeah, there's a bunch of injured villagers. None of them are dead, however. Yeah, he is going to be able to get the mining camp. But love that Wham saved the system. The system's the most important thing here. It's unfortunate. Like, if B had built it slightly deeper, he would have been able to just garrison and stop that. Wolf's now coming up. The archers here is going to be very difficult for B to stop this happening. Does get the scout, though. Big deal. Cost him a spin in response, but worth it. Remember, Wham doesn't have a stables. Firing blanks? What are you on about, dude? I fire all the shots. Like, I can't be asked to think of a mum comment now, but that's shots fired. Do it every time, baby. Guys, why is everyone so focused on, like, my operation? I mean, like, what would make you focus on that? It's not like I had a, like, stream title talk. Oh, wait, yeah, we done that. Have all shots been fired by B is what I'm wondering. Does he now just fall back to full greed? We've got a wall coming up. The deer have been lamed. Is this pro scouts? Ain't no way he's rushing castle with 6 sheep. This is like heavily delayed pro scouts. That sounds pretty bad. If you haven't like completely skewed your opponent, that cannot feel good. Because think about what's happened here. Wham has got level 3 system already. He's adding in longbows, plus he's going to have the Limitane. He's got backup gold if he needs techs. And he's even going to move to secure the east side berries. Yeah, now I know this is a crazy thought, but who would have thunk it? Roost not as impressive of an outpost rush save as we thought. It's weird. I think there was maybe a bit of gambit here from B that it was going to be berries and gold close by, because then the wooden fortress makes a lot of sense. But, you know, if you think of civs that can cheese an outpost rush win, I don't think Roosts rate that highly anymore. It's unexpected, which is powerful. But for outpost rushes to really obliterate your opponent, you're normally looking for those situations where you build an outpost, and then a second, and then maybe even a third, if that's your win condition. The only reason I can think that this felt justified to be is he wanted to stop the full easy stone scaling, and maybe was worried about fast castle biz. But we have pro scouts plus knights. I mean, we talked about that time for biz, right? There's a timing where they just go into Lombo or Jav, they scale a bulk military, and then they get Kira Siphon to push as you're attacking. Maybe that's why B done this, to make that an impossible type of build. Wait, what do you mean my tower doesn't have emplacements? Bruh. I mean, if I really want to be toxic about kids, you just say I'm an archer without toxic arrows. Whoa, that's mean. I mean, you know what BS my mother said to me about, like, the operation? It's like such a beautiful act of love that you were willing to do that for her. I was like, yeah, she don't see it that way. I think I got scammed. You know what? We're just going to say I done it for the YouTube video. That's why. I done the operation for you guys. Now subscribe. Please. Give you more info about the operation? There's a YouTube video for that. We went over it. But I got lasered in the junk. It was an interesting experience. I'll say one of the weirdest things is, like, the amount of, like, gauze they managed to tuck in was surprising this morning when I had a shower. It's like, dude, I felt like I was, like, unraveling a whole like bandage, like a roll of bandage. Like, there's that much in there? That's right. Got lasered in the dicks of the clicks. That's... Honestly, like, for how this felt at the start, I think B's done reasonably well. But there has to be a growing concern. You're just giving Byzantines what they want now. And the Wooden Fortress has been ignored, sure, but it's not like it stops the system scaling. It definitely delayed the timing, right? Like, normally at 9 minutes, we have level 5 system. That's pretty important. But he's got the gold gathering now. I imagine we're thinking castle. Olive Grove's already being added in. And, you know, like in a normal game, you'd already be castle age. But, like, B is taking a very different direction. This is all in. He's massing the archers. Problem is, with the way that Wham played berries, there's a real possibility you could be running into close to 20 Lombos. Hit tickle. I think the way I described it is it was almost like having a stomach cramp when the pain started to come in operation. So I guess like feeling a bit of a stomach cramp isn't bad if you're being lasered in the flesh. Smell of cooking flesh was interesting. I basically got some insights into how cannibals live. I never really thought I'd get that. Not via the eating, but the smelling. So, did dive in for the Wooden Fortress kill, but Lombos are slow to retreat here. Yeah, B, he just wants to trade them out as freely as he can. Limitane will die fast with this many archers. I think Wham, maybe feeling like he's being a bit greedy with what he's done here. Does he think about adding in horsemen? We have got the stables at the back, but he's yet to commit. Walls are up on the east side now, so at least the drawn attention west has paid off there. I guess he just wanted horsemen to stop pro scouts, so like maybe... I think what happened here is Wham was somewhat expecting fast castle and thought he'd just be able to build some people to deny pro scouts. Now, he has denied some pro scouts on the back with these walls, at least. And pressure is going to switch towards the berry. But Wham's ready to pull the trigger, folks. And look at the olive oil. He can get 5 more Lombos. Does at least stop it before the gate goes up. The Lombos outrange. Like, this is an awkward thing. Your Lombos can kill the archers. They can't reach you. So this is impossible to breach. It's so toxic when you get this experience against LBs. Thank God they made walls harder to do these days. Bees just have to accept fate. We're going to the 3rd age. High Trade House is on the way up. Get your numbers in. And he's going for the siege engineering. Okay, so to keep pressure up, this makes sense. Like, he's mass archers. Going castle doesn't change the fact you can't break a wooden wall. So he's going to need to build a ram either way. My concern is, like, could Wham just open Catters here? With level 4 system, surely. 2 or 3 Cataphracts is just great. You could clear the ram straight away just to keep the pressure up, or just use it to dive on the archers and muddy the fight. He's now on the way. B will give the respect, backing away. And I did somehow sneak in. Unlikely he's going to find any worker kills, though. Would love to see just an immediate monk queue from Wham. Yeah. Just feels really good. Just that initial gold sliver. And there's the cataphract we talked about. This is all pretty solid. Like, at the current scaling point, Wham could easily start to just outmass knights because of the buff to his eco. Especially if B keeps leaning archers. So High Trade House, 68. Looks like we're going to be getting 136 or 137. It's respectable. And yo, is that double monastery build? Don't see it as often anymore for Roos, as that's so expensive for warrior monks. I guess his feeling is that he won't have map control for long with the threat of premium longbows. Jesus Christ, these comments from my chat. You share a moment of vulnerability, and yeah, they don't know what I expected. Wait, like, that's not accurate. Like, Golden Horn Tower can shoot out units. It's just like, if you're a Golden Horn Tower can only shoot out one type of unit, right? I haven't got the diversity of units that make it whole. It's like I'm a Western contract missing the Landsknecht. Okay. Ooh, good positioning here from Wham. Yeah, just like get to outrange over the tree line. He was trying to sneak a wall down the line there. That would have been sick, but B does at least see it. So delays the relic return a little bit. Yo, I don't need more babies in the world, okay? 2 of my babies is more cuteness than the world can handle. Is B kind of stuck in this comp now? I mean, in theory, with enough archers, right? And Wham has potentially overextended here. They're diving in the middle of the map, and the archers are just going to rotate past that front line. They're trying to ignore the Varangian and the Limitane. And Lombos are going to get swarmed. Great fight by B. Just a cost-efficient trade as well. These cheap archers. The trash mobs to get rid of. And the Saint's Blessing at the tail end to make it cleaner. Wham! A full overextension there. Not respecting the immobility of the LBs. Now, needs to be yelling B to his troops fast. They are going to retreat into the shroudment of the Stealth Forest. Cataphracts are going to punish the formation a little bit on the aftermath. That's the one weakness, right? It's like B had a lot of archers, but I think he got what he wanted. He wanted Lombos gone for them. Now you can try to follow up Knights to answer the Varangian Cataphracts, but there might be a quality issue here. Yeah, Wham lost a lot of that backbone, that back line. But I think it was a bait. Look at the Cata count. Look at the Varangian count. B's struggling to win a Knight massing at this point. Especially if Wham just is already getting farms in, and he is indeed. I love this. Switches over the deer. That would allow him to go more Catas. Absolutely wild fight. I mean, it's actually crazy the way that Wham done this. I don't think many people would be willing to just palm off 20 plus Lombos like that. The crazy part is that, you know your opponent's going to have more olive oil. He's got Golden Horn Tower. I was impressed with my Golden Horn Tower, but, why did I say that? This is what you guys are doing to me. The problem now is, like, you kind of feel like you have to keep the path of archers. You can't switch horse archers against Lombos. That's going to be horrible. Because they'll just kill you on the way in, right? Lance Nectar is a waste for Wham. I think he's just lucking out in a bad way on Golden Horn Tower, unfortunately. Like, preferably you just get more LBs. Is there a good option back? Chuganu could have been intriguing, actually, for Wham. Not crazy broken. I think in, like, an ideal world, what Wham would have loved to have gotten his hands on here was, like, Sipahi on a trade post. Then again, I don't know if Wham ever does neutral trade posts. The final relic split, by the way, is going to be free for Wham. So, pretty good haul. Did he drop them? Yes, Grand Winery. So, it's going to be about the mercenary pumps. Just got the teardrop shields on the way. Remember, that's going to be a buffer for the Cataphracts, Limitane, and the Varangian. It affects all of them. So more armor for the Catas, movement speed for the Limitane, and of course, attack speed for the Varangian. Did he eyeball the crossbow switch? I don't think so. I think B is intentionally hiding the Expos until he's ready. The tricky part about the Expo transition is if you don't have archers as well, the Longbows are still a problem now because they can snipe the Expos. Remember also, this is kind of the point where Wham should feel a little bit weak. Groves, right? Like, he needs to add more in. That's painful to do, but we're getting past that weak point. For B, however, this is the type of game where Pro Scouts feels like you're delaying inevitable danger. Like, it's great for these early timings, but eventually, you're looking and going, I'm going to run out of food. I'm going to have to do something about that. And the options just aren't really competitive. Like, you can do boar to extend for a bit, but then it's berries into farms. Groves are just built diff. Another interesting one, actually, is in the hyper late game for this matchup. It was discovered a while ago that Byzantines actually are pretty solid into Rus. Rus used to be super scary for Biz due to the mass siege, but ever since 90% of Biz games became foreign engineering company, the Royal Cannons have been a stain upon the Rus dominance in late game. Yeah, one upside at least for Rus is, you know, Byzantines aren't very good at spamming Streltsy anymore. I think the biggest edge the Rus can have here is the quality of the Horseman in Imperial against Longbow Massive. Like, if you can get towards Horseman Streltsy, you're probably going to feel quite unstoppable here. Definitely easier said than done. Dash coming in. Wham tries to dive. Knight count here is only 8. Crossbow count fairly strong at 11. The Sprinals are trying to do their best. Cataphract's going for the dive to the backside. That's going to draw all the fire. They will look for the clobbering, but not able to clear it. So Sprinals stay alive. Wham! An overzealous dive will be forced to retreat. We've been here before. The question after this type of fight is, what can B do with this? How does he now turn this into a real punishment? Dive retreat. It looks like with limited cavalry, it might be a bit concerning for B to chase this too aggressively. But the reason why I asked that question, guys, is look at the food income. B, it's like, it's not enough for him currently to win one fight. He probably feels like he needs to win 2 to 3 back to back to back. Remember, we were fighting underneath his defenses on his side of the map. We're now starting to push back towards Wham's side. The military count in the fights is actually fairly similar. The Springles are a problem, but like I think B's paranoia is if he goes too hard in Springles, the Longbows will just kill you. Because remember, they are actually quite weak against ranged. So I like that he's not overkilling it. We've seen games where B does like, you know, 14, 15, 16 Springles. Absolutely wild. I think in this type of game, it probably would just be the end of him because he wouldn't have the front line to keep pushing. So slow down moment, and Wham taking advantage of this now to switch into Horseman. So Horseman Longbow can make a decent amount of sense. Like, you haven't answered the Knight issue is the only issue, right? Like, your opponent's Knights can run you through, and they do have Boys Fortitude to make it easier. So it's definitely something that Wham's going to have to be cognizant of. He's going to need a solution for that. B, for the time being, he's just going to choose to continue to slow roll this. He's got a lot of gold passively, you know, 152 off the High Trade House, plus the Sacred Site Relics. It's adding in a pretty penny here, right? Like, he's at 500-ish rather, passive gold a minute. He's only going to keep using it for Knights for the time being. However, we do have Horse Archers now. Is this because he wants to raid? I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the Horse Archer for? Because Horsemen's are problematic for you, Limitane are problematic for you, Longbows are problematic for you. They are kind of tanky once you have Voice Fortitude. And no, B is sitting on no farms. 0 farm gamer, which means it's coming soon. So it's kind of really pays dividends and merit to Byzantine Eco when they are mirroring the military count while taking fights like this. And have been adding in olive groves. Yeah, like average males kiddo count from their shots, then my average kiddo count. No worry. I hope so. I'm not getting lasered in the balls again. Why is it like, I don't know why this particular one's been so focused on this. Do him some justice. Let's give B's last stand. Look at the horseman count. Out of nowhere, 20 plus. Courtesy of the production rates. This is where Byzantines thrive. Pulls it back to reveal the Knights into the Limitane. Goes in for the second wave. Horseman wrapping around the back. Lombo's now reaching in range as well. B is going to go for the Wooden Fortress up on the front line. Spirals are penetrating through that tanky beginning of Limitane Horseman. And B now swelling up and forward. Longbows have to retreat. He keeps them alive. He gets them away. But B is making this map uncomfortable. Sacred Site victory timer has started. A military lead now that matters. And B, for the 3rd time in a row, makes the moves mandatory to come out a mile ahead. To have those miles added up enough for the Tortoise to win the race. Wham is now pivoting into mangoes. Dangerous to do with very limited gold in his base. Horsemen are going to start riding out. Not a bad idea to try and just move onto your enemy economy. A little bit dangerous when he's this close to your base, though. B, this is full containment protocol. Look at the minimap. Oh my. He's creating a no man's land where he's created both sides of the wall. Yeah, this is Berlin, Cold War era, if one construction company was responsible for both sides. The Horsemen are going to find him trying to do this, but no Exploratores and no quick kills. Textiles also to protect, and great use of the gate by B to get out. So a little bit of in and out weaving with the Dukes. We'll at least be able to minimize the losses. Full army is now rotating. Now, the interesting part is B. He just wants Imperial Age. He backed all the way up. What? Yeah, you'd think with that type of positioning, you'd want to maybe attack, but I think B understood what we were talking about all too well. Like, Byzantine economy, there's never an end. Even if you know they have no gold, they still have food, they still have wood, they still have olive oil. So they always have possibilities. So I actually respect his choice just to go for his own age up. He still wants this wall. Really? Wasn't expecting the Lombos to be waiting this time, so he's going to get sniped there. That's a 10 worker lead. Guys, that's actually more than 10 worker lead. Remember, we're at this point where the system buff adds up quite a bit. It's an extra 20 workers. And that's going to allow Wham to quickly catch up with his own imp timing. An imp timing that would also unlock elite techs in, on average, 24 seconds. As long as he switches over to Dialecticus. Now, B does have enough of runway here that he should be able to get his elite techs first. And remember, he went high armory, so wants to lean siege, but this is where the game truly gets dangerous against Byzantines. Biz in Imperial Age equal Royal Cannons. Royal Cannons equal siege dominance. So I'm hoping B isn't thinking of doing one of these classic mass mango traps. Because I've seen it fall flat so often against Biz. Oh wait, people don't like the stat screen being religious? Wait, I can blackmail them. 5 gifted. Now. And wait, what was that question? Does market caravan unit increase gold generation linearly with distance? It's always, yeah, based on just a line drawn between start point end. So if you have a bunch of walls taking you all the way around, too bad, you're not getting more gold yet. So you can't create a clowny maze near a trade post to get maximum gold. As funny as that would be. You can kind of do it at least with the Malian tolls, but those things are really clunky anyway. So I wouldn't recommend it. So B has started adding farms, by the way. We're up to 17. 30 minutes in, when you're both Imperial Age, do you really want me to tell you how many farms Wham has? It's 42. It's a lot more pump, ready to be dumped. It's time to pump out those cannons. Double royal cannon gets queued up. Horsemen have started to wrap in. Would love to see Exploratores. If you're going to start poking eco of Horsemen, it's just so invaluable. Especially if you feel like you haven't got much gold access, but it looks like Wham's fixing that now. We've got University plus triple outpost on the gold vein. He doesn't... I mean, he's got these knights, but I guess he just feels like there's no way he can raid into. Or maybe more importantly, feels like if he doesn't have everything rather to defend, he'll get overwhelmed. He's still 1 TC, so any cost of workers does hurt, remember. I do love that he went poleaxes, by the way. Like, poleaxes is such a slept-on tech. Remember, it gives +4 damage per strike to your knights. It's 4 blacksmith levels for this unit. Actually, between that and Boy's Fortitude, it makes you quite competitive with French Knights. I'm not going to say it makes you beat them, unless you just A-click start to finish without moving. But actually, I think, like, based on tests, if I remember correctly, it was something like the difference in health left is maybe 30 or 40 for a French Knight. Pretty damn good. If you have a true A-click fight, these guys can win. Wham, ready to go Imperial Age again. Sadly, that's not the way Age of Empires 4 works. Wait, now... Oh, 4 ages. Age of Empires... Oh, it doesn't make sense. Except, like, other games have 4 ages. Wait, so Age of Empires 5 will have 5, right? Wow. Reluctant to take this fight. Was he trying to get towards adjustable crossbars? He's waiting on the incendiary arrows. That's coming in just 15 seconds, courtesy of the assistance. And he's just going to dump the mangoes. Not the high value hit he was looking for, but he's had to do some of them. The sprills are moving in, and wait, he's lined up. The longbows taking a lot of damage here. Arrows is there though. Wham. The cannons are next on the hit list. Has got the volley, activates it, but then starts running away. Gets out of range of the pursuing forces. Gets just enough stabilization here to clear the front line. Now his front line's gone. It's just all ranged. And there's a problem there. Like, longbows in this area are pretty scary. B does still have numbers, though. And he's keeping pace. Cannon's doing a great job. They're sniping out the siege. No mango towers here. More Limitane just coming in to muddy this fight. And it's crazy that my brain is telling me this is not over, despite the military difference. But this is what Byzantines do. It never stops. 15 Varangian just hit the field. Backstab coming through, and it's just so quick. It's not just the never-ending economy, it's the production rates as well. It's unrivaled in Age of Empires 4. Not going to bog things down, but good read adding in additional knights. B is able to keep that in check for the time being. Military count is closer than it's been. The archers are at least mopping through that backline of longbows. So a full reset there. Wham. He queues up 3 more batches of longbows. I mean, how do you end this game? This is the thing. There's no longer a sacred site. That got decapped. Gold access still remains, by the way. Wham's got 4k left. Even after that, he can always just take these Grand Winery relics and stick it inside a normal monastery to get gold. I think B maybe, like, he's trying to go mass Streltsy. Is there more value in getting knights for the raid? I guess it's tricky. The problem with Streltsy here is, like, raw cannons can just be the 50 cal sniper rifle. Numbers are waning a little, though. I think, wow. The good news for B is, like, if this is how he's looking with limited farms, imagine what happens when he gets fully dense. Right? Like, 40 farms plus. And this is big as well. Silk bowstrings on the way. Do we have a mirrored tech from Wham? I don't think so. Yeah, he didn't prioritize Lombos getting that. I don't blame him. So, like, here's the thing, right? Like, if you ask your average, like, Redditor who tested it in, like, a private lobby, they're probably going to tell you that Longbow Silk Bowstrings is OP. And we've seen situations where they were. There's a reason why it got changed slightly and why Wall's range increase got changed. Because it was broken. But on average, one of the problems with Lombos having Silk Bowstrings, it puts you so far away from the fight that a backstab just wipes your LBs. Does that make sense? It's like you're just so far away from your front line can't protect you. That's why it doesn't often get rushed with these longbow strats. It's a big deal for B because it means he's going to have practically the same range with normal archers. Cannons are now moving in. He moves in for the gold. He's like, yeah, I'm going to need that. Like, building Imperial Knights is not cheap. Hamas is favoring Wham for the time being. And this is where things do get scary. Streltsy, like, the archers trading out against longbow is great, but the Streltsy, you have to run so deep to actually target. He's going to go for the dive now. The villagers are starting to be pulled there. Just get a lot of Streltsy being expended by B. But 1-to-1, they'll do better than they'll be. Usually the issue is, like, you just can't reach them. The lack of front line is a little bit concerning for Wham. But the Varangian are now showing up. Okay, so they took the long way around. I don't know what they were doing over here. But that is going to force a retreat. And Berserk gets activated. He just wants one touch. Goes in for the workers. Great grab. The one TCB might find this a little bit problematic. He's down to 26 military. And look at the eco. What a hit. What a timing there. And imagine how this now feels. Down to 72 eco, and you're still trying to mass Streltsy Knights. Gold income also a little bit concerning. I mean, you do still have the big vein on the side, but you weren't able to take away from Wham. And that matters a lot when you see this. It's 45 Varangian. We said it before, we'll say it again. There's just no sieve like Byzantines when it comes to production. Someone said Chinese IO. Psh, please, take your beer and pour it down the toilet. Mix me up a fruity, delicious Byzantine cocktail with a few olives dropped in it. Nothing beats this. Absolute absurdity. A Varangian spammed out every 13 seconds. And the multitude of Raxes. And guys, this is where Systems got buffed. Late game, they're so affordable. You splash them out. You have 20 production builders that could all easily be buffed by this. You move for gold veins in the center of the map. You drop the systems that you normally would not because they cost you 350, 400, 450 stone. This is where Byzantine smile. What is up? I'm smiling at that. I see you, Townhouse Dan. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Now, speaking of Swarms, how do you solve this? This is where the Varangian would probably struggle against Mass Spriggles. But it's the delayed dynamics. We mentioned it in the Castle Age. Like, Lombos kind of makes you think twice about massing Springs. We'll definitely keep him away from that idea. These walls. A muddied mess. Only able to hold this back temporarily. Dives coming in, and I think we have a new boogeyman at the end of the midweek musters. He was able to slay Anatan, and now able to slay the most threatening. Knights are trying to wrap around the back, but there's already a wave of Varangian waiting there. Volley's going to get activated. And there's not even a stutter away. B has to stand his ground here. It's about to reach his economy. He can't afford that. But I can't see a world in which he can afford to stay in this game any longer. Pretty cool grand finals. Wasn't able to get the full distance, but some memorable games coming through in Midweek Muster 27. NA looking to make themselves memorable at the end of our $9,000 esports circuit. GG comes out. Wham, you're back-to-back champion.
Wow, that was a cool end.
Read the room.
Wait, what? Oopsie. That was a cool end to that $9,000 esports circuit. Man, it's just a shame that that's the end. There's nothing more. Wait a second. Screw that crap. We got plenty more. That's right, because of course now we're into a $20,000 esports circuit. It just never ends. So, we are back for game number 3 between Mia, Micah, and Gully Deckle. It's going to be a fun one. We head into the new front range, the improved front range for this showdown. The deer spawns have been fixed. Only Anatan in Grand Finals was scammed, and even though he was scammed, it was still not enough to stop Anachad from slay, and win. Reminder, by the way, guys, as we get into this, you have been seeing that Gigabyte notification pop up. Exclamation mark Gigabyte, go check it out. Get your hands on some of the latest and greatest. Or even if you're not thinking about buying right now, get some information on the board. Realize what you get your hands on. You can get some good deals, getting your hands on extra stuff right now, extra goodies for your games. But also, it's just phenomenal upgrade value. And I've got Freya. What's up, Freya? Yeah, you gotta hurry up, though.
Hi, Steve.
Say hi.
Hi. Hi. I like to buy your money.
Say subscribe, please.
Try views.
I didn't even tell her to say that first part. Freya, can you say exclamation mark Gigabyte?
That's the big gigabyte.
Say buy AMD GPUs and motherboards.
My TV board.
Say AMD the best.
Yours is the best.
Say AMD the best.
AB is the best like you.
Like me? Ah, I love you. All right, you go play. Give me a kiss.
Daddy is the best. Yes, sir.
Can you give me a kiss? All right, say bye, stream. Say bye, stream.
Bye, dream.
I know. I have the cutest kid. All right. Y'all ready? Oh, God. This Jesse cough, man. Yes, darling. You go play. All right. In we go. It's time for game number 3. This new map has flipped expectations, Civ tier lists, and what is good and bad. So why not scrape the bottom of the barrel with the worst of the worst? It's an English pick in 2025. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Deciding game here between me and Micah and Gully Deckle to see who goes deeper into midweek muster week number 3, our $20,000 esports circuit. It's going to be a fun one. Japan for Gully Deckle. Makes a lot of sense. Japanese have been looking really good on this map where you've got limited safe food and the gold is a little bit weird. That's the only thing I think that seems odd about Japanese picks is the gold on this map. You only have less than a normal 4K starting gold near your base. You have to move north for it later. But Japan's been looking great because of the aggro play and focus around Yumi normally out of the gate. English, on the other hand, well, surely this is just a good old council hall rush, right? I mean, we've seen 1 or 2 English picks on this map so far, and I gotta be honest, I was not impressed. The English picks we did see were very greedy. They went for the 2 TC builds and then ran out of food. It felt a little bit odd here because on this map, considering the nature of it, council hall rushes feel like they should be pretty strong. For those that have not seen front range before, you'll be seeing a lot of it in the upcoming days. This map has very small tree lines, very little gold, and very little food, actually. You only get 9 sheep spawning per player, so you have to come out for excess food sources very quick. And that's why council hall rushes should be very good here. Yeah, this map in some ways reminds me of an extreme Himiyama. If you guys remember that map on the ladder pool, it was a great map for actually just sending longbow spam into the enemy base because you couldn't really hide these tree lines. Usually longbow spam can be weak when your opponent's able to embed themselves. Like a bigger tree line, let's say it was this big, you kind of carve into the center. But with how tiny these are, you can see it's almost impossible to reliably stay there and not be noticed. I wonder, is Mio going to be a greedy boy? He hasn't moved on the stone, which is a good sign. I think you should probably be playing this aggressively, because if you go 2 TC, I think Japan just gets castle for free and then catches you when you have to come out. Oh my god, dude, not again. Not again. Game number 1, this man done a Ford Abbey of Kings and then went for the bum rush. It looks like he's doing it again. It's not as close as it was in the previous game, but it's still outside of TC range. So he's trying to min-max the cheese of pushing with units, healing them, and then sending them in fresh. This guy absolutely loves his Abbey of Kings. Gully is going to get a whiff of it quite early. Very different game compared to that game 1, which was Lancaster versus Malians. Different function of Abbey of Kings as well. And we have got Kura Storehouse coming in, which is the normal. When you play as Japanese, you want to have that Kura because it's going to give you the free farms on a map where you run out of food fast. Leaving space for farms in TC range? No, I think he's just trying to get it forward so that he can actually max on units that are coming back if they get injured. So it does save him a little bit of time, right? It basically saves him a whole aura radius around the landmark, if you think about it. Like, it's... Units will be healed probably like 4 or 5 seconds quicker than normally would when they retreat. King. He's going to be summoned 50 seconds away. No move out onto stone by the looks of it from me and Micah, which I'm a big fan of. But the wood gathering is going to be very late. So I think we've got a fast castle build. Yeah, why would you split food and gold with barely any wood gathering? It just doesn't make sense, right? So house is going to be dropped. He'll need to chop a tree soon. But he's moving out towards the deer. Has got the mill drop coming. So we are getting an FC, and I wonder if it's going to be a white tower drop in the center of the map near the ball. We'll give him a strong point to leverage from as well. Just gets the knights quickly into your opponent's base. Gully, on the other hand, is going to be opening up the archery range. Now, this is smart because in the event that it is going to be a white tower pull,
it'll allow you to have some Yumi in position to block it and attack. We'll want to consider adding in the racks as well, simply because you are going to be facing off against that king. And will you look at that? Another Gigabyte link. Time to click on that, guys. I know some people complaining recently because there's been some hits in performance with the Windows 11 update for Age of Empires 4. So it sounds like it might actually be the perfect time for some people to update. If you guys are in the market, reminder the X870 AMD motherboards from Gigabyte are phenomenal. I use them myself. And don't forget to check out their latest 9070 XT graphics card. Probably the best bang for buck you can get on the market. Like, yeah, AMD, for those who are looking to be on a bit of a budget, but still get great performance, it's the place to go. And let's be totally real. AoE 4, with the new Crucible coming, the amount of units that are going to be on screen, you're going to need a better graphics card and CPU motherboard. So, exclamation mark Gigabyte and check them out today. So, King gets the first blood. Archers are going to start spamming up. My worry here is that Gully spends too long looking at this and doesn't notice the timing. But good lad, he's got the scout in place. Did I see the announcement? This is a farm man comment that's going to get him banned. I can already see it coming. Damn, King gets another kill. This is... I'm questioning Gully's choice to open Yo here. What was the thought process? Like, we talked about it to intercept the White Tower, but, like, you have to be alongside that with Spearman straight away, right? So he's lost 2 workers. He got outed up as well. He gets nothing for it because the King's now going to heal. This is pretty rough. Imagine if this was actually just King's Palace after all, and he's greedy. I'd be shocked. But then again, if like you're White Towering, where's the villager pool, right? Okay, wait, he builds it back here? That's kind of crazy. I guess upside of this is it means that his base is protected, so he can send the knights to the enemy side. Because remember, this White Tower also is a stables. So you don't necessarily need to stockpile the wood to build a stables to begin with, as you'll already have an ability to build knights. Other side of this, though, Gully's in a bad shape. Yeah, he added in 8 Yumi that are going to feel pretty redundant, unless he can somehow start harassing resources, and because that White Tower drop is on the backside, that's simply not going to happen. I don't necessarily agree with the idea that he needs to defend this area, by the way. I just think maybe Mio Micah actually could have got away with a King's Palace. 2 TC to scale, and then just... You know, if you think about Gully's position, a few Yumi can't really dive 2 TC. And on top of that, by the time your opponent would tech up, you'd have like, what, 5, 6, 7 villager lead? Maybe for Mio, he's worried about the food source. He feels like he needs to control the map, and Knights would do that. Otherwise, he'd have to spend 150 wood per stables to even think about Knights. And Gully, realizing what's just happened, is going to be backing up entirely. I think he's just getting flashbacks to the White Tower game last time. He's like, oh no, not again. King sneaking in again. This time, at least, there's going to be spears, a quick reaction from Gully. Reminder, the King does get auto-upgraded when you age up. So he's more threatening now than he was before. And before, he managed to get 2 worker kills. So, got to take him seriously. So what does Gully want to do here? Is he going to mirror Knights, or will he just stick to a static comp? Mirroring Knights can be pretty effective, but you've got to be careful about the amount of food resource you have access to. It's quite limited for him. He's basically out sheep. He's going to be out berries. He has got the deer close to the TC, so it's an option, but we're talking about Castle Age Knights. These guys don't give a damn about a TC. They will care about the spears, though. Good pin. Good damage done. And notice what Mio's doing, guys. He's a big believer in this. This knight that you just worked so hard to kill, that you almost killed, is worthless now, right? There's nothing Mio can do to fix that. Yep, that's right. He's sending it all the way home to rejuvenate. It's like that damage would have never happened. Floating gate now being prepped. So Gully. I wonder if you just own a Musha, actually. Onimusha against Knights is pretty interesting with a few Spearmen. Maybe a little bit risky because then your opponent could go Lombos. And, I mean, Lombos is ideal here because of the lack of food and the majority wood you have access to. Speaking of that wood, it has been converted into farms. So we have got me and Micah starting to set up the clusters. Now, I know it's been a long time, so I'm going to blow your mind with something here. English pay half price for their farms. Yeah, 37 wood. So it makes this a very easy switch over. Still, Gully paid nothing for his. Yeah, interesting thing you have to remember is you're going to be generating free farms, and then you're going to be generating wood to build farms for free anyway. The villagers are getting concerning, though. Another one goes down. Yeah, if Mio Micah just goes very Mio Micro about this, he can sneak in on multiple angles and just start bleeding Gully out. For now, he's being a bit more brute force-ish. All troopers on one side. Age up complete makes me wonder, would Mio Micah build a different unit type? And then I realized that I'm watching a Mio Micah game, so more stables, right? No, that's the funnier part. He just has the White Tower. It's the only production building. He gets another worker kill. And we'll once again get away with this. Come on. This can't keep happening. Doesn't connect for an additional worker kill there, though. Oh, look. An almost dead knight. Again. I am getting deja vu. Where have I seen this before, chat? I'm pretty sure we just watched this. Are we watching a YouTube video right now? Yeah, just a high five on the way past. He's like, your turn, buddy. I'm going to go back and get my boo-boos kissed better. God, this is so infuriating. Like, the healing is always... I think healing is one of the more tilting things that people have to encounter in this game because you make progress towards a kill. You feel like you've done it, and then all of your damage, your progress gets reset. And Mio, a beautiful jump in there now. Up by 8 workers. This is just getting ridiculous. Still no textiles from Gully. He's trying to get it. But now it feels a little bit too late. Sure, there's still workers to protect, but you've already taken the big hit. And behind this, we're seeing Mio Micah now rushing towards those relics. Why not? He's got full map control. He's El Dictato. While Gully's looking like a potato. Does get a night kill finally. But now, this is the thing about Mio. He's so infuriating for these type of transitions. He doesn't gradually switch a new unit in. He just suddenly stops and full pivots. Yeah, it's almost like he's just not willing to give you a little bit of value, right? Because the logic of AoE 4 is meant to be one of counters. You know, you do a unit and I counter it. And we go around in circles, one slowly building a bigger advantage because of it. But what's actually happening here with Mio Micah, we saw it in a big way in game number 1. He likes to just flood a unit type, force you to react, and then he says, no, I will not give you any more value. I will now pivot entirely. Now, Gully does have a fortuitous position here, because for Japan, you can just spam Mounted Samurai to address both longbow or knights. You need to spam them fast. My god, another big hit. Textiles is going to minimize the losses a bit. Mio Micah just running headfirst in, not giving a damn. We'll need to quickly as he backs off. Yeah, that actually worked out quite nicely. The king is a lot more tanky than standard knights. He's got an extra 65 HP. So it's actually beneficial for him to be taking the hits over your knights. Not to mention the fact he's more of a supporting arc, a tank and a healer, whereas the knights actually have high DPS. Mio up by 12 now. But that's about to change. Finally, Gully is able to sneak something in. He finds the workers out. Wheelbarrowless, by the way. The sins of Mio Micah, man. The gluttonous greed. He chooses a wall over wheelbarrow and pays the price. And the longbow's also now revealed. Guys, it's so much worse than that. I don't think Mio realizes. No, he doesn't have veterancy on longbows. I don't think he's looked. Which is problematic because it means you're doing barely any damage to the samurai. What, Freya?
You just opened the gate.
No, I'm not going to open the gate. Go talk to Mummy. Bye-bye. Mio If Gully doesn't see many knights soon, if he doesn't see any more knights, he's going to know fully. Like, he's already scouted the archer switch on the backside. But this is like the upside downside of Mio. If he's given enough time to make that transition, it'll roll over you like a coming storm. I don't think he was given enough time here. No, he's only got 5 knights, 18 Lombo. Gully's just adding in more samurai. He does need to find a way of sneaking out onto deer or berries soon. Otherwise, he's going to fall behind on the food count. Mio's weak right now for sure. But he should be able to resecure the deer with the wall going up. Plus double farm cluster for English. All right, what do you think, guys? Ones if you think Gully's going to win this. Twos if you think Mio Micah is. I mean, surely, Mio, he's got to be getting 4 relics here, right? Come on. He doesn't see it. Unless he looks here, he won't see the cart, so he won't know either. Meanwhile, for Gully, no, he hasn't scouted up there, but guys, this always spawns from what I've seen. Every single map spawn, you get that relic. That's the most reliable one to encounter. And Mio completely skimmed on it. Gully's going to go in for the same raid again. You know what they say about the definition of insanity? Playing a best of 21 against Mio Micah. Knights. Oh, another hit. Gully. He gets the shivs out? Oops. 3 more go to an early grave. A 10 worker lead now for Mio Micah. Knights are going to start poking on the other side of this. Lombo mass is getting pretty big, but I'm starting to feel like Mio actually needs spearmen. And he seems to be allergic to them. Oh, hold that thought. No, Mio does agree. This time. He was worried about spearmen before because Japanese love doing Yumi plus Mount Samurai. So you don't really want to encourage that. Spearman mass does, but this will be another classic Mio Micah moment of trying to hide the comp until it's too big to counter. So really important for Gully to kind of keep pressure up so that that doesn't happen. But unfortunately, the Lombos have scared him away. Nice. Feeling ambitious. Oh my god, come on. Just stop letting him get away with this. It should not be illegal. Mio is somehow not losing that knight. Are you kidding me? Yep, he's just going to run past with a charge. Intercepts onto the samurai. Forward Lombo are going to be at risk here, though. And the spear count is actually not that crazy. He's going to turn around for the charge in. Not ideal, though. Just losing more troopers. Does get 2 mounted samurai on the exit. That actually makes it worthwhile, surprisingly enough. Mio now retreating towards the base with the Lombo mass. He needs more spearmen, though. He hasn't queued them up whatsoever. It's just full focus on this. Mio has got the attack speed aura now. He's waiting for the king to kick in on the heal. So we'll rejuvenate. Gully has to back off. And Gully now gets that info. The info that we said he needed. He knows that he needs more Yumi. This is pretty ballsy, by the way. Mio Micah is walking up with barely any front line into Mass Mount Samurai. That's going to come in. And if Mio Micah can drag this, then he's definitely favored because the healing in between fights. But a full commitment would be good for Gully. That's exactly what he goes for. Good for the goober. Good for the goose. Good for the gabba. Yumi just keep on poking at the back. The Mount Samurai almost done dealing the damage to the knights to clear them. Spear's starting to arrive, but there's still a few Yumi in there. But these Yumi folks are not upgraded. They're not that impactful at trading out against the bows. The mounted samurai that Gully are looking to carry him through. You're seeing how painful this is. Gully, he only has the ranged armor 1 upgrade. Meanwhile, it's the +2 damage for Mio Micah and a higher base damage bow. Gully, seemingly low on food income. He was trying to play for the center control here. It's not going to work. What shocks me more, actually, is that Gully still hasn't gone out on the flanks. Maybe it's because he's worried about knights, but this would have been the time. And instead, he's looking for the deer. Oh, please tell me he knows. Oh, this is a ridiculous spawn. He could easily miss this, guys. If he misses it, it's all for gold, and this is not why you make this pull right now.
Like, I think you want gold and food. Okay, no, he's going to go for it. On 600 food? In fairness to him, you can buy food. But, like, for me right now, I think I'm more scared about Gully's gold than food rather than I am his gold. Like, in an ideal world, you probably put 4 or 5 on deer and then the rest on gold, right? He still doesn't know. And also, by the way, that's where his gold spawned. This is where Japan kind of looks like a sucky pick because you can't place a forge up here. You can't place a mining... Like, a mining camp I think you could place here, but a forge you definitely can't. Oh, that is such a horrible spawn. Imagine if you had this one instead. Spawn diff coming in cursed again. What do you do here? I'm kind of wondering, actually. Like, what's the plan? Is Mio just straight up going to dive? How does Gully survive that? Like, the size of this army is ridiculous. And it's once again a case of food. You know, if he's at like 1,000+ food, you could maybe try Horseman. Horseman Springle probably would have been Gully's best option here. But do you ever want to be building Springles against Lombo? That feels like self-griefing. This feels like a lot of grief coming his way either way. Neo starting to pressure into the farms. Gully has got a decent number behind this, but nothing crazy. And also, he seeks shelter to all of them. So his food income is about to plummet. He only has 2 people actively gathering. Looks to move forward with the samurai. Not good, though. The Lombo count just feels a little bit too high here. Gully knows he can't give over more territory, but Gully has got an ace up his sleeve, and he just queued it up. It's the Shogunate Castle. It's rocket launcher time. Okay, this now makes it a bit more tricky. Mio, if he wants to break the main, he's going to need rams. Because if he dives rocket launcher town with Spear Lombo, this army will disappear fast. Gully, when everything else goes wrong, what a way to try and survive. No, Mio doesn't want to look for the gold because he's worried the army's going to rebuild and also his army's slow. 1 or 2 knights, though, would have been pretty sick into the north side. Flash comes in, Spearman. Not able to munch down on all the knights yet, but now the recommitment's going to be there. The rocket launcher town is in action, though, so for Gully, it's all about just trying to keep Mio Micah here as long as possible. Arrow fire plus the rocket launcher to minimize the army. Yumi are trading out against the Spearman. He's target firing down the Lombos, and Mio realizes the mistake. It's an overcommitment. He will need to leave. Gully gets the stay of execution, but sacred sites have now been captured. And not just that, oh my god, is this the most toe-curling, enjoyable to look at SimCity farm cluster you've ever seen in your life? I feel like I'm playing Anno right now. These are the nicest farms I think I've ever seen. Look at them. They're just so pretty in there. I mean, you'd think that Mio Micah is German with that kind of efficient, squared up layout, you know? I don't think I've ever seen a player make his farms this nicely spread out in my life. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong button. I want the free cam. Where's the free cam? I always forget the free cam. There's a shortcut and I can't remember it. 1 second. What is the shortcut? Cinematic is Control U. There you go. All right, here we go. Oh, look at those. Look at those beauties. Isn't that exactly what you want? All right, there's something important happening in the game, though. We've got to fall box shit. Peacetime is over. Now war. He's boxering into the main. Longbow Mass is still holding firm as well. Gully's going to be in a whole age behind. Mount Samurai at least carries the fight, so the Yumi can now win, but... yeah. Does he even know? Oh my god, he doesn't know. He has no clue. There's just this tiny gap behind the tree line. So the Bog's just going to go up. And guys, he can build bombards out of this. He just garrisons all the units inside. Like, yep, let the flurry begin. Time for the slow kill. Oh, Mia Micah, you glorious son of a gun. And Gully, no. Gully, no. Hey, I have arrows too. I can win. No. Wrong neighborhood, dog. Oi, 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 oi. Well, what now? We've got a marketplace drop coming in. Me and Mike are actually kind of lacking in gold. He's got plenty of food. Just needs to get enclosures. Once enclosures is in, this is locked. I don't know what you do then when you're Gully. He's gold as well. It's getting low. It's what, 800 left? And I still think he doesn't know. He doesn't know. So he thinks his next gold is over here, which is in dangerous territory. And even more dangerous. Oh no. Mia Micah, he's marching north. Sacred Site is getting intercepted. So it looks like with the spring on placement, Mio will potentially lose this win condition, but he might pick up something more important. Mio. Golly. How did he not? No, he knows. He knows. He finds him. The woodworkers, they're going to reveal it too. The moment they topple down that tree, he's going to see everything. Mio Micah, he gets the free vision. Absolute disaster. Gully in Tragedy Town now. And the villager, the decap, it's not going to work either. Last second. Mia Micah gets the intercept. 6 minutes left on the clock. But no time left for Mio. No, he wants to punt it. He wants to send it. He wants to end it. Gully just has a nomadic tribe of people now. Half of his economy is running for their lives. I think Mio saw him. He's going to keep chasing. Yumi tried to intercept, but the Lombos are going to stand their ground. They're elited up now. The Silver Hats cannot be beat. We've got Mad Samurai punting it into the ether. The Parkshire has actually not had a single cannon come out of it, by the way. No. Instead, he's going for a full men-at-arms cheese. I knew he was going to do it. Somehow he was going to get the word cheese out of me. Mio just going to annihilate a few more workers. I mean, the outpost is still on fire. It's just futile at this stage. Gully is just going to try to play this one out because, hey, you know, final game. But there's really nothing left for him. Men-at-Arms are proving infuriating. The only upside is they are not tanky enough to take a second hit from the rocket launcher. But Mio, like, the obnoxious thing at this stage is his economy is so good that even with really inefficient trades like this, it doesn't matter. It's just a never-ending meat grinder. Yeah, he even switched from men-at-arms to spears, which is smart. Like, all he needs is torch power. Also, his men-at-arms will always get one hit by the rocket launcher. They do 192 damage, so even if you're elite men-at-arms, you're at 180 HP, you still die. So Spearman's just better because all Mio needs is torch damage. And guys, torch damage doesn't even need elite tech. That gets upgraded automatically, right? Based on your age. So it looks like Mia Micah is going to be the one proceeding on through to match up against either B or Guts. Gully just needs to get with the times and get the memo and get the hell out. Bless him. I feel bad for Gully, man. Game 1 against Lancaster, Game 3 against English. Both of them in their own ways, kind of a little bit of a mind boggler. Sometimes Mia Micah feels like a second edition of CSO. Like, this game felt defined by the early night play, right? Mio loves finding ways of getting into the cav spam. Yeah, Torch is now out. It's okay, guys. Even if the men-at-arms fail, he'll kill this landmark in 11,770 shots from the Berkshire. 11,700. I'm not going to keep doing that. The toxic civs package? I mean, also the trash civ package, right? Like, English is not rated well right now. We just saw a 1TC English White Tower rush that worked. Lancaster, we know they do that. But English, most people say this civ can only do one thing, and that's TC. Mio Micah objects. Kura Storehouse now down. I think I'm going to speed this up for the sake of Gully. There's obviously no comeback. He just doesn't have any food to speak of. Sorry, no, he found the deer. All right. K-Pig Pogs in chat. Gully found the deer. He just maybe found it like 10 minutes too late. Let me know what you think about this, though, guys. Are you inspired? Is English now on the pick list? You've seen them do 2 TC every single time. But finally, they win with 1 TC. He didn't even choose the King's Palace, and yet still walks away with the victory. Make sure you subscribe as well. Comment down below. Be sure to let other people know about the KPMMs. They happen every single week. Live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And you'll definitely see more of these too in the future. More English wins, I'm not so sure about, though. G to the G. That's a cool game. I think I just call that one English. But it's not 2 town centers. Gasps all around. They're like, wait, is that legal? Is that possible? Do people do that? Nani? So, really well played by both lads there. Looking at what we've got up next. Just trying to find my Discord. I've got way too many Discords. Shall we have a look at Vortex versus Lemonos? So we've got Vortex versus Lemonos. MSN Hussein's in an hour. We can either do Vortex Lemmy or we can do some pub games. Let's do Vortex Lemmy first. So give me a sec. I'm going to grab their draft. And then if there's time, we can hop into 1 or 2 pub games. I think I noticed a Wham Magic game that I was kind of curious of. So, grab that. And then we need Civ Draft. Reminder, by the way, guys, we're doing the giveaway in a little bit. Exclamation mark, give King watching if you want to enter. We've only got 13 people in there. Do you guys not like free games? We're giving it for free. Like, oh, wait, for free? I didn't realize. I'll hold my beer. All right, so. 1 second. What did I miss? Oh, yeah, I need to add in the names. So we've got Vortex on the left. Lemonos on the right. Starting map, remember, is going to be Cliffside to kick us off. Let's see what the boys have got in mind. And also, while you're getting free things out of me, let me get a free thing out of you. Exclamation mark Gigabyte. Exclamation mark Aurus. Either one works. Go across, click the link, check out the amazing line of products. As we're doing a cool awareness campaign with them right now. 1 sec, I need to bump Vortex.
Good lad, Lemonos has his open, though. There you go. Good lad. Exclamation Aurus. Yeah, if you click that link, go through and check out the products. It's good to be aware of like what's on the market as well, just in case you guys are upgrading soon. Like I said, you know, other RTS is coming up, like the Game of Thrones one, not to mention that the recent Windows change means a lot of people probably need to think about an upgrade anyway. Always good to be in the know about where you can get the good deals. So game number 1 is going to be Byzantine versus Japanese. All right, let's get into it. All right, we'll probably do a little bit more of a chill cast here because Lemmy has been struggling to get deep in the runs. I'm trying to think if Lemonos has actually had a round of 16 appearance. He's maybe had 1 or 2. Shout out to him for the commitment, the regularity of trying to get in there. But he hasn't been one of our deep runners. Japanese versus Byzantines is an interesting one, though. It used to be really good for the Dark Age rush. Now, with the Hippodrome build, I feel like the Yumi doesn't really make sense for Japan, right? Like before, you could kind of Yumi into Biz. It wasn't the worst in the world. But ever since we've seen like the Hippodrome switch up, I think this is like really hard for Japan to play Feudal in. And yeah, just looking at the results now, Lemonos has played in 17 KPMMs. It's always been a 17 to 30-second finish. So if he could beat Vortex, I mean, that would be an impressive feat in itself, but it would also be a deepest record for him. Vortex, on the other hand, has been all the way to grand finals in the past. What Windows change am I referring to? Apparently, some people have been noticing huge frame drops with the recent Windows update. I believe even Sordov was talking about it on stream the other day, about how he's getting really bad mouse lag. And apparently people attribute it to the changes with Windows updates. At least that's their best theory. Anyway, Dark Age Spears is going to be coming. Problem is, Lemonos didn't scout this first, did he? No, this is the difference now. Against Byzantines before, you just wouldn't scout them, you just do it. Now against Biz, it's pretty important to scout, especially on a map like Cliffside where the distance isn't that far, so that you know what's coming. Because if it's this type of play, there's very little value out of the spear opening. You're still going to want spears down the line because it's going to be horsemen. But there could be a better argument for like getting set up for feudal sooner. Yeah, and you see Vortex even just gathering additional gold here. He gets his confirmation, so it should be a pullback off the gold shortly. If you can get a little bit more to get some ecotechs, great. If not, the shrug, you've got what you need. And love that. Do you guys notice what he's doing? Vortex wants to guarantee that he can get the mercenaries, so he intentionally pulls his villagers to the further away berries instead of the close ones. Logic being, the very close berries, this one here, is in TC range. So the spearmen can't touch you unless they want to die. And what makes it better is your opponent's just wasting all of his time on the gold, which is pretty redundant. So yeah, actually, with the way that Vortex is prepping this, he's going to be merrily happy. Or like, upon arrival in Feudal, he'll have his first mercenaries queued, which is probably going to be Lombos to count the spearmen. You could argue javelins just because your opponent down the line will have samurai on horseback and you're going to have camels. By the way, was I right that the new Metal Gear Solid's coming out soon? We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Because you can get it for free with the Gigabyte thing. Yeah, guys, so Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater is coming out on the 28th. So if you guys go ahead and get yourself like the Gigabyte stuff now, it'll give you a key to redeem for that when it comes out in a few days. So you'd basically have an amazing graphics card, and then you'd have an amazing game to utilize that graphics card. Checkmate. I'm actually quite envious of people with like the 90 series AMDs. I love my 7900 XTX, but the only thing is like, it does well in ray tracing. I haven't tested whether the new 9070 does better, actually. I need to check that. I know it's more efficient, but I have got a beast of a card, you know. So Hippodrome is expected here. Lemmy
He's on his way up to the Kura storehouse. And he's already camping berries. I mean, I guess it's something you're doing, right? I wonder if instead he could have tried for an outpost. I mean, you could have outposted what towards the golden as the wood. That just feels really sad, though. And you'd have to be really wedged in there. Not to mention Akratoy. If you're that close to the enemy TC, they're going to just activate this button and then push you. CPU's X3D series from AMD is insane when it comes to L3 cache to dollar ratio. Absolutely. I sadly do not have the X3D. I've got the 9950X because I got sent one before the X3D version came out. I'm kind of tempted to bump my guy and see if I could get sent it though. But even without it, like my PC is top percentile. So I have no problem with any games. And as for the 7900 XTX, in terms of like raw rasterization power, you know, like the only thing that's really going to top it is like a 90 series, like a 5090 or whatever. But the difference in price there is like double. It's insane. Whereas I think 9070 XT compared to the 5090 is like a third of the cost or something. It's really, really impressive pricing. So Lemonos in full Bing chilling mode. Horseman now coming. Vortex, we talked about that mercenary timing. He's already ready. Western contract without any hesitation here. Yeah, and he's got enough for the first Lombo group. So what's Lemonos' plan here? Because it kind of looks a bit scrambled now. Stables. Now that has put a smile on my face. Like, if Lemonos is up to it, this isn't a bad idea, guys. If you remember, we had Beastie versus Marine Lord. A Frisian Marshes game where Marine Lord played Japanese into the Byzantine Hippodrome build. And over time, with the extra blacksmith level of melee tech and the Uma Bannerman, he was able to unravel the Hippodrome plan by just kind of raiding away from the Hippodrome horsemen and slowly poking his opponent down. Now, in that situation, you're talking about Frisian, where there was also fishing for Japan. So very different level of food income. An intriguing idea, though. I just worry that Vortex can easily just set up a 1-1-1 and go for racks. If he gets Limitane, then your horsemen are irrelevant, and also they hold back your spears. Vortex, in the meantime, are going to be diving in. I think he got the pinch. Yeah, gets the body blocker, so no easy retreat. Easy worker kill there. 2 on the board now for Vortex. Lombos will be able to scare away and kill the spears. That's also going to allow him to access the back berries for the second mercenary timing. Actually, funnily enough, Vortex is going to be trying to sneak south side. And he's just mopping up all spears, isn't he? Yeah, Scout's guarding at the back. Another spear goes down there. Lemonos is going to reveal the horseman early. Not a great fan of this. No. I understand Lemonos' urgency to keep pressure up, but you know, this is meant to be a big gotcha. Like, what's coming next? What are you going to build next? And normally with that comes a level of haha. You know, haha, look at this. You didn't see this coming and now I counter you. But this was a like, I don't even know how to really fully encompass the word I'd use. It done nothing. Yeah, one of the biggest takeaways for people, by the way, is the importance of not giving information for free. Age of Empires 4 is heavily a counter-based RTS, and in general, when it comes to RTSs, information is everything. There's a great saying from Dawn of War, it's fitting it's in another RTS, which is knowledge is power, hide it well. And I think that statement, more than almost any statement ever made in an RTS, embodies RTSs. If you can keep these details away from your opponent, it's the ace up your sleeve. At that point, if you're getting the info on your opponent, he can't see you. It's like playing poker where they have to show you their hand and you get to hide yours. Now, it's not to say they couldn't beat you, but if you see they're going to beat you, you can just fold out of the hand. So Lemmy now just scaling additional horsemen. He's going to go for a poke. Vortex does not have the wheelbarrow. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that he didn't go for that. Especially now that he's playing out onto these southern berries. Second longbow group should be coming in soon. He's just been rushing system levels. He put 5 people on stone. This was a reaction to the Ford stone spawn, right? Like, when you do Hippodrome, you're going to be delayed on your system scaling anyway. But also, because it's a Ford resource, unless he wants to put an outpost, he just wants to be done with this as quickly as possible. Some people are probably watching this going, are we actually watching Vortex? It seems like he's playing kind of defensive. We are. It happens sometimes, occasionally. What's up, Craven? I see you, buddy. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Show your support for the channel. Awesome in the poke raid. He doesn't have undermesh, though. So, yeah, these dives are kind of tricky. Steel Arrow is already in the way for Vortex. And he's moving in. Look at this. Lombo's on the approach. He's still got the Triumph, remember. He hasn't activated the Hippodrome yet. So he has a big edge over the enemy horsemen. Especially if they're equal numbers. A bit of a poke in. Does activate it. There's the Triumph. Tries to come here. Limitane are just going to block the Spearmen from stabbing into these horsemen. And now the Spears, they dive onto Lombos, but that's not ideal. Just making it easier for them to A-click in response. Instead, Vortex a bit of a panic as he retreats away. There's still going to be a win nonetheless. So he sacks the Lombos to wipe the army. Essentially clearing out Spears, which means the Lombos did fulfill their objective. Not just that, there's no damage being done elsewhere. So Lemonos is now the one at risk. As it starts to creep towards his gold encampment. Berries on the backside being gathered now, but Lemonos is out of food after this. It's just these farms and that's it. The problem for Lemonos is it just feels like he's not moving fast enough to try and catch Vortex off guard. You know, if only he had the speed of a 9070 XT AMD Gigabyte GPU, he would probably be able to rasterize a plan to get out of this situation. I'm sorry, I had to do it. I mean, credit to him. Well, credit is due, actually. He has managed to get 3 worker kills so far. There's the 4th. So he is occasionally catching Vortex just sleeping. It's not for nothing. Vortex with a stranglehold on the gold. Spears are just going to get an easy cruise by as the horsemen just run along their side, getting stabbed. Lombo is big enough to keep this down, right? The Lombos, he doesn't need that many because the Yumi count is pretty underwhelming and there's barely any spears. I think Lemonos just has a production issue, really. You know, having almost 1,000 food but not being able to get the units out, and yeah, he's just going to curtains it. GG gets called. Vortex takes an easy game 1. Easy breezy. First on the board for Vorty. Where are our boyos going to take us next, I wonder? So game 2, we're actually going to my brain for a sec. I was about to say Borderland. We're going to front range. HRE versus Mali. Oh, that's actually not too bad, right? I think Malians has been taking quite a lot of L's on this map from what I can recall. So maybe there's an iota of hope to be had. Let's find out. We're going to hop into game number 2. Lemonos, who I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, is German, is going to feel right at home with this Civ. Yeah, and also, you know, the interesting thing is, like, HRE in general, for a long time, has been a bully Civ into Malians. But recently, we have been seeing an adjustment out of Mali players. They aren't just full greeting, they're often adding in outposts, which offsets the Dark Age Rush. Dark Age Rush, the Lemonos isn't going for. Oh, nope. Okay, pause that. He is. It was just a bit delayed. Okay, so we are going to be seeing the spear spam. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. I wonder, though, is Vortex reacting accordingly? He's got 5 on wood, So he should have the timing. Although, if this was going to be an outpost blocker on the pit mine rush, you'd probably want the outpost on the corner here so that you can build it on a delay. Because like now, if you have to build an outpost here, delayed, the spearman can actually just harass you as you build it. In fairness, though, Vortex should see the play quite quickly. One of the tricky parts about making these Dark Age rushes work on front range is that there's barely any sheep. And because there's barely any sheep, it means that the scout can actually be used for his name. You go scouting to see what the enemy's doing. So I'd say on front range compared to most maps, now that players have got a feel for how many sheep there are and what they should be doing, it feels very rare for a Dark Age rush to not get noticed within less than 2 minutes. And there you go. Minute 40 in. He already knows. Outpost coming up. And Vortex, he does the right thing. He pulls 2 additional workers. He'd probably be able to get it with, like, just 2. But better safe than sorry. Let me... do you pull the villager? I'm not actually sure you get enough value out of a villager pull here. I mean, you can... So here's the thing. In this situation where your opponent has had to build an outpost like this, between the idle of walking extra villagers out and the time of building up the outpost and the 100 wood, you can actually kind of justify the spearman to yourself, if that makes sense. It's still more expensive for you, but you force your opponent off of his normal plan. And now, love this from Lemmy, he's going to be using the spearman to clear the boar. Yeah, I mean, villagers could do it anyway, but this just has less risk now, as you're not going to have this vulnerable unit teeter-tottering on the edge of life because they tried to attack a boar with a tiny shiv. Instead, they trusted the guy with the bigger shiv. So, guys, the difference is the way you hold your staff. You know? That and also spearmen have a much longer shaft. They actually really do. Wait, isn't it that... I'm pretty sure they have the exact same model, but they've just intentionally stretched out the spear here and shrunk the one the villagers have. Did you guys notice that? They're literally using the same spear. It's just been sized differently. Reused assets? I want a refund. Can I activate the other stats? Huh? I don't even know what you're about. Yes, here you go. They have 0 relic, 0 sacred sites, 0 conversions. Okay, so it's kind of weird that we can track conversions, but we can't have a stat tracker for kills for units. That makes me sad. So what's Lemonos' follow-up plan here? Is this going to be aggro and feudal, or maybe some try at going castle? I mean, Regnitz has to be pretty tempting here. Okay, so memes aside from Julie about reused assets, I've never seen that with so many variances. Interesting thing is actually a lot more games reuse assets than people realize. So my my eye opener to this was when on my degree we were making Unreal Tournament free maps in the Unreal Engine. And that's when I realized just how many different ways you can use a piece of machinery. Like a piece of machinery, if you size it big enough and clip it on the outside of the map, can essentially be a walkway, right? And if you actually look at a lot of Unreal Tournament free maps in the map editor, you can see this exact behavior where the developers have just taken what was meant to be like some sort of table and they've used it and they've warped it in size and shape to be a whole walkway or like an entire corridor or something. So yeah, a little bit of an interesting insight there is like with a lot of games, actually like the same asset can be used because, and the interesting thing is because of the way that you can clip it through things. If you no-clip something through something from a different angle, it'll look completely different. And it's not just a game thing, by the way. One of my favorite little Easter eggs in sci-fi history is in Blade Runner. If you look at the background of the city in Blade Runner, one of the big skyscrapers is the Millennium Falcon. Seriously. It's just because the scale, the way they shoot the background of the city, it's like a tiny little set of figurines. And also, it kind of fits with the relationship between like people like Ridley Scott and Lucas. So hold on a sec, I'll find it for you guys. It's quite funny actually when you see it. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to find the one that's the best like photo for you. Okay, so here you go. So this right here. That right there, that's the Millennium Falcon. So Vortex has gone for, what, scout pressure? No pro scouts though, right? No, it's just going to be straight up archers. Archers are to follow though, because Lemonos has been baited into mass spears. All right, this, guys, is the dream. If you're a Marlian player, you want a reason to be able to get away with archers. Normally, Marlian players get stuck going Javelin Donzo, and it's kind of sucky because, although it's strong and feudal, your real win condition is in Castle Age. And in Castle Age, you want to be so for archers like 8 or 9 times out of 10. So great position to be in as Vortex when you're in Feudal Age and can already justify archers. Now, he's even beating the spears. Reminder that a Warrior Scout barely costs more than a spear here. The difference is this guy's going to heal. Okay, so like, what do you do now? Horseman. Wait, did he scout this? Props to Lemmy. I think he saw it, or he just naturally suspects it. So Horseman's pretty cool here. But this is where I don't understand the Archon. I think Archon is really pretty bad on this map. There's just not much resource in range. And if he had mine work, this comp loves him right now. Spearman plus Horseman for mine work is great. You know, this is the thing, right? Like, I'd understand Lemonos going Archon if he'd gone Pro Scouts or had gone straight farms. But you're already on boar. So almost half your food income is just coming straight up from the boar play anyway. Which, by the way, he didn't even buff. No, never pulled a prelate. Yeah, to me, this kind of reeks of comfort from Lemonos. We've seen quite a few HRE picks here. And I think the ones we've seen that have had the most success typically have been leaning towards mine work. Vortex, you're starting to hunt here. Lemmy's going to be going deeper, so he's playing double boar now. It's worth it to add in a prelate, by the way. If he adds in a prelate, I mean, for a start, you can heal your guys, but the more important thing here is a prelate will add in a 35% gathering rate on all these boar workers. So 35% extra on 8 is equivocal to like, what, 2 and a little bit more villages of gathering. So yeah, a little bit inefficient here. Which is outrageous, because we said Lemonos is German, and German people are meant to be very efficient. Because stereotypes are always true. Like the one about British people and how amazing we are. Right? That's a stereotype, right? That we're pretty amazing. Let me have this. So Lemonos is running out of time quick here. Ranches are done. Vortex is ready for next stage. And Lemonos, is he looking for an age up himself? It's kind of weird, actually. I mean, he's forced Vortex to go into Donzos, which is annoying. Like, ideally, you just want to be thinking so for archers, but, you know, of the things that you could be forced to build, between Javelins and Donzos, you prefer to have to build Donzos. Mainly because of the difference in cost, right? It's like, yes, you can do more with Javelins, technically. Donzos are more defensive, but you're saving, compared to a Javelin, 25% of its cost.
Roos needs a buff. It's losing everything. I'm kind of okay with Roos taking the knee at the moment. Like, you're talking about a Civ that has been dominant more consistently than any other Civ in the history of Age of Empires 4. Now, someone who only plays Roos is going to be upset with that. But my response is it's time to take your Ls. You've been taking your Ws for long enough, right? For once, it can be your turn to suffer. Wait, where does the... What do you mean the stereotypes we show up in uninvited? No, we show up and we steal people's national treasures. That's very different than showing up uninvited. Right? You guys technically invited us when you just had those giant Greek columns out in the middle of nowhere. Flaunting them. It's like you wanted us to steal them. And all that land? Oh, the land. It's like you might as well have just cut out in the crops. Colonize me, baby. Uninvited. Pfft, what do you think I am, a vampire? So, Fulani's going to be coming through now. Lemonos is saving for an age up. His army isn't crazily big. I imagine we're looking at Regnants here. Has to be, surely. Nothing like a good old Reggie. Reggie sauce. Thinking about buying AoE for the current Steam sale, enjoying some SC2 from time to time, this looks fun. Is there a decent player base to find 1v1s in low MMR? Yes. Actually, the majority of the player base is ranked gold. They just don't want to admit it. Statistically, I'm pretty sure gold is the median rank. So, there's plenty of people there. Go have some fun, mate. Give it a try. Out of all the RTSs that were released in the last several years, it's the most likely one to topple StarCraft. Not saying it's going to tomorrow or whatever, but if there's to be an RTS successor, if you look at all the games that have lined up in the last 5 years to be an RTS successor, Age of Empires 4 has the best chance of those releases in the last 5 years. Full stop. Nothing else has been able to compete. Ragnar's now on the way. And yeah, it has like a pretty healthy scene. I want us to get more people in now. I want us to... What I want is for us to reach the phase where we appreciate low elo content. Some of you do. But I think the majority of people... I don't want to use the word snobbish. Uh-oh, I'm going to say but. But like, there's a lot of people... I mean, we had it yesterday where it's like, just go watch Marine Lord of Beastie. It's like, yeah, but... Wouldn't you rather watch a guy build 20 town centers because he thinks that's how Age of Empires is played? Or how about the guy that only builds 20 villages but then builds 180 army? Vortex. Oh, this is a problem. He might be aged up. His army isn't upgraded. Actually, he's lacking the gold right now. What? Yeah, pulls back off the Ford gold. He doesn't have veterancy for spears. This is bad. Vortex already has the archer upgrade in. Push in on the front side. He has at least got one relic home, but this is the flood, folks. Vortex with the Fulani, he's got so much infinite food. This will not stop. Warlord's going to buy a tiny bit of time, but it really is a Leshrug type feeling. Spear on spear, but I see archers. The horsemen are not there to contest at all. They're going to arrive way too late. He's trying to circle around, but he's in his own way. His scout actually blocks a sneak through. Vortex already leans east to dodge it. Yeah, this is over. It's a Malian flood, guys. Like, this is the problem. Like, Vortex was just kind of allowed to reach his critical mass point with no contest. Lemmy, I mean, he thought about doing this feudal play, but they never really found a connect point. So instead, it's going to be a sweet 2-0 and a sweet farewell to Lemonos in the round of 32. You want to charge someone $100 an hour for coaching? Jeez, that better come with a lap dance. What the hell? There better be a meal included in that. $100? Who's charging $100 for coaching, and why are you paying it?
Actually, I knew a guy in Dota 2 called Pudge, who I think he charged like $130 an hour or whatever for coaching. But like, at the point in his career that he was at, I mean, he knew this as well. Like, he wasn't a pro level player anymore, right? He wasn't at a point where he'd be able to help get you coached towards TI. But the thing that he discovered is like, a lot of people just wanted to actually meet him. They were very big fans of him, so they wanted to spend time with him, sort of thing. Which does make him sound like a bit of a hooker when you say it like that. But no, so yeah, so it was like, I mean, this is a thing. There's even platforms, but I can't remember. There's like one on your phone, right, where you can call a celebrity or whatever, or have them record a message. It's basically the same thing. Didn't the same thing happen to Stefano in SC2? Probably. I know some stuff about StarCraft 2. I'm not like the best versed person in the world for it, so I'm not gonna pretend I know everything there. Dude, my cables are fine. What are you on about? Look at them. Woo, woo, woo. We even got an extra cable in there. Do you guys want to know why? Oh, I didn't add it to the stream deck. I've been setting up a new camera. I'm gonna save it for another day. You guys haven't earned the right to see that. You guys can blame Arcleave for that. It's his fault you don't get to find out what the other camera does. So be sure to spit on Arcleave. If he's on fire, don't take a whiz on him. Let him burn. He likes being abused. See the under the desk cable management? Why are you trying to look under my desk, bro? Why are you trying to look at grain level? This is a child-friendly area. Shame on you. All right. So we could have a look at Scatterbrain versus Jean Do if you guys want. Do you guys want Scatterbrain versus Jean Do? Or would you like a pub game between Wham and Magic? What's up, Jimmy? How can you register for the series? You can go across to Start GG and search the Midweek Musters on Season 2. This week's is closed, but signups will be open. I believe we open them on about Tuesday, and they stay open until the end of Thursday. So you'll be able to find Midweek Muster Season 2, number 4 there. Do I read YouTube comments? I literally just read one. Ta-da! But, oh, snap. The question just answered itself. Wow. All right. I'll give you guys a Wham magic game, shall I? I'll give you guys something magical. He made the comment. He made the comment. I can't believe he made the comment. I like that. I'll go to YouTube then. Why not open both? You know? It's just an extra tab. While you're at it, why not click a link? You know that Aorus link that keeps appearing in the chat? People should click that. It's a pretty smart move. Get yourself a new GPU. Running issues? It sounds like you need the new GPU. 9070 XT. You click the thing? Good lad. Everyone should click the thing. I mean, seriously, though, like, I know they're sponsoring me, and that's the thing when people are like, oh, yeah, sure, KP, being sponsored, say that. I keep working with Gigabyte because I actually do genuinely like their products. That's a big thing for me. Like, when you see that I'm sponsored by something, like, I don't really do that half-assedly. I do it because I like working with brand. And Gigabyte have been solid lads to me. I've been trying to work out some things with the community manager for the UK. And it's definitely like something that he wants to do, and we're trying to figure out if we can do more together. Because I am intrigued and excited to try a few of the other lines of products. Because we've been using their motherboards and GPUs for a while, and they both smash out the park. But let me get that Wham game going. Where's the thing? Exclamation mark Gigabyte. Or exclamation mark Aorus. Either one works. So, what we wanted was... Was it Dry Arabia, I think? Yeah, Delhi versus Ayu. How can I participate? You go across to the Midweek Muster and Start GG. You should find all the details you need there.
I don't need the GPU. I need MGS. I mean, I'm a British guy. I don't have MGS for you. Oh, you mean that MGS? Wait, is MGS is like that type of salt? Well, dude, if you get the GPU, you get the GPU and you get Metal Gear Solid. So, like, in a way, you won what you wanted, and then you won in a different way you didn't even realize you wanted to win. But now you've won. So, winning. All right. Let's get ready. Podcasting? Podcasting. The RTS community is healing. It's not just the rank 3, rank 2 coming back to Age of Mythology. It's all of them coming back. Magic has returned home. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for something special. It's a Canadian showdown between the best in Age of Empires 4 and the former best. I'm so excited for this. Magic is someone who's been missing from Age of Empires 4 for quite some time, but he has returned home. A player who came from Age of Mythology and committed himself heart, mind, and soul to Age of Empires 4, was the only person able to beat Marine Lord on land back in 2022 at Red Bull Waterloo, has returned home. He's on the grind again, and I love to see it. We've got Delhi in the hands of Magic in the purple, going up against Wham on the Ibids in the green. This is a fun matchup, actually. This is a really cool one to see him back in the game on, because Delhi versus Ibids is not really a matchup that I would say is heavily leaning one way or the other. It's a skill-based one. You could maybe lean between 60, 40, and maybe 55, 45. I think Ibids have some really cool timings around feigned feudal aggression, where they secretly go for castle. And then, of course, Delhi just have that dominant timing where they keep pressuring on feudal. And the really good part about that is Ibids is a fast castle into relic type civ. Fast castle into relic type civs usually hate long feudal civs, especially those that play cavalry, because it means they can block. It's a bit tricky against Ibids specifically because their dervishes are outrageous. They're a little bit broken. Yeah, having that type of movement speed, having built-in healing, and then also having a debuff against cavalry chasing you, all in one unit does sound pretty ridiculous. But it's not going to start with that ridiculousness. Instead, it's going to start with the growth wing. We're going to 2x speed just so we get into the feudal age. Magic, it will just be a good old-fashioned Dome of Faith. Yeah, how are they doing on sheep as well? Wham 15. Magic is off to a horrible start, though. And he's running where Wham has already seen. So, looks like Wham is just going to end up with the majority of sheep here. Rough start. I mean, this might be something that Magic needs to get used to again, right? Like, coming from a game like Age of Myth, I feel like the scout rotations are very different. And I'm not going to say you don't get punished sometimes. I think you have maybe more outs in your mind. Whereas in this game, you know, a 2-up on sheep count in a double berry game is really bad. Because the problem now is, like, Wham is nicely set up to just try and be greedy if he wants to. Like, he now has enough sheep plus the berries to think about that semi-fast castle. I wonder, how does Magic try to approach this? Normally, we're just expecting the Ghazi opening at the start. It's just a really solid, strong way to begin the game. It allows you to just have tempo on the map. And it will match up reasonably well into the Desert Raiders because of the bonus damage that Ghazi get. So yeah, Magic agrees. He's already got the stables coming in, but he could have probably been a little bit quicker. He's actually holding on to a lot of food. And that would explain why. So it's going to be racks plus stables straight away. Interesting. A lot of players these days, they don't tend to just go straight into the 1-1. We've been seeing a lot of players play a minute or two of one unit and then pivot over. It's just all about the strength of timings, right? Like, if you're doing this, you're diluting your transition. Technically, it is the right call into stables play because you can now block both types of units. And in fairness to him, it should actually play quite well because of what Wham's done here. At the moment, we've been seeing a lot of Desert Raider Raw openings, but Wham's going to be going for the mix. It's going to be Horseman plus DR. So props to Magic for reading through that. This is going to be pretty strong. And he even sees that. Wham. What? You've got 18 sheep in your base and you move out for berries. I mean, in fairness to him, look at this spawn. Oh my god. Well, we've been talking about Wham as maybe the next candidate to thrust an S tier tournament.
And if he gets Marine Lord spawns, I can see why. Like, what the... Deer back, double berry back, gold in the corner is Iobids. The tree line's naturally protected. I don't think I've seen an Iobid spawn better all of 2025. That's crazy. Blacksmith's coming from Magic, so he's going to try to ramp into aggro here. Wham started diluting in Horsemen and Desert Raiders, but now it's just gone full DR, which does make sense when you see Spearman added in, because the idea is that you can, you know, melee into the Ghazi, but then you can range into the Spearman. So kind of fulfills both roles. Villagers are going to be rushing up the outpost, gets it up in time, so Wham will not give over any workers. Magic will have to retreat. Looks like he has not queued up the Undermesh yet. No, which would be his #1 priority alongside probably Bloomery. Unless he's planning a 1-1-1 build. Not a bad idea here. Archers makes a lot of sense into Mass Desert Raiders. Just gives you an easy way of one-hitting the injured. Otherwise, with good micro, what Wham can do is when his Desert Raiders get injured, he can pull them away and then switch them into ranged so they don't become a liability. Instead, they continue to contribute to the fight, even on Death's Door. And that's something very unique to Ibids and Desert Raiders. Because they're a hybridized unit, or as Dota guys I like to say it, they're the Troll Warlords. They can switch between melee and ranged. It means that, you know, most of the time when you have melee units in Feudal, unless it's a French Knight, or you have healing built into your Civ, you're just going to end up losing units. It's inevitable. But with this somewhat premium unit, it makes life a lot simpler. Speaking of premium units, Ghazi count bulking up a little bit, but nowhere near as impressive as you'd like to see. I wonder, is Magic maybe thinking about spear walling? So you just wall around the sacred sites with the spearmen, and it's going to make it very hard for Wham to decap. Or at least normally it would. I find that the walling is much more effective against civs that spam archers against you. Desert Raiders can actually burn the walls quickly. 1-to-1 exchange. Good for Magic. We have got him playing out into the Pocketed Berries. I love this, man. I love the fact that we're just seeing Wham play Pocket Berries well. And by the way, you know what I was just saying about this ridiculous spawn for Wham? He doesn't even know how ridiculous it is. He didn't scout the back corner. When he does, he's going to be over the moon with glee. And Magic has not scouted the third sacred... Okay, come on. This is just a game of players not finding the things they really should. Scholar... Oh my god, Magic, no. He's looking for it up here. Now, the good news, at least for Magic, is the Delhi do have a tech that gives the Scholars extra range of vision, which is why he's able to scout like this. If he didn't have that tech, he'd be crying right now. I feel like an old man who's going to hum and har about like how good people have it nowadays. Like, these two players don't know how good they've got it. The ridiculous spawns and the beneficial elements. They just don't know. Wow, I'm now up to 11 Desert Raiders. I'm starting to wonder if this... Okay, so stick me in this. This comp is actually more obnoxious than Chuganu. Chuganu is like the one that tilts people, right? When someone gets 40-50 Chuganu, you're like, what do I do? Like, how do I beat this? It's stupid. But the thing about Chug, at least, is they are slow. And you can dodge them. How do you dodge Mass Desert Raider? Now, technically, they're very vulnerable, so you can counterplay them. But even then, when you try to counterplay, a lot of the things we talk about, like archers, well, okay, if you're going to archer me, I'm just going to avoid you, like the plague. So now what? Right, balls in your court. Have fun with that. Makes for a very frustrating Civ when they're able to get away with this. Desert Raiders love that. In the melee mode, just moving away from the spears. Minimize the losses, just tries to kill off the Ghazi. Does switch into range because he's got them at the coup de grace point as they're all low. Look at those kills. Spearman doesn't get the final stab. That's kind of unfortunate. I actually love the fact that Wham keeps going into melee when he knows he's not going to be attacked in response. It's a much quicker kill. It's 7 damage versus 13. But yeah, now the moment you see this, you're like, okay, now we go range. Just stick to it. Unideal on the micro there. Wham will end up losing 1. Does reveal the Archer transition, by the way. Villagers. Oh, he got caught in the deer. All right, Magic's playing pretty well here. Like, I'm impressed. For a guy who's not been that active, like, for reference point, guys, Magic, he has been playing again for a while, but not as long as you'd think. So Magic right now, this season has 35 games. Before that, the last time that this account was active was back in Season 4, where he only played 8 ranked games. Now, he does have the weekday Magic account, but that one was last active in Season 6. Then you got to remember Magic's got a job. He doesn't full-time gamer. Magic skipped 3 villages? 2.5. Actually, no. It's like 1.5. He done textiles. I'm not surprised, though. We've been seeing the same issue with Recon. These players who are coming back from Age of Mythology, Age of Myth, for those that don't know, has got auto-queuing for villages. So you don't have to worry about manually tracking this. A feature we might have gotten, but some people were very fervently against it. Magic. Scared back into the vase, but he's got age 3 now. Wham isn't too far behind on his tech timing in terms of the resource, but the timing is going to be 2 minutes out. Nice poke onto the tree line. Gets a worker kill, idles him out, and it is going to be culture wing advancement. Understandably so. You can't really afford to be stuck too long behind. Magic. On his way to those upgrades. Just a minute out for Ghazi. Scholars haven't been able to move out for many relics, though, right? He's got a few of these guys out here, but they're not picking them up yet. Which is unfortunate, because this is meant to be your big edge, right? Delhi are phenomenal at finding these timings into mass relic grab. Probably the best civ in the game. As not many civs can contest, because most civs don't have their religious unit in feudal age. Right? Normally you're thinking HRE, then there are ones like Iabids and Ottomans, but those are limited to 2 a pop. Wham. Oh, great strike. Catches him out on the berry, surrounds him as well, and look at how scrambled the runaway is into melee mode. He clubs them down. Oh, that was sick. Wow, now with a 10-worker lead. 30 seconds away from castle, and Magic, he may have gotten castle first, but what does he have to show for it? A bunch of spearmen? He had them in feudal. A lancer? 1 lancer. You're going to have 1 lancer while your opponent would have got castle age on a delay, has full wall in, has berry back deer. Like, this is pretty bad. I don't know what went wrong here. I mean, Magic, even this relic hasn't been picked up. Yeah, scholar timing just not there. I mean, it's something you really have to re-warm yourself up to. Like, I think Delhi's definitely one of those civs that if you come back to the game after not playing for a long time, it's very easy to trip up the order of things, because their early mid-game has been played out so much to an efficient high standard that when you see something like this by comparison, you can't help but kind of grimace. Does that make sense? It's like, you know, you're so used to seeing this perfect, elegant execution, which is not what we're seeing here. Horsemen are trying to creep in. No textiles means Wham does have to be careful about that. And whoops. It is going to be a long run off. And oh no. Wait, did Magic see it? He didn't. I can't believe that. A chase down there would have been a few worker kills for sure. Desert Raiders in the meantime. What a body buff. What? Yeah, talk about stacking up the kills, but the veterancy did just kick in. Wow, these Desert Raiders are actually pretty spooky. Cost him a lot initially, but the other end feeling pretty good. Camel Lance is now getting queued up as well. And we have got the Ghazi in. Wham did not realize it. So Magic, back to trading blow for blow. You're seeing the work account difference here. There should only be a work account difference of 4 after the kills. So there's an extra 2 that aren't accounted for. It's Magic idling the TC. Actually, maybe at this point, is it not? No, we don't have the Golden Age up, do we? No, we actually got some way to go. He needs another 11 structures there. Shiv's out. No textiles, mind you. The unease does make it a bit hard for the guys to get kills. But they will reap a few more. Only a 4 worker difference between the two sides now. Relic game is finally coming together for Magic. He's got the 3rd relic coming home. So only 2 now up for grabs to Wham, and it looks like at this rate there's going to be only 1. Yeah, the crazy thing to me is that Wham hasn't even tried to go Dervish, even though with all these injured Desert Raiders, there's a lot of value in the healing. Speaking of said Desert Raiders, they are going to go for the kill. Villagers not going to be quick enough to repair. No, that'll be going down. So now you can club the 5. Archers are on the way. But I love how often Wham's been using melee mode. So many people just stick ranged because it's simpler to micro. Everything's going to attack. But when you're in a position like that already, your raw DPS just doesn't really hold a candle to melee. You know, talk about 15 damage compared to the 10. Early rage is even more ridiculous, right? It's 13 to the 7. Wham. He's just going to try to sneak out. Archers are going to see him though, so good micro. Love that. Magic already targeting down the injured. Trying to punish Wham as much as possible. Wham, who on the other side of this is back on that corner supply. That's really the difference is, you know, if you imagine a world in which Magic has Wham spawn, imagine how easy it would be to gather all those resources, how hard it would be for these Desert Raiders to connect. Now, obviously, you know, there's one thing to have a good spawn, you have to play it, but there's no doubt about it, and I'm sure Wham wouldn't mind admitting. His spawn feels bloody brilliant. Magic now gathering deer on the north side. Wait, did Magic forget about Pro Scouts? I think he did. He researched it, but like 2 or 3 scouts here keeps your economy a lot safer. Well, probably not the smartest thing to say when he's being dove underneath his TC. In theory, 2 or 3 scouts with Pro Scouts keeps your economy safer. In actuality, probably not. Clash between the two. Magic will just stand his ground in the end. We have to remember that Desert Raiders are not good at TC types. Yeah, I think Wham was rocking the Desert Raider play a little bit too hard there. And the House of Learning has not queued up a single tech. Oh, man. In some ways, you would think it would be very easy to just play Delhi after coming back. And what I mean by that is, you know, bare minimum, just click on each building and drag your face across the keyboard. But it's so easy to forget. He has got it now ticking in, but you know, at this stage, he could have easily had, what, hardy rations, reinforced foundations. Some good options that would have been there. Even pakes for the archers and crossbows. The Wham, oh my god, this is dirty. You'd think after he just lost all those Desert Raiders, he'd be like, yeah, the Desert Raiders don't really work anymore. I'm going to stop. No, we've got Fast Imp. Pre-20 minutes, he's going to trigger the tech up. And I'm 95% certain it's military wing reinforcement. Yeah, there it goes. This is ridiculous. We mapped it out before. I think it's 640 resources a minute worth of production. It is crazy how quickly you escalate an army when you get this early. Not just that. Remember, Desert Raiders are subtly one of the most broken units in late game. You cannot list another unit that benefits so much from Imperial. Desert Raiders, they get a damage buff via instant air arrows. They get a range buff via the silk bowstrings. They get a health buff via biology. And then also, they get the armor buff via the reverse camel effect. Right here, infantry support. If you have any infantry nearby, it's plus 3 armor. And that's on top of the fact that Desert Raiders have a ridiculous amount of melee armor in Imperial. They are very weirdly one of the craziest units in late game if you can get there. In fact, if you guys ever watch team games, what you'll often see out of players with Iobids is they'll start scaling Desert Raiders and they'll continue to scale Desert Raiders for 30 plus minutes. Because when you get into the late game and you have 80 Desert Raiders to imp up, it's ridiculously powerful compared to, say, if you had 100 Gulums or 80 Camel Lancers or whatever else. 20 seconds out, folks. I kind of like this. When was the last time we saw the fast imp Desert Raider build? I think it was like several months ago. And it did look dirty. We actually had a game in KPMM in the earlier rotations with Pigeons Valley, if you guys remember. Louis MT done this disgusting fast Imperial Iber build with Zebex to support. And he just raided with Desert Raiders non-stop. It was absurd just how effective it was. Well, we won't be seeing Zebex here, not unless there's a Flying Dutchman cheat, but we will most definitely be seeing the Desert Raiders. He's already up to 16, and he's fully committing. Elite upgrade on the way, 7 more in queue. And in another 100 seconds, he'll get another 7 for free. Triple Sacred Site has been locked in by Magic. He's queuing into War Elephants. War Elephants is an interesting one because, like, technically they do quite well against Desert Raiders due to the Spearman on top. But the funny thing is they also take a lot of damage back due to the heavy, heavy damage of the Desert Raiders, right? It's 30 damage in Castle. I think it goes up to, it's either 36 or 38 in Imperial. Yeah, 38. Why doesn't the same apply to Onimusha, for example? They still feel like glass cannons with all the text on them. Because they are glass cannons. So there's multiple reasons. We'll talk about it in a second after this raid. Villagers are going to get cut down. So block on the resources. Wham. He's going to counter offensive. He sends it into the enemy base. So the reason why Onimusha feels squishy and Desert Raiders don't is Desert Raiders have better raw HP anyway. Desert Raiders also have really good base damage. And then on top of that, like between the hybrid attacks, for example, the other thing is the attack speed difference. Onimusha attack really slow. So Onimusha attack every 2.1 seconds, whatever. They're basically crossbow rate. Whereas Desert Raiders in range attack every 1.25. So even though the number is slightly lower, they're better for that reason. Especially when you consider an Onimusha costs 140, Desert Raider costs 180. Lancer Flood though, Magic. He's not done yet. Look at this. Yeah, the Desert Raider plan hasn't come together because Wham was looking to raid instead. So Magic, Killer Instinct activates as he goes into the base. This War Elephant just kind of being avoided for the time being, but he's trying to now commit onto him. You see, the Desert Raiders can be a decent answer. The problem is the crossbows are just clearing him out. Magic. What a move. Desert Raiders are onto the economy, though, so he's suffering a little bit there. There's still more camels to come. Wham is hiding his economy in little pocketed areas on the north and on the south. Wham is going to drag Magic's army deeper. Desert Raiders are just going to keep poking as they ride by. Magic might want to move away here. Yeah, it does so, because that was going to get ugly fast. And despite the best efforts to dive the main and do all the damage to kill, Wham has maintained the worker lead. He's still up by 4, but maybe not for long. Magic. Oh, wow. That could be big. No textiles, remember, so Wham, quick on the fingers, does pull away. Yeah, I've got Cam Lancers plus the Desert Raiders now coming across, so should be able to protect most of them. I say, as he walks them out, is that Seek Shelter? I don't know. It's a weird Seek Shelter. There's an outpost right there. Is this the end of Magic? I mean, he's doing decent worker damage is the thing. He now has the lead. And not done yet. The Lancer... Well, what? The villagers don't even get in the outposts. So Magic now up by 5. His food income is depressing, though. He's got 24 food a minute. This is... I mean, how do you even get an army going, let alone think about Imperial? Then again, Wham's even worse. He's at 0 food a minute. This game. These two are wild, man. This is just great to see. Like, you know, I think most people sitting down getting ready to watch this were excited to see Magic back in Age of Empires 4, but deep down, some of us were excited to see him play at our level. Where it's like, oh yeah, dude, he'll make all kinds of mistakes, just like I do. It'll be fine, you know. Learning the game again. Hashtag ready for next Red Bull Wololo. But instead, we've just got a Magic that's actually keeping up with Wham as we approach the 30-minute mark. Behind on age, sure, but matching pressure for pressure. like Age of No Food is coming to an end. Both players are now looking to find alternate resources. Magic's a lot more reliable though, as he's getting a lot of farms set up back here. Up to 24 already. Wham only has 4. Desert Raiders will get the mop up though. They dive in on the back. And no micro from Magic, so he doesn't try to keep the distance. No, a bit rough there. Would have been worth it for the start step, considering that Wham is in melee mode. A little bit too late on the reaction there, though. And important, because if he gets that kind of clear up, then this second wave can just kind of run through, right? I'm still worried about what Wham's going to do for food. He's running pretty low now. He's got, what, 5 deer left? And then it's just the 4 farms. What a messy game. Magic's still just allergic to walling. The funny part is he's playing one of the easiest civs to wall with in the game. It's Delhi, so he can actually use his military units, his infantry, to build walls. Never looked to do it, though. I mean, in fairness to him, it's a pretty hard spawn to fully wall. Especially considering he already chopped the tree line. But maybe even just a wall up here and here would have been pretty nice. It would have cut a lot of the raid potential. Nothing to remember is with these type of civs, in some ways at least, like your food runs out faster, or at least options. Neither of these civs can use ball, remember. Now, the reason why I said they sort of run out faster is because it's not entirely true. You, on average, on most maps, are going to get, what, 3 berry stacks. Between them, that's going to end up being 20. That's 2,000 extra food because of the extra orchard effect when you drop a mill. And a boar is 2,200. So the devs already thought of that. It's like technically with these Muslim civs, you get just as much food as a boar civ. But the difference is a boar civ has more options. Make sense? So like for you, you can only go deer or berries. But if I'm playing Roos here, you as the player on the other side have to worry about additional food sources I could be seeking. Which makes it much harder to cover all angles of starving. Magic. Got that war elephant. After last time, I'm not sure Wham wants to try it out, you know? Don't think he wants to give it a test. He has got the damage free coming in. So about to be 14 per strike on the eye with Desert Raiders. And I mean, we're starting to encroach upon that point where in scenarios, biology, these things start to come in your mind. Magic just trying to hold. Still from an age behind. Give me a kite out, war elephants. Slowly died to this, by the way. Yeah, it's not quite mass crossbows, but it's effective enough. I love the random villager, by the way. There to just ferry the elephant through. Pushing, continuing, but Wham... Is he overstaying? A little bit here. Magic's holding, so Wham back to the drawing board. You know, I'm going to say something controversial here. And I know I'm going to get a lot of hate from the Middle East. But you can build units other than camels. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down. Don't judge me too. But seriously, it does exist. It is possible. Now, whether you want to do that or not is your choice. But technically, other units do exist. The new Delhi Civ isn't here yet, right? You don't just have to build the animal. Oh my god, guys. I am so looking forward to the new Delhi Civ. Camel only versus elephant only. And it will be feasible because when you play Delhi, you'd have to build Ghazi in Age 2, which is lame. Oh my god, they can actually do beat war elephants. In fairness, he's got an age advantage, but did you see how quickly that elephant died? And the army afterwards as well, Magic. He tried to deny this castle going up. It's going to cost him a pretty load of troopers, but the second wave coming in should be good enough to clear Wham out. And we've now got him admitting. See, look at that, guys. A grand finalist level player has admitted we were right. Boom, we've done it. Horseman's coming through. Which is crazy when you consider how few farms he has. He's only at what? 20 is not too bad. It's just not mass horseman levels of good. But he's getting there. Actually, no. Like, guys. The new Civ shouldn't have had elephant villages, but there was a mistake they made. They should have called them Order of the Elephant. That's all. Like, in fact, when they come out, can we just all agree to call them Order of the Elephant? How do you pronounce it again? Because I remember hearing them say it on the thing. Was it Talk Luke? I've forgotten how it's spelled. So I know we were originally saying it the wrong way. Now with the Horseman edition, Magic is like, oh crap. This was not something he's prepped for. He's trying to switch into Lancers now. Horseman leaking into the back farms. Villagers are going to have to start getting idled out here, which is problematic because, reminder, by the way, for like the last 10 minutes, there's been an age difference between these two. In real life, Magic's older, but in this game, Wham, much older. 4th age versus 3rd. Still no biology, though. I love the way that's been put. You know this game's entertaining when both players are 50 eco at 33 minutes. I mean, come on. Like, when did you see this? And we do finally have walls, by the way. It took Magic over half an hour to realize they might be a good addition to the base, but they are coming in. The problem is, he's pinned in the corner. I mean, his army is so much bigger. It's just not able to flex that. We've also got the keep set up on the gold now, so just kind of trying to starve him out, but that's not going to work. We mentioned Wham's really good spawn. At this stage, Magic is probably counting his lucky stripes. He got triple back gold. Yes, you heard that correctly. Magic isn't utilizing the village fortresses. There's a challenge there. That requires you have a castle. He's been struggling to maintain himself here with everyone on food, wood, and gold. If he goes on a stone, he's definitely losing map control. I don't think he likes the look of what then comes next. But the problem in this game is Wham's eco lead is extending. Guys, Wham's in a very cozy position. He's not far off a Golden Age 3, and that's when Magic's going to be in real trouble. Not just that, Magic continues to miss out on villager production. It's 1 TC versus 1 TC. There's a 1 kill difference. There's a 13 villager difference. You can equate Growth Wing for 3 and Textiles for 1. The rest is just idle time. Magic once again into the breach. We've been here before. Trying to yoink away the... This is greedy. You've already got 4. Is that not enough? Wow, he's waiting for ranged armor 3. Just milking the time he has before he has to pounce. Horseman count is not crazy for Wham. No, it's going to be a struggle here with the knights in position in particular. Dive now comes in. It's a choke point fight, so it's all about the range. And Magic has got plenty of that, but the backstab's now going to be there. Few Horsemen and Desert Raiders come around the back. Into melee mode fully. And Magic has to go deeper. He's wedged in the base now. Wham, he's coming in from every single side. No doubt about it, this is not a fight that is going to end well for Magic in terms of longevity. If he can at least wipe out the enemy army, perhaps he'll be happy with that. The problem is that army should be eternal. Oh my god, the timing! This 7 Desert Raider refresh, perfectly timed there. Means that Magic's army is going to get cleared out. And Wham's going to have a healthy number of Desert Raider left alive. You can't. The timing on that was ridiculous. Magic still just circling around. We do actually have 2 TC now coming in from Wham. Army's now going to get mopped up, and Magic needs to be careful not to overextend with what little he has left. Otherwise, this will turn into a snowball victory. What a wacky game. 36 minutes in, we're now starting to see a true villager lead. Magic, I don't think he's even aware of the 2TC either. Wham. Do you need anything else? 'Cause I'm just going to put it out there, guys. He started building horsemen, and did it actually go better or worse? Okay? Like that's the real question I have. When he chose horsemen, did he technically not start losing fights bigger? And then the Desert Raiders were the thing that bailed Wham out. Therefore, it stands to reason that your mistress camel is your one true love, and if you betray it, you will lose. And we don't talk about Wham's upgrades. Yeah, he doesn't have horticulture. How many farms? He's 31 farms in. 31 farms. So getting horticulture would be like having an extra 3 farms. It's definitely worth it at this stage. Meanwhile, Magic has been doing the very difficult thing that you have to do when you play Delhi. Dragging your face across the keyboard. I mean, like fully ready for this noise? It's like... And then done. And sorry, I just made it quarter speed. All right. How many Desert Raiders do you think Wham's going to peak out at in this game? All right, not that many. Let's maybe not run head first into the psychopathic war elephants. Also, is Wham ever going to be able to afford biology? I mean, if only he could get biology in this game. Starting to feel like a really tall order, though. Could Magic actually win this in Castle Age with mass elephants? I'm starting to believe, actually. Mahout's elephants as well, so they're pretty quick to chase. And if he gets them all together, sure. Like, if you trickle, no. Because the trickle's going to get you killed. A trickle that can be tickled. Desert Raiders. Bait Magic in. I mean, this is the tricky thing as well. Like, elephants, in a way, are the answer. But if you don't have range, you will just get kited and killed. It's really important for Magic to try and keep up in the ranged as well as War Elephant. Not really Tower... I mean, Tower Elephants is weird because you'd think it would work here against DR. But if they touch you in melee, you just melt. And Tower Elephants, reminder, are much more expensive. You know, War Elephant 750, Tower Elephants 1,000. His economy isn't exactly good. Even though he's got 5 relics. He did take that one from the base, by the way. Wham. He's going to surround him. The War Elephants, I mean, this is the fight they wanted. They were begging for it, asking for it. I don't think they're going to be asking for it for long. There's just so many camels. Magic. Seems like a good trade, right? But even after this, what next? Because you haven't broken the camel count, and your opponent is still an entire age ahead of you. Spears, archers, elephants. He's basically built everything that should technically counter Desert Raiders. And yet still the Desert Raiders are winning. Reminder, Magic had, what, a 2x military lead? If you discount the scholars, maybe more? This is ridiculous. 9 more in queue. Wham's just going to surge forward. War elephants are just not doing enough work. Oh my god. What a weird way to lose a game. I imagine Magic's just got a bit of a smile on his face, chuckling slightly, but also at the same time probably thinking like, okay, so what is the answer to just this? Because reminder, folks, this isn't even its final form. He hasn't got the Ecotech still, despite the fact that Wham is now up at 36 farms. He never got biology. He never got incendiary arrows. He never added in a few infantry and got the extra 3 melee armor. Like, he got none of this. Now, Magic can just keep pumping War Elephants non-stop, remember. He has got the farm clusters in the corner. Problem is, Magic, you'd think 41 farms would be good enough to get to Imperial. It's the War Elephants, though. Like, he just queues up so many of them. Wham. Are we finally going to be seeing Unitechs? Because, like, we're kind of at the point where you could afford it. No, we're getting hand cannoneers. Okay, in fairness, you could go Uni and spend a lot of resources, or you could just build something that's already unified. Unified? No, that's the wrong word. Universitized, right? In terms of it's already got damage at the level of a full Uni upgraded unit. Just gonna keep kiting him. Elephant's gonna be sneaking towards the farms. First wave of hand cannoneers is now starting to arrive. Wham. It's so tilting when you have to play against this. This Desert Raider tickle of damage is not an insta-kill, sure. In some ways, it's just more infuriating than horse archers. Magic. He does discover the elephant counter here. You know my rules on this channel, folks. Gun beats elephant. Unless elephant has gun. But unless Magic can find age 4, that's not going to happen. I mean, the upside is Sultan's Mamelukes is really bad here, so your opponent's not going to get that big damage buff. Sultan's Mamelukes is the tech where when you get a kill, you get more damage and speed. But, like, War Elephants are very, very hard to kill, so it's not worth teching. Apparently not hard enough, though. There you go. Quick, stick your boot on his leg and take a photo. We're safaring. Oh, God. What do you do? Your poor little elephants will only be allowed to touch something when it wants to kill you. And that's exactly what's happening here. GG gets called. Wham has a new mistress. And it's a camel. Oh, what a game. What a brilliant game. All right. And like 3x the army could wait for Imperial. I think he just believed he could end the game. All right, there we go. Mark it up. I mean, you say it's embarrassing. Go hop in the arena with Wham, and we'll cast that game for you. It's very easy to kind of get caught off guard and not know what to do in those situations. Are there new details about the new civs? I don't believe so. Do I have a 2 PC setup? I do indeed. I've got the game PC there, and then this laptop right here from PC Specialists runs everything production-wise. So all the scenes, all the streams, it's running and pushing streams to YouTube, Kick, and Twitch at 5 different resolutions. It's also recording locally in 1440p, the highest settings. So this beast of a laptop, you can see the details down the panel. It'll give you the full description on the pieces inside. This was part of our sponsorship with PC Specialists, which I think has been a resounding success. I think they're quite happy. You guys sprung into action. You're like, I want to buy a PC now. And why not? Go to them. I mean, they allow you to save a little bit of money. £30 off doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is a pretty good deal when you consider how small the margins are
for PC builders. But yeah, big shout out to them. It's been a pleasure to work with them. By the way, also a big shout out to Gigabyte, who are with us for the next few streams. Reminder, if you haven't already, you need to be clicking that link, !Gigabyte. When it turns up, click it. It supports the stream. But, guys, we're 5 hours in. My throat is getting a bit rough again. I just can't seem to shake this super sore throat. I think the goal is going to be to come live tomorrow. I need to double check when the times are for King of the Rockies. We'll probably look to cast a bunch of those games for the upcoming qualifier for the NA LAN. I believe start time for that is around 4 UK time. So minus 3 hours from now. So we'll be looking to hop in on that. Qualifier-wise, I think players have started to sign up. I don't know. I haven't seen. But we'll be looking to cast some of those games. For those who don't know, the King of the Rockies is an NA LAN that's going to be happening later this year. Qualifiers for it are this week and then also next week on, I think, Saturday. So I think we'll look to at least cast tomorrow's, maybe Sundays as well. It might be a case I do Saturday and then I give my throat a bit of a rest for Sunday. But I don't think the postings have been fully released yet. So far, only Wham and Louis are qualified, which means Poppy Paw will probably be playing the qualifier. CSO might be playing. A bunch of other people too. But yeah, that's going to be it, guys. So reminder, if you haven't already, make sure that you are following the channel. You see this little thing when it rotates around, go do all those things so you know when we're live. Also, make sure you're part of the Discord. We're building a community there. My goal is to get that number very big, get a lot of people in that community, and then we can start activating community nights, not just in Age of Empires 4, but in other games. I think that's really one of the big dreams I have. It would be really cool to be able to do. Like, imagine if Battlefield 6 comes out and we were able to rent a private server and fill it up with you guys. That, to me, would be an epic thing to be able to do. Especially if there's, like, a caster cam. Dude, I'd actually cast the crap out of that. But goal be to be back tomorrow. Maybe go live around 3 p.m. UK-ish time or 3:30. We'll see how it goes, as I do have an optician's appointment in the afternoon. But I'll aim to be live after that. Make sure you've got notifications turned on so you know when I'm here. Thank you for watching to Twitch, YouTube, and of course the Kick people. Been a pleasure. Reminder, we've got more uploads happening on YouTube. I think we just had our reaction to Gamescom go up. So if you want to see that, go and check that out. There's plenty of videos on the channel. If you didn't catch the games today and you're going to watch the VODs, my recommendation is always watch VODs on YouTube. Don't watch them on Twitch. The reason is Twitch doesn't actually give your favorite content creators any revenue from you watching their VODs after the live streams finish. But the scummy part is they do play ads. So that's why I always recommend watching on YouTube, because YouTube will actually give me ad revenue to support the channel. But guys, that's going to be it. What I'm going to do now, we're going to raid through to Wham. You guys can go have some fun with him. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be catching some of the King of the Rockies. Thank you for watching, guys. Don't stay a stranger. And next time, bring a friend. All right? Like, I'm starting to think you're all embarrassed. Why do you keep coming here alone? Bring your wifey. Bring your mother. Is she single? I shouldn't say that. I've got a partner. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Oh, crap.
Yo, KP, man. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, man. Okay, thank you. Playing versus the Killjoy right now. So I have no blacksmith. Shit. Doing my giveaway here because I forgot to do it? Yeah. Oh, good. Alright, we're just gonna beat him in. I think he got 4 rocks as a tree, which is not so good for me, unfortunately.
Ich bin boon to yes. Arita, what need is I think they lister. Ik heel veel they that for they.
Something attendeth new. Oh, you disgrace at yourself.
Dude, really? Oh man, I guess I need to get these towers up before I leave my base. Either getting lucky or just going for that. Either way, it's not really acceptable to.
Oh, whoops. I just realized YouTube's still going.